Twisted Bonds, Book 4 in the Cora Chronicles. Written by Cora Reilly. Narrated by Emma Wilder and Teddy Hamilton. Chapter 1. Kiara. I lay in Nino's arms, overwhelmed by his confession, our breathing ragged from making love. We'd made love. Nino had told me he loved me, really loved me, no fake emotion, nothing false. Just love. Nino raised my hand and pressed a kiss to my wrist.
"Your pulse picked up again,"
he said, regarding me closely.
"Are you okay?"
I smiled. I couldn't help it. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my chest, as if everything I hadn't even dared to dream, much less hope for, was suddenly in my reach. I'm just happy. For a while, I thought it was something about me, something inherently wrong with me. Why I couldn't be happy. Why bad things kept happening to me. Nino swiped his thumb over my pulse point.
"Life doesn't work like that. Bad things are not fate or punishment of an almighty power. Sometimes bad things just happen."
I shrugged. I know that now, or I think I do. But when I was a young girl, Father always blamed me or Mother when something went wrong. And so did my brothers, even when they had messed up, and I believed them. If you're told something often enough, you just take it for the truth. When Father hit me, I thought I deserved it. Nino's body became tighter, his gray eyes sharper.
"Your father got what he deserved. Luca didn't give him an easy death."
I pushed myself up onto my elbow. That was news to me. Felix and Egidia always told me Father had been killed by a bullet to the head. Luca tortured him? Nino's dark brows pulled together, his fingers on my wrist tightening once more.
"You didn't know?"
I shook my head. Nobody had bothered telling me the details. I wasn't sure if it was to protect me or because they thought I had no right to know as a mere girl. I bet my brothers knew. I thought Luca shot him. Nino's mouth twitched, something dark and eager flashing in his expression.
"He shot him in the end, yes. But before then, Luca did what he does best."
I wasn't sure how I felt with the knowledge. My father hadn't been a good father or a good man. He'd hit me and made me feel like I was worth nothing, had shot my mother. But other than Durant, who destroyed my innocence, I never wished for him to suffer. You respect Luca for it. Nino looked at me in surprise.
"Of course. Luca destroyed an entire MC chapter by himself, chopped them to pieces, skinned them. He loves the personal kill, the close kill, and doesn't mind getting his hands bloody. It's easy to give a kill order or shoot someone from afar, but killing them when you feel their terrified breathing, when you smell their cold sweat, see the terror in their eyes, that's something entirely different. Luca crushed his cousin's and uncle's throat. How many people could do that? Not just on a physical level. When Remo and I were still on the run and our father was still alive, we'd sometimes talked about how we wanted to kill him, and Remo's dream was to do it like Luca."
For a moment, I only stared at the man before me. He looked so relaxed, so approachable. Not harmless, not nice, but not as monstrous as his words made him sound. They reminded me of his nature. Maybe that was why he had the tattoos of roaring flames and screaming grimaces, as a warning of what lay beneath his beautiful exterior. That sounds as if you and Remo admire Luca.
"I wouldn't call it admiration, but he's one of the few men who might be able to kill me, and it wouldn't be quick or clean."
I touched his chest over the inked image of a screaming skull that seemed to be swallowing a knife, feeling his calm heartbeat, and wondering if only their past had turned Nino and Remo into what they were today, or if it had always been in them. Savio harbored darkness as well. Even Adamo had killed, and I wasn't sure if he was really bothered by it, or only bothered by his lack of regret. Would our children harbor the same darkness? And even if they did, what would it matter? I'd love them regardless, like I loved Nino.
Did your brothers ever hit you like your father did?
Nino asked, throwing me off with the change of topic. Father occasionally made it their task to discipline me, yes. They are 7 and 9 years older than me, so... I considered Nino's expression. Nino, I said, quietly but firmly, I don't want you to kill them because of what they did when they were children.
They must have been teenagers, made men when they disciplined you. Grown men, by our standards.
I pressed up to him, touched his cheek, and shook my head. Don't. Promise me you won't dish out punishment for me. Nino's face remained the beautiful, cold mask.
Did they ever ask how you were doing here? Did they worry that I might abuse and rape you? Did they talk to you at all, at our wedding or since then?
I swallowed. I tried not to think of my old family. All the memories connected to them carried the weight of hurt and sadness. They congratulated me. I could only remember seeing them for a few seconds during the champagne reception when everyone had congratulated Nino and me on our marriage, but I didn't remember much else of the day. I'd been too caught up in my terror. They hadn't contacted me since, and it wasn't because I was part of the Camorra either. We'd barely seen each other when I'd still been part of the Rizzo household. Promise me you won't hurt them. It should be my decision, not yours. Nino released a low breath and finally nodded.
I won't hurt them.
Remo either, and no one else from the Camorra. A small smile tugged at Nino's mouth.
All right.
I crossed my arms on Nino's chest, scanning his beautiful face. A few strands of his hair had fallen down his temple, and I pushed them back gently, then ran my fingertips over the undercut. How do you feel? So much has happened in the last few days.
Remo can handle himself, and he's not alone. Fabiano will make sure my brother keeps his emotions in check.
I didn't mean Remo leaving. I meant your emotions. Are you getting used to them?
After the first flood, it's calmed down. I feel emotions, not always, not all of them, but they are there.
I kissed Nino softly. I'm always here. If you need me, I'll help you. Still, I hoped that Nino wouldn't have another breakdown like that one night, especially now that Remo wasn't home to calm him down. When will Remo and Fabiano be back? I didn't ask for details, because if Nino wanted to share, he would. But so far, he'd been rather closed off. He sighed.
Hopefully in a few days, depending on the success of their mission.
Curiosity burst through me, but I pushed it down.
Go up to our bedroom,
Nino said, startling me as I lay curled up on the sofa in the game room. It was 3 days after our conversation. What's the matter? I asked. His expression was tight, as close to anger as I'd ever seen it. I set down my book and stood, putting my hands up against Nino's chest. Is it about Remo? Remo and Fabiano had been gone for almost a week. Nino still hadn't revealed the details of their mission, only that it had something to do with the outfit. Nino's eyes held a hint of weariness.
I'll explain later. Now I need you to go to our room, Kiara.
I frowned, feeling like I was being treated like a child. I'm not weak. I can handle most things. He touched my cheek and kissed me briefly.
I know, but this...
He shook his head.
I'm not sure if it's something you should say.
My chest constricted. There was only one thing I definitely had a hard time handling.
Don't ask,
Nino said.
Not now.
I nodded reluctantly, grabbed my book, and headed into our wing. Dread settled in my bones as I closed the bedroom door. What had Ramo done? The sound of his sports car pulling into the driveway caught my attention, and I went to the window. I only saw a very small part of the front yard and couldn't make out anything. Despite my promise to Nino, curiosity gripped me, and I went back out, creeping to the main part of the house and peering through a window facing the driveway. I froze, my pulse throbbing furiously when I saw Ramo walking into the house. He was carrying a blonde woman, and they were both completely naked. The woman hung limply in Ramo's grasp, either unconscious or in shock. My throat tightened, my hands began to shake, and remnants of dark memories bit at my consciousness, wanting to burst forth and grip me. That's how Nino found me, still motionless before the window.
Damn it,
he whispered. He took my wrist, his fingertips pressing into the soft flesh. His other hand tipped my chin up, forcing me to meet his gaze.
What did you say?
Ramo carrying a naked woman, I said tonelessly. Nino shook his head.
Come,
he said, tugging me toward our wing. I resisted, needing answers. Nino, what's going on?
I'll explain in our bedroom.
No, I hissed, ripping out of his hold, breathing harshly. Explain now. Nino regarded me, his arms still raised, surprised by my vehemence. Slowly, he lowered his hand. I usually always tried to comply, to follow his decisions, but with this, I drew a line. Nino had said it himself. He wouldn't get angry if I stated my opinion.
Ramo went to outfit territory and kidnapped Dante's niece. She was supposed to marry an underboss yesterday, but Ramo and Fabiano caught her on the way to church and brought her here.
I shook my head, unable to believe what he was saying, and even worse, how he explained it as if telling me about the weather. What did Ramo do to her? I began shaking, wondering if he'd submitted her to the same horrors I'd gone through. I'd come to like Ramo for what he'd done for Nino and his brothers, but for this, I wouldn't be able to forgive him. Ever. Nino held my wrist again, tighter.
Nothing. Now come.
Nothing? I said incredulously, digging my heels into the floor. It didn't look like nothing. Why was she naked?
I don't know everything yet. Savio mentioned that Ramo stopped one of our soldiers from assaulting her, and now she's here. That's it.
That's it? I snapped. So he didn't rape her? The word felt like thousands of cockroaches crawling over my back, and I shuddered.
No,
Nino said.
That's not part of Ramo's plan.
Are you sure? Nino hesitated a heartbeat, and that was too much. I tried to storm past him, but he grabbed my arm.
Don't. Let me handle this.
Let me go. Nino shook his head and pulled me toward our bedroom again, ignoring my protests. I had no choice but to follow. The second we were inside, he stepped in front of the door, barring my way. It was the first time he had used his strength against me, and it made me unreasonably angry.
Stay here until I've talked to Ramo.
I won't let Ramo hurt a woman like I've been hurt, I whispered harshly.
He won't,
Nino said simply, trying to touch my cheek, but I took a step back. You knew about his plan all along, didn't you?
Yes, I did. The kidnapping is meant to bring us Scuderi in exchange for Serafina.
I blinked back tears. Serafina? You killed Durant because of what he did, but you allow your brother to kidnap an innocent woman? My voice broke, but I didn't let the memories of the past resurface. I was stronger than that. Nino cupped my cheeks, always so gentle when he handled me. It was at odds with the things he did to others.
Kiara, it's not the same. I know Remo. Don't compare Serafina's fate to what happened to you. Trust me.
I searched his eyes, beckoning and soft. I wanted to trust him, and I did, but I wasn't sure if I could trust Remo, not around a defenseless woman. Too much was broken inside him. "Okay," I said quietly. "Talk to Remo and tell me exactly what he said. I need to know. No more secrets, please." Nino kissed me.
I'll head downstairs and have a word with him.
I nodded as he stepped back and left the room. The lock clicked, and my eyes grew wide, realizing what he'd done. I couldn't believe he locked me in. Storming toward the door, I rattled the handle, but it didn't budge. I paced the room, my thoughts whirring. Nino had kept Remo's plan from me to protect me, but also because he knew I would have tried to talk them out of it. I knew Nino and Remo had few morals, but Nino had to realize that what they were doing was wrong. I wasn't sure how much time passed, but I was getting more and more agitated. When the lock finally turned and the door opened, I was close to exploding. "Why did you lock me in?" Nino seemed as if my anger startled him.
I knew you were upset, and I didn't want you to go into a confrontation with Remo like that.
I turned around, still angry but also touched, because Nino was trying to protect me, care for me in his own way. I felt him behind me before he touched my shoulders. I said, "Don't lock me in again. I don't like it. It makes me feel powerless and trapped." Nino's fingers tightened. He leaned down and kissed the crook of my neck.
I won't.
He paused, choosing his words carefully, which in turn raised my worries again.
Do you have a few clothes and a white nightgown for Serafina?
I raised my eyebrows. Why the white nightgown?
Kiara?
Nino's voice was strained, carrying the unvoiced pleas with it. His eyes begged me to trust him. Trust. I went over to my closet and took my silver nightgown out of a drawer. "I've got this." Nino nodded and took it from me.
That should do.
I gathered a few floor-length dresses, shirts, and shorts, and then hesitated in front of my underwear drawer. It was kind of icky to wear someone else's underwear, but I assumed Serafina preferred it to not wearing any at all. Nino took everything from me.
Promise me to stay in this room, and I won't lock it. I'll make sure the girl is safe, all right?
All right. The word tasted bitter in my mouth, like a betrayal of the old me, like I was failing myself. Trusting Nino when it came to my well-being was easy. Without a doubt that he'd never hurt me intentionally, but Nino didn't feel pity, even now. Not for others. Never for others. Nino was gone for a long time. My resolve to stay in the bedroom was slipping away with every passing second when he finally stepped back in, a deep furrow of displeasure between his brows and much of his hair fallen out of his short ponytail, as if he'd ran his hand through it one time too often. I asked immediately, "What's going on? What did Remo say? And what does he need the nightgown for?" Nino closed the door.
Remo will keep her here for now. He thinks she's safer in the mansion.
Safer? She's a captive. Who says she's safe so close to Remo? Nino didn't say anything. I could tell he wasn't happy about this development, but he was loyal to Remo. Nothing would ever change it. I doubted Remo could do anything that would make Nino ever go against him. "You have to stop him if he tries to force himself on her. Promise me," I said fiercely.
Remo can't be stopped if he's made up his mind. Not even by me. But as I said, I don't think you have reason to worry about that.
What happens if the outfit's capo doesn't do what Remo wants? What is he going to do to her then? I didn't know much about Dante Cavallaro, only the rumors I'd picked up when I'd overheard Felix and Egidia discuss the outfit, or the few times Remo and Nino had talked about him in my presence. He seemed to be a logical man who based his decisions on facts, not emotions, and that didn't make me hopeful about Serafina's fate. It went against logic to exchange a mere girl for a consigliere, a man who carried the secrets of the entire outfit and probably Cavallaro himself. But Remo and Nino must know that, which left the question, why Remo had kidnapped the girl anyway. Nino opened his watch band with steady fingers, getting ready for bed.
Kiara, this is Remo's game. He hasn't been as forthcoming with information as he usually is.
Are you sure? Or are you trying to protect me, again? His face locked down as he put the watch on the nightstand.
I'm telling you the truth. And you have to remember that this war was initiated by the outfit. They attacked our territory. They tried to kill all of us, even Adamo. Remo won't stand back and have his territory breached like that. Dante will have to pay the price for it.
But he isn't, I said softly. An innocent woman is. Nino didn't contradict me. I wished he had. What about the nightgown? You didn't answer my question. If it was only so Serafina had something to sleep in, he wouldn't have asked for a specific color.
He wants her to wear it when he records a video message for her family tomorrow.
His emotionless eyes searched my face.
We ordered pizza. Should I bring you some up?
For a moment, I could only stare. Sometimes I tended to forget how Nino dealt with matters, how easily he could push aside the bloody part of the business from his mind because they didn't bother him. I'm not hungry. I'll take a bath. I don't feel so good. Nino didn't stop me when I walked into the bathroom, but his eyes followed me. I drew a bath, slowly slipping out of my clothes. When Nino had told me he loved me, I'd thought about bridging the subject of having kids. I'd started taking the pill before my marriage because I hadn't been sure if I could risk getting pregnant as Nino's wife. Now I knew that I and a baby would be safe in the Falcone mansion, well protected and even loved. But this new development with Dante's niece raised new doubts. Nino had only recently discovered his emotions, and Remo had a woman locked in his wing. Neither fact made me want to bring a baby into this world, this house. I turned off the faucet and tested the water with my fingertips before I stepped in. Nino entered the room, his eyes roaming my naked body. I didn't hide myself from him. There was a longing in his gaze that went straight into my heart. I sank into the water, flinching at the hot temperature. You can join me, if you want. Nino tugged his shirt over his head, then slipped out of his pants and boxers. The muscles and colorful tattoos that had scared me not too long ago now brought a familiar warmth to my belly, but it was only a brief burst. I was too torn and emotionally drained to be up for that kind of physical closeness, especially not when a young woman was scared out of her mind in another part of the house. Nino joined me in the bathtub, then opened his arms. I shifted until my back was pressed up against his chest, and I was nestled between his strong arms. He kissed my throat. I could feel him growing hard against my backside, but I ignored it. Nino nibbled on my shoulder, and his hand stroked my knee, then slipped up my thigh, higher and higher until I stopped him with a soft touch. I sensed his unspoken questions. Could he really not understand why I wasn't in the mood for sex? Don't you feel guilty? I asked quietly. Nino leaned back, his hand moving back to my knee and rubbing my skin lightly.
Kiara,
he said tiredly.
I'm not a good man. I'm not a decent man, either. I don't feel anything in regards to other people, which makes me so good at what I'm doing for the Camorra. And no matter what you might hope for, that won't change.
A small shiver passed down my spine. Nino didn't only supervise the finances of the Camorra, he was also responsible for many acts of cruelty. Fabiano wasn't the Camorra's best torturer, even if he was their official enforcer. That much I'd figured by now. I'd seen small glimpses of Nino and Ramo's demons when they dealt with Durant, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. But you care about me and your brothers?
I do,
he murmured.
But that's the extent of my feelings.
I swallowed. What about children? Would you care for them? It was awkward, but I turned in the bath to face him. Nino became still. He nudged my chin up, so I had to meet his gaze.
You mean our children?
Yes, I said quietly. His face stayed impassive. Could he ever love our children?
You're taking the pill.
I do. I'm not pregnant. I was just wondering. Nino nodded. I wished I knew what he was thinking, but his face didn't give anything away.
I don't know what I'll feel for children, but I think I'd care for them as I care for you.
I leaned forward and kissed him lightly, then retreated to turn and relaxed back against him. This was enough for now. My thoughts returned to Serafina. She must be terrified. How could she not be? I had been terrified when I'd been given to Nino, and I'd had time to prepare for my wedding. This girl had been taken by force, ripped away from her home, her family. What she knew about the Falcones, about Las Vegas, was likely even worse than what I had been told. After all, the outfit and the Camorra were still at war, and after this kidnapping, that would never change. I shuddered. Nino caressed my arm.
Kiara,
he said quietly.
Don't let this drag you back into the past.
It won't, but it's difficult for me to bear the thought of the girl's terror. I felt Nino nod, trying to understand my pity but unable to grasp the concept. He didn't care about Serafina. He couldn't. I linked our fingers. I'd try to be our conscience. The water soon grew cold, and Nino helped me out of the tub, then proceeded to rub me dry. His touch left tingles in its wake, as always, but I didn't allow myself to relax into it. We settled in bed, both naked, wrapped in each other. Nino was still aroused, but he made no move to initiate intimacy again. I fell asleep in Nino's arms, marveling at the power of love. Despite what I knew of Nino, of what he was capable of, I loved him. Chapter 2. Kiara. Nino stirred and gently untangled himself from me. I watched through half-closed eyes him getting dressed in a black shirt and jeans, not saying anything. He threw a quick glance over his shoulder at me before he left for the video recording. The moment the door closed, I swung myself out of bed and threw a bathrobe over my nightgown. I had an inkling where the recording would take place. I needed to see Serafina with my own eyes. Even more than that, I needed to figure out a way to help the girl without betraying my new family, because that's what the Falcones were. I crept through the corridor and made my way toward the door that led into the basement.
Where do you think you're going?
I cried out in surprise and jumped away from the hot breath on my neck. Whirling around, I hit Savio's chest hard. A grin flitted across his face.
Ouch,
he said, rubbing the spot in exaggeration. You're in an awfully good mood considering a girl is being tortured in the basement, I said, turning and trying to continue, but Savio stepped in my way. The amusement disappeared from his expression, which was a rare event. Savio always either smirked or grinned.
"Someone's always being tortured," he said mockingly.
I couldn't believe him. With Nino, I understood why it didn't bother him. It was his emotional disposition. But Savio didn't have that excuse. He sighed, running a hand through his usual impeccably styled dark hair.
"The girl's not being tortured."
"Are you sure about that?" I asked, trying to sidestep Savio. He mirrored my move.
"I can't let you go down there. Orders from Nino."
Angry, I quickly ducked past Savio. His arm came around my waist and he lifted me off the ground. Tension shot through me and I sucked in a startled breath. Savio carried me a few steps, then set me down and peered into my eyes.
"Come on, no panic attack, all right? I touched your waist. No danger."
I swallowed.
"Hit me again if that helps."
"What?" I asked, confused, and my panic subsided. Savio gave me the cocky grin.
"I know you enjoyed hitting me."
I knew what he was trying, and under different circumstances I might have laughed. "Let me pass," I said.
"No,"
he said.
"If you try again, I'll hold you."
"I don't care." Once again, I tried to walk past Savio, and this time he grabbed my shoulders and pressed me against the wall, holding me fast. I squirmed, my body tightening, but he didn't release me.
"Kiara, I won't let you go down there. I gave Nino my word. Give up. I don't want to have to restrain you."
I shivered at his proximity.
"Fuck," he breathed. "You know I'd never hurt you, right?"
I looked up into his face, into brown eyes that had held wariness in the beginning, but were softer now. I gave a sharp nod and began to relax in his hold. He let go of me and stepped back, then ran a hand through his hair again. He looked at me.
"I really wish I could have been there when Nino and Remo dismembered him."
I knew who he meant, and I was surprised by his admission. Savio and I had gotten off on the wrong foot, and I often still had the impression that he resented the new restrictions my presence had brought. He leaned one shoulder against the wall beside the basement door.
"Remo would never hurt an innocent woman like your uncle hurt you."
There wasn't the hint of doubt in his voice. "How can you be sure?"
"I know Remo,"
Savio said simply, for a moment again dropping his arrogant smirk. Like Nino, he had unfailing trust in Remo. I huffed, wishing I could share their convictions. "I want to go into the kitchen, if that's still allowed." Savio stepped back after a moment of hesitation. I walked past him toward the kitchen. He followed me like an annoying shadow. I whirled on him. "Am I a captive in this house now, too?" Savio raised his palms.
"This is Remo's game, not mine. Talk to him if you don't like what's going on."
He smiled in a way that suggested I wouldn't. Maybe the arrogant smirk was his protection. They all wore different masks. Nino, his lack of emotions. Remo, his anger. And Savio, his arrogance. I wasn't quite sure about Adamo's mask yet, but he was wearing one too. I was sure of it. I turned on my heel and continued into the kitchen, wondering why these twisted Falcone men wormed their way into my heart a bit more every day. After a quick breakfast, I moved into the library, pointedly ignoring Savio, who leaned beside the basement door, typing on his phone. I wouldn't spend all day in the bedroom while Remo played captor, and I couldn't stop thinking about Serafina. I was lounging on the couch when Nino came in. The moment I saw the haunted look in his eyes, I knew something had gone horribly wrong. Dropping my book, I pushed to my feet and hurried over to him, trying to suppress my rising worry. "Are you okay?" Nino cupped my face and kissed me fiercely, catching me by surprise. My body sprang to life, answering to the need in his kiss until it became more, heated, too much. I tore away from him, shaking my head, even as my body throbbed with desire. "Tell me what happened." Nino's gaze dropped to his forearm, where his fingers traced the scars. He frowned, pain and sadness flashing in his eyes before emotionless calm wiped them away.
Remo recorded a live video for Cavallaro and Serafina's family, but her choice wasn't the one Remo had anticipated.
There was no emotion in his voice, only that terrifying calm. I backed away. "Don't tell me you gave Serafina that choice." My insides convulsed, twisting tighter and tighter. Nino continued to regard me with that quiet scrutiny.
Remo is playing mind games, but Serafina is strong-willed. She chose pain, forced his hand in front of Cavallaro.
His gaze flickered to the scars on his wrist.
She chose her wrist for the cut.
Remo cut her? I took another step back, then turned around. "I'm sick of it. I'll have a word with him. Someone has to." I rushed toward the door to confront Remo. Nino slung his arm around my waist from behind and held me tight. First Savio, now him. Anger and frustration flooded me, and a worse feeling of helplessness. "Let me go."
"Only if you promise not to go to my brother."
I squirmed in his grip. "Let me go."
"No,"
he said firmly. I twisted and peered up at him, swallowing my hurt. "You promised to never use your physical power against me." His arms loosened slightly, but not enough for me to slip away, and a pained look crossed his face.
"I'm protecting you. I'd never use my strength to cause you pain. I swear it."
He kissed the side of my head.
"Don't compare me to your uncle."
His voice rang with a note of vulnerability that startled me so much I turned in his hold to see his face better. It was impassive, but his eyes weren't. "I'm not," I said. "I'm not scared of you or of you restraining me like this, but it makes me feel powerless and I hate it."
"Your protection is always my top priority. I'll take making you feel uncomfortable, if it serves that purpose."
I sighed. I didn't want to fight with Nino. In his mind, his reasoning made sense. "Where is she?" I asked Nino, who followed close behind me as we headed into Remo's wing. My pulse was still up from my confrontation with Remo, but I was glad that I'd managed to talk him into letting me visit Serafina. Nino motioned toward a door to our right and stopped me before I could go in.
"Be careful. People who are backed into a corner are dangerous."
"Don't worry. Everything will be fine."
"I know."
He said it in a way that made me pause because of this steely undertone. I knocked, and when no protest sounded, I turned the key and pushed inside. Serafina was on the bed, her eyes filled with surprise. She was beautiful in an angelic way. Long blonde hair, blue eyes, pale skin. "Chiara Vitiello," she said. My name coming from her lips. I could practically hear all the stories she'd heard about me. People whispered about the bloody wedding, about what Remo and Nino had done, about the reasons for their actions. Chiara Falcone now, but yes, that's me. Nino stood close behind me as if he expected an attack any moment. His worry warmed my heart and annoyed me equally. I doubted Serafina would talk to me as long as he was present. She didn't have reason to trust me, but she had plenty of reason to mistrust him and his brothers. I told him, "You don't have to stay. Serafina and I are going to talk. She poses no danger to me." Nino wasn't looking at me, his calculating eyes firmly focused on Serafina.
"I will stay.
He closed the door after him and leaned against the wall to watch everything.
"And if you make a move toward my wife, the consequences will be very unpleasant."
How could he say something like that? I gave Serafina an embarrassed smile before I moved close to Nino and pressed my palms against his chest. He lowered his gaze to me, the remnants of harshness still in his eyes. "She's an innocent woman, Nino. You shouldn't threaten her, much less consider hurting her." Nino's expression remained hard.
"I don't care who she is, woman or man, innocent or guilty. If she poses a threat to you, I'll cause her the amount of pain necessary to make her back off." I swallowed at his voice. When Nino was around me, he made it so very easy to forget what he was capable of. To me, he was loving and gentle, but not to others. "I don't want you to hurt her." "I always respect your wishes, but this is something I won't promise you. Protecting you is the only thing I care about. As long as she acts accordingly, she's safe from me."
"Nino," I tried again. He shook his head and made it clear I wouldn't be able to change his mind about the matter. I moved closer to Serafina, who eyed me as if I was the enemy. I was probably the only person in the house, except for Adamo maybe, who cared about her well-being, but our conversation showed that she had no intention of opening up to me. "I doubt you've come to offer your help. You are loyal to the Falcones," she said at last, sounding almost accusing. "I am. They are my family."
Nino. Hearing Kiara say that she was family, my chest felt lighter, and some of the tension slipped away. She smiled softly at me, still loving and caring despite what she often witnessed us doing. I'd been content with our family, of just my brothers and me building a tight-knit unit. I hadn't seen any necessity to extend it, and still hadn't considered it when I'd been set up to marry Kiara for tactical purposes. It had seemed impossible that anyone could fit into our family, that anyone could become part of our life and gain our trust, especially a woman. But Kiara had surprised us all. She found her place in our family, in her own quiet, thoughtful way, accepted us despite our many faults, and tried to better us in subtle ways. That she considered us capable of being better men was something that filled me with contentment, even if her attempts were bound to fail. Kiara turned back to Serafina and leaned close to her. I took a step in their direction. Sitting so close to the enemy was foolish. What was she telling Serafina? Vigilance and distrust were the foundations of my nature, but I couldn't imagine Kiara betraying us in any way. I didn't want to even consider the option that she could. After their talk, I led Kiara outside and locked the door. "What did you tell her?" Kiara peered up at me, frowning. "Don't you trust me?" "I do," I said quietly, then cupped the back of her head, trying to remind her that she trusted me enough to touch her there. "You remember the rule we established at the beginning of our marriage? No lies. Don't keep secrets from me, Kiara." "Secrets aren't necessarily lying. You should know, Nino. I think you have more secrets than I do." That was true, but it wasn't because I didn't trust Kiara with them. "Do you want to know every aspect of our business, everything I do?" Her lashes fluttered, hesitation clouding her expression. Kiara was clever. She knew the nature of my work, but there was a difference between knowing in general and knowing the sordid details. "No, I don't think I could stomach it." That's what I thought. Kiara was inherently kind, proven by her insistence to refrain from eating meat. She pressed her forehead to my chest, seeking solace in my closeness, as she so often did. "I only said to Serafina that there's more to Ramo than meets the eye, and that she might be able to get through to him," she said. If you think that she could be for him what you are for me, you're forgetting that Ramo's initial situation is different from mine. I started on neutral ground. I didn't have any kind of emotions for you, neither positive nor negative. But Ramo's opinion of women is tinged with anger. Kiara pulled back.
That doesn't mean it can't be changed. He seems to get used to me, so who's to say he can't get used to someone else?
I couldn't imagine Ramo allowing an emotional bond with a woman, and even if Kiara might wish for it, not everyone was destined to find love. I still had trouble grasping the full concept of it, to understand its many nuances. I'm going to take a swim in the pool. Why don't you join me?
Are you trying to distract me?
I was, but that was beside the point. That, and you said you wanted to learn how to swim. Her mouth curved down.
I can swim, I think. I was never very good, and it's been almost a decade since my last swim, but it's not something you can't unlearn, right?
I never unlearned anything, but I was aware that the workings of my brain were different from those of most people. Why don't we test your theory? Her eyes dragged back to Serafina's door. You did what you could. She's safe for now. Kiara pursed her lips.
What about her wound?
Ramo takes care of it, and he won't hurt her like that again. He never intended to do so in the first place. He'll reevaluate his tactic to adapt to her volatile personality.
His tactic,
Kiara said in disdain, then let out a soft sigh. Come on, let's go for a swim. Kiara gave me a small, teasing smile.
You only want to see me in a bikini.
I prefer you naked. A blush stained Kiara's cheeks, and I swiped my thumb over it, always fascinated by her body's reactions to a simple truth. I have my swim trunks under my pants. Why don't you get changed, and I go ahead to warm up? Pushing up to her toes, Kiara kissed me, then headed away. My gaze followed her for a moment before they settled on the key in Serafina's door, wondering if it was best to hide it. Trust. It was difficult to gain and just as hard to maintain. I turned, leaving the key where it was, and headed downstairs. Only Savio was still in the common area, lounging on the sofa, one leg thrown over the armrest. He didn't look up when he spoke. And how did it go? Are Kiara and the captive BFFs now? Hardly, I said. Where are Ramo and Adamo? Ramo went into the kitchen and Adamo's sulking in his room. He tore his eyes from the screen. I think he might refuse the tattoo. He won't. Savio put his phone down and swung into a sitting position. I wouldn't be sure if I were you. He's feeling rebellious, wants to be a better man, or boy, whatever. I think he might use the initiation ceremony to make a statement. Savio's lip curled. Come on, don't tell me you haven't considered it. He's trying too hard if you ask me. He's like us, and he can't accept it, that's all. He pushed to his feet, pocketed his phone, then shrugged. He's not listening to me, and I'm tired of hearing his whining. I'm off to meet Diego and Mick. I won't be back until after midnight. After all, I have to take my fucking elsewhere, and I don't want those girls in my wing. I continued toward the front pool, then thought better of it and headed for our recreational pool landscape. After I'd stripped down to my swim trunks, I dove in and emerged at the other end of the oval where Savio's flamingo float bobbed on the surface. I shoved it out of the pool before I began swimming rounds, even though the pool wasn't practical for that. In my peripheral vision, movement caught my attention, and I stopped my swimming and stood. Kiara was strolling toward me, a towel wrapped around her middle to protect her modesty. Her smile was secretive when she stopped at a sun chair and dropped her towel, revealing a red bikini. It was a very pleasing, albeit surprising sight. I doubted she'd owned it before becoming my wife. The tiny bottom was held on Kiara's beautiful hips by 2 ribbons, and the material covered only half of her round ass cheeks. The bikini top didn't cover much more, giving a tantalizing view at Kiara's ample breasts. I'd been hungry for her since yesterday, and this wasn't helping.
It's new. I ordered it online. I thought you might appreciate it.
Appreciation isn't a strong enough word for what your body is doing to me, Kiara, I murmured. She laughed, moved toward the pool, and sank down on its edge, dipping her legs into the water. It was comfortably warm, even for someone with a higher sensitivity to cold like Kiara, which was why I'd chosen it instead of the deeper square pool. I swam over to her, unable to stop admiring her, then propped my hands up on the edge and pushed myself out of the water to steal a kiss from Kiara. She responded with a soft gasp and opened her legs. When I applied more pressure with my hips, allowing me to slide between them and press my erection against her pussy, Kiara pulled away, eyes wide, as they searched our surroundings.
We shouldn't do this. Someone might see us.
The neighbors were too far away to see us, and my brothers would enjoy the show. I didn't care if someone watched us. In the past, I'd found it stimulating to have people watch me having sex. But Kiara was more conservative due to her upbringing. I stole another kiss, then lowered myself back into the water. Before I moved out from between Kiara's legs, I pressed a firm, lingering kiss to the red fabric covering her pussy. She exhaled, then bit her lip, her expression filling with the same desire that burnt me up.
How deep is it?
She gestured at the water. The pool has different depths. Here it reaches my chin, so you won't be able to stand. But back where the waterfall is, it's only about chest level for me. And over at the staircase it's flat, but getting steeper quickly. Kiara glided into the water slowly, clinging to the edge with a white-knuckled grip. I gripped her waist. I have you. I'll make sure you don't go under. She released the edge only to grip my shoulders with the same fervor. I carried her through the water, floating on her belly, allowing her to get used to the feel of it, to relax. Eventually, Kiara began to move her legs, and she could have swum on her own, but I was reluctant to release her. One of my hands glided down her body, taking in the curve of her ass, before I slipped 2 fingers under her bikini bottoms and began stroking her. She was slightly aroused.
Nino,
she warned. I kept rubbing her folds and clit, lowering her slightly into the water so she felt less on display. Keep swimming, I said as I circled her clit slowly. Her eyes flitted to me uncertainly. Nobody can see us, but if you want me to stop, I will. I really thought she'd enjoy it if she'd allow herself, but I wouldn't push Kiara past her limits, not with her hurtful past. She didn't say anything, and I kept teasing her until I could feel her become slicker. Kiara's strokes became less coordinated, and she kept swallowing water when she moaned. Turn over. Her arms slung around my neck as she drifted on her back in my arms. I nudged her bikini top aside with my mouth and latched onto her pink nipple while sliding a thumb into her. Kiara let out an astonished moan. Is this good? I asked against her breast, then drew it back into my mouth, my thumb rotating in her pussy.
Yes,
she whispered, eyes focused on my face as I sucked her breast. Then she averted her gaze shyly. Watch me. It turns me on if you watch me give you pleasure. Kiara smiled slowly, her breathing deepening, and her arousal quickly rose. Sometimes her eyes still darted back to the mansion, and I made sure to keep her distracted. Her muscles began to quiver as her fingers on my neck tightened, and then she tensed with a beautiful moan. Yes, I growled, moving my finger faster and sucking her nipple once more. My own arousal throbbed through my body, turning my swim trunks into an uncomfortable prison for my cock. When Kiara became slack, I raised my head and kissed her mouth. She gave me a sex-drunken smile. I kept teasing her pussy even as I released her body, and she hovered before me. She was always very sensitive after her orgasm, so this brought her additional pleasure. Can we have sex here? I paused briefly, surprised by her request, and a bit concerned due to her body's tendency to clamp up. She flushed bright red as if she'd said something wrong. I pulled her against me so her legs wrapped around my middle. Of course. But contrary to common belief, water isn't a lubricant. It dilutes your body's very own lubricant. That can lead to discomfort. Kiara let out a small giggle, then pressed her lips together. Sorry. I raised my eyebrows, trying to figure out what she found funny. I thought I should warn her and not plunge into her and cause any pain, which could lead to unpleasant memories. Your sexy talk is a bit strange. I can talk dirty, don't worry. Curiosity filled her eyes. Really? Yes. I tend to be a dominant and vocal lover, but I figured it would be better to tone it down for you. Her face fell. Oh, right. She cast her eyes down and she laughed again, but this time it was a tense, joyless sound. I guess our sex life isn't very fulfilling for you. I frowned. I didn't say that. I enjoy sex with you, and we've only begun. You'll grow more comfortable, and we'll discover your limits together. I released my hold so she sank lower until my erection pressed up against her center, causing her to moan softly. Would you like to try sex in the pool now? She nodded. I slid first one finger, then a second into her. It was a tight fit. Like I had suspected, the water wasn't helping. I swam toward the pool's edge and hoisted Kiara out before sliding her bottoms to the side and kissing her pussy. Nino, let me help your body. I want to lick you. I pushed the flamingo into a position where it covered most of Kiara, if someone were to glance toward the pool from the mansion. Then I ran my tongue along her crease, tasting hints of her arousal, but not enough. That would soon change. Kiara was always very responsive when I ate her pussy. Watch me, I said, deciding to test how much of my dominance she could deal with, and Kiara obeyed. I took my time licking around her outer lips, then sucking them into my mouth, one after the other, before I used the tip of my tongue to play with her sensitive inner lips. Kiara's fingers tangled in my hair, her hips rocking slightly, and the sweet taste of her arousal became more prominent. My cock jerked when Kiara's juice swiveled on my tongue. I groaned against her. Kiara, I love your taste. She shuddered when I parted her with my thumbs and dove back in, even slower than before, really savoring her pussy. But soon she began clenching, a sure sign of her impending orgasm. Hold back. It'll be more intense if you fight your release for a while. Trust me. I ignored her clit and focused on her opening. Even that made Kiara tremble. Hold back, I said again. I can't, Kiara gasped, her face twisting with pleasure. It feels too good. I gently eased 2 fingers into her, and when my lips finally closed around her clit, a tremor went through her, and she moaned, her hands tugging at my hair with enough force to send a wave of pleasure through my body. I pumped my fingers into her, quickly, enjoying the way her walls contracted around them with every pulse of her orgasm. Fuck, you're so wet. I shoved down my swim trunks before I helped her back into the water, and Kiara clung to me, a dazed little smile on her face as I lowered her to my erection. I'll go slowly. Tell me if you feel discomfort. She kissed me, and I slid into her, feeling no resistance. I halted as I was sheathed in her. Kiara was already pressing into me, rocking encouragingly, so there really was no question about if she felt discomfort. Holding on to her waist, I started bouncing her up and down on my cock. Kiara forgot everything around us as I fucked her, and I had to hold back not to come as she ground herself against me, over and over again, her walls clenching. and she threw her head back with a breathless moan, coming around me. I licked water off her elegant throat, enjoying the feel of her erratic pulse against my tongue. My balls clenched, but I fought my release with gritted teeth and carefully slid out of her. Kiara stared at me in confusion.
You didn't come.
Not in the pool.
I know your brothers have used the pool for their activities, especially Savio. Don't tell me they never come just to keep the water clear.
Her lips curled and she glanced around. They do, but with the whores they use condoms, and if they get a blowjob the women swallow. Kiara gave a small nod.
Right.
Then she tilted her head up.
Did you like it if a woman did that?
Gave me head?
Yeah.
Her voice was a bare whisper. Were there men who didn't enjoy the feel of a hot mouth? I stroked my palm down her spine, trying to gauge her mood. She seemed self-conscious. Was it because she'd never gone down on me? I had never asked her to, even if I missed it, because it was obvious that she was scared of doing it. I did, I said, opting for the truth. Let's go inside. I want to be inside you again. Kiara followed me back into the house. She was tense, but the moment I lowered her to the bed and kissed her, she softened. I traced her thighs, then raised one over my back before I inched into her, savoring the slow tempo of her walls hugging my cock. Perfection, I rasped. This is fucking perfection, Kiara. So don't linger in the past, not in mine, not in yours. Kiara's expression lit up with surprise, then a small smile came before my next thrust forced a moan from her lips. I sped up gradually, pushing her deeper into the bed with every slam. When she was getting closer, I slowed again and pushed myself up on my hands. Kiara made a small sound of frustration, and I kept up the torturously slow pace, rotating my hips until I was only teasing her with my tip. She began wiggling for additional friction. I retreated every time she drove my cock deeper into her. She bit her lip, eyes filled with need.
Nino, please.
I eased my tip into her, then halted. Her eyes trailed down my body to the point where our bodies met, and she sighed. As she watched, I began fucking her slowly again. Kiara didn't take her eyes off the sight, and I too dipped my head to see my cock claiming her pussy, glistening with her juices. Holding my weight up with only one arm, I parted her wide, giving us both an even better view. Then I caressed the sensitive skin of her inner thigh while I kept up the slow thrusting. My fingertips graced the crease between her pussy and thigh, then her outer lip before they circled her clit. She clenched and whimpered, but didn't come yet. Rub your nipples for me. After a moment of hesitation, Kiara took her nipples between her fingers and tugged lightly. Test your limits. Tug as hard as you enjoy. My voice was rough, drenched with the strain to hold back my orgasm. Kiara worked her nipples harder, and she gasped in surprise and clenched again. My fingers on her clit sped up, and so did my thrusts, and finally she cried out, shaking with the force of her release, and my balls jerked violently as I came. I thrust harder, turned on by the look of utter passion on Kiara's face as I fucked her while she played with her tits. Fucking perfection. I stilled and lowered myself until I covered Kiara's petite body. She let out an astonished laugh.
That was incredible. Whenever I think sex can't possibly get better, you do something new and just wow.
I chuckled at the innocent wonder in her voice, raising my head to look at her flushed face. Trust me, Kiara, we've only just begun. Chapter 3. Nino. Adamo had mostly been hiding in his room since Remo had brought Serafina home. His initiation was in 3 days, and I wanted to make sure his current mental state didn't lead to a decision he'd come to regret. I knocked on his door and didn't get a reply. I knew Adamo was inside and could only assume he had his headphones on, like so often. I pushed the door open and found him lying on his bed, listening to music and glaring at the ceiling. When he spotted me, he frowned and sat up, pulling his headphones off. "Ever heard of privacy?" I took in the mess on the floor, crumpled clothes, dirty dishes, half-empty Coke bottles with cigarette stubs inside of them. "No smoking in the house. You know the rules." Adamo rolled his eyes and gave me the finger. I advanced on him and grabbed his arm, jerking him to his feet. "Remo and I give you a lot of leeway, Adamo, but don't forget who puts food on the table, who pays for all this, who makes sure you are safe. Show some respect or I'll have to teach it to you." Remo and I didn't like to punish Savio or Adamo with violence, but Adamo was testing both our patience. Adamo jutted out his chin. "Are you going to try out a few new torture methods on me?" "I don't need to test out new methods. I've been using the same for many years, and they are very effective." Adamo had never been subjected to our father's torture. Only Savio, Remo, and I. It was a good thing, but it also made him weaker and an easier target. However, neither Remo nor I would raise his pain tolerance by torturing him. Adamo grimaced. "Do you use them on the girl?" "No." "Will you?" "No." As I'd said to Remo, Serafina was an innocent woman and didn't deserve the choice he'd given her, or being the victim of my very particular talents. "Can you say more than no?" he grumbled, trying to free himself from my grip. I didn't release him, tightening my hold. "I can, and I would if your questions required more than a simple no answer." "I feel bad for her. She's just a girl. Why does Remo want to hurt her?" The insolence was gone from his voice, and he sounded like the little boy I'd read Harry Potter to. I dropped my hand and he rubbed the spot, avoiding my eyes. I said, "I'm not sure if he wants to hurt her." I didn't think even Remo knew what exactly he wanted with the girl. Adamo snorted. "Yeah, right. When did Remo ever not want to hurt someone?" "He doesn't want to hurt you, Adamo. You know that." "Yeah?" "Your initiation is an important day. This is about more than loyalty to the cause, to the Camorra. This is about loyalty to our family, to Remo." "Will you turn this into a guilt trip so I take the oath?" "Guilt is an irrelevant notion to me, you know that." Adamo let out a choked laugh. "Yeah, I got that. For you and Remo both, and for Savio whenever it suits him best." "Do you feel guilty for killing the outfit soldier?" Adamo sank back down on the bed and fiddled with his headphones, giving a small shrug. "Kinda." "Kinda? What does that mean?" "I know you're all keeping something about our mother from me. I want to know what it is. If I'm old enough to become a made man, I'm old enough for that, right?" "Now isn't the right time. Don't concern yourself with the past." Adamo reached for a packet of cigarettes on his nightstand. He seemed to catch himself, darting his eyes to me and withdrawing his hand. I grabbed the packet and stuffed it in my back pocket. "Hey!" I raised one eyebrow, daring him to say more. He'd buy more cigarettes. Still, he needed as much discouragement as possible to stop this unhealthy habit. "Answer my question." "I feel guilty for not feeling guilty." That was completely unreasonable. Adamo groaned. "Because I should feel guilty. But why do I bother explaining that to you?" He tilted his head, making a few of his curls fall into his eyes. "How do you make sure not to hurt Kiara? I don't get it." "By monitoring her reactions and adapting my behavior accordingly." He shook his head. "Even your marriage is pure logic." "It wasn't, not anymore. but neither Adamo nor Savio knew of the recent changes I'd experienced. I didn't want to explain them to my younger brothers until I was sure of their extent and understood them better. Maybe it would do you good to control your emotions on occasion. Logic might help you navigate your current emotional instability. Adamo's face scrunched up. He threw himself back on his bed and put his headphones back on. Stifling my frustration with his irrational behavior, I turned and left him to his sulking.
Kiara, are you worried Adamo will refuse the tattoo today? I asked as I lay in Nino's arms after sunrise, tracing his tattoos and the hard ridges of his abs.
Not exactly worried, no. I think he'll see reason.
I shook my head, and Nino pulled back to regard me with a frown.
Did he tell you anything?
There was definitely a hint of concern in his voice. No, I said. But I don't think Adamo will do it because he sees it as the reasonable choice. He isn't like that. Adamo is driven by emotions. He'll take the tattoo because he loves you, Remo, and Savio. Because he's loyal to you. Nino nodded, and gradually his expression softened before he bent down to press a kiss to my mouth. I smiled against his lips and touched his cheeks, enjoying the feel of his beard against my palms. We stared into each other's eyes, and I could hardly resist telling Nino I loved him again. He was trying to come to terms with his emotions, and I didn't want to pressure him. It still seemed a miracle that he'd said it at all, and with Nino, his actions always spoke louder than his words. Will I be alone in the mansion today? I'm sure you all want to be there for Adamo, Fabiano included.
No,
Nino said firmly.
Fabiano will have to guard you and make sure Serafina doesn't cause trouble.
I feel bad for him. Couldn't you have asked one of your soldiers to guard the mansion?
If it was only Serafina, yes. But I won't have anyone I don't trust fully be alone with you, especially because you could feel threatened by a male guard you aren't familiar with.
Nino kissed me again, his expression hard.
I won't ever risk your well-being, Kiara. I can't lose you.
I swallowed, my resolve running like sand through my fingers. Do we have time to make love? Nino answered by moving over me and settling between my legs. Fabiano came over shortly before the Falcone brothers were about to leave. I'd hoped he'd bring Leona with him, but he was alone. Trying to stifle my nerves about being in his presence for the first time, I wrapped my arms around Nino. Text me as soon as you can and tell me how it went. Nino kissed my ear.
Fabiano is like a brother.
He pulled back, and with a curt nod toward Fabiano, moved outside where his brothers were waiting. The door shut, leaving Fabiano and me alone in the gaming room.
Nino said you enjoy playing the piano. Would it help you relax?
My cheeks heated. Is my fear that obvious? Fabiano's blue eyes softened.
I didn't think you were scared, merely nervous. You know I'm here to protect you. You have absolutely no reason to be scared or nervous.
I know. My brain knows, but it's like my body's still programmed a different way. I'm trying to work on it. Maybe today is a good chance to tackle my fear? Fabiano gave me a small smile and pushed his hands into his pockets.
So would you like to play the piano?
I'd love to, but won't it be too boring for you? I doubt classic is what you're usually listening to.
True, but I don't mind.
I started toward Nino's in my wing, then halted when Fabiano walked behind me. Can you walk beside me? I know you're trying to keep a distance from me, but I'd prefer you beside me.
So you can have an eye on me?
Fabiano didn't look angry, only curious as he stepped up to my side, and we moved on. Sorry. I hated myself for my body's reactions. It was difficult to overcome a habit.
You don't have to apologize. Nino warned me.
Oh God, what did he tell you?
He reminded me to mind your personal space. I think he might have threatened me, too.
My eyes widened in horror. I doubt Nino would threaten you.
Oh, he would. Definitely, if you were concerned. You bring out the protective side in him. And not only in him.
In our living room, I sank down at the piano. Don't tell me you mean Remo. Fabiano plopped down on the sofa and stretched out his legs in front of him.
Remo and Savio both. It's the way they watch you and act around you.
I put my fingers on the piano keys, thinking about Fabiano's words. Savio and Remo were careful not to touch me. They seemed to have gotten used to my presence during dinner. My fingers started to dance over the keys with a mind of their own as I stayed lost in my thoughts. Soon the tension slipped away as the notes of the melody swirled around me. It was a new song I'd been working on for a few days, one that was supposed to encompass my feelings toward my new family. Like my song for Nino, it was dark, moody, and erratic in the beginning, conveying my initial fear and insecurity, but grew gradually calmer. I hadn't told them yet that I had every intention of creating a song for every Falcone brother, and once I knew him better, even Fabiano. The sound of a ringtone tore me out of my trance, and my fingers lost track. I glanced toward Fabiano, who stared down at his phone with a gentle smile. When he looked up, a more restrained expression took over. "Leona?" I asked. He frowned.
How did you know?
The look on your face. Caution filled Fabiano's eyes, and he stuffed the phone back into his pocket.
She's at college. She's taking preparatory courses.
Did she choose to get her bachelor in criminal justice?
Yes, she thinks it's the most useful for her later law studies.
Ironic, isn't it? That she's taking criminal justice classes while being involved with the Camorra.
She'll be very useful for the Camorra when she's graduated law school.
That's still... how long? 7 years? Fabiano nodded. Won't you be married by then and have kids? The moment the words were out, I wanted to take them back. Fabiano and I didn't know each other that well. It was a question I should have asked Leona, not him. A few seconds passed before he replied, and his face was almost as locked down as Nino's could be in the beginning.
We haven't discussed our future in detail, yet.
Feeling bad, I decided to make it up to Fabiano. Are you hungry? I could bake us muffins. They won't take long. 40 minutes later, I pulled a tray of triple chocolate muffins with a cheesecake filling from the oven.
They smell amazing,
Fabiano said. They're still pretty hot. We can risk a bite anyway. I took out 3 plates. Fabiano motioned at one of them.
I can't let you go up to Serafina. Nino made that quite clear.
Sighing, I put a muffin on each plate, then put one of them to the side so Remo could take it up to Serafina later. 2 plates in hand, I headed over to the table and sat across from Fabiano. I hope you like it. Fabiano dug in immediately.
Perfect.
It's strange that we're sitting at this table, eating muffins when we were raised to hate the Camorra. But we both found a family here. Fabiano regarded me.
To be honest, I felt pity for you in the beginning. Even before I knew what happened to you, I thought living under a roof with the Falcones would be the end for a girl like you.
Did you think they'd abuse me?
No, I thought they wouldn't know what to do with you. Dealing with someone with your past takes patience I didn't think Remo or Savio possessed. Nino, yes, but he doesn't feel emotions, so that's a big problem.
They've all been trying in their own way, and I feel like it's getting better every day.
They see you as family now, so you've won.
I bit my lower lip, wondering if it was true. Nino, of course, but the rest of them? I wanted nothing more than to be part of their family. We were still in the kitchen when Remo, Adamo, and Nino returned. Nino immediately scanned me from head to toe, which led to Fabiano rolling his eyes and saying,
"She's in one piece."
Nino came over, bent low, and kissed my ear.
"Are you all right?"
I nodded. I made muffins. They're still warm. I looked to Adamo, who appeared a bit pale. You should eat one. The chocolate will make you feel better. Trust me, and I didn't make them very sweet. I stood, headed over to the tray, and scooped 4 muffins onto the plates, then handed them to each man. Remo cocked his eyebrow.
"You know I hate sweet things."
Maybe you haven't had the right kind of sweet yet. Not waiting for his reply, I moved on to Adamo and gave him the plate. His forearm was wrapped with a bandage. "How did it go?" I asked softly.
"Okay,"
he said with a hint of relief. Maybe he'd come to terms with everything now that he was initiated. I handed the last 2 plates to Nino and Fabiano. "Where's Savio?"
"With 2 whores,"
Nino said, and I nodded. I shouldn't have been surprised. Remo and Nino both only ate half of their treats, and I finished Nino's, then stopped Remo from throwing away his. I took the half-eaten muffin and took a huge bite.
"You realize I bit into that before."
And now I'm biting into it. That's what muffins are for. Remo shook his head. For once, his face didn't hold this scary harshness it usually did.
"And you say you don't like sweet things, Remo,"
Fabiano said in a teasing voice. Remo and he exchanged a look I didn't understand.
"You're full of shit, Fabiano."
Chapter 4. Kiara. On Remo's request, early the next day I went clothes shopping for Serafina. Nino was busy visiting a drug lab in the suburbs to discuss new designer drugs, and Remo hated shopping, which left Savio with the task of playing babysitter. He was munching on one of the muffins when he swung himself behind the wheel of his Ferrari.
"If you're bored, I wouldn't mind if you bake again."
I smiled, happy that they all enjoyed my cooking when in the past I'd barely had the chance to try my hand at it. "What's your favorite?"
"Red velvet."
"Then I'll make those next." Savio tore his eyes away from the traffic to give me a curious look, but didn't say anything. "You have to turn right there."
"I know Vegas by heart, don't worry."
"Even boutiques?"
"I like nice clothes."
I tilted my head in agreement. Savio was always impeccably dressed and styled. He said,
"Your new style works better for you, by the way."
I flushed, glancing down at myself. I'd chosen a red, off-shoulder summer dress with white dots that ended above my knees. Because of the red?
That, and you're not hiding your body anymore. With curves like yours, it was a fucking shame to hide them under those wide dresses.
I laughed uncertainly.
"Don't worry, I'm not coming on to you,"
he said with a smirk.
"Nino would chop my balls to pieces like a tataki master. And you're like a little sister to me, I'm not that kinky."
My cheeks burned, causing Savio to chuckle and shake his head after catching a glance at me. He said,
"That you can still blush like that living under a roof with my brothers and me?"
I couldn't get over the fact that Savio had compared me to a little sister. It made me emotional, and I really didn't want to cry. It would only freak him out. If anything, I'd be the older sister. You're younger than me.
"Yeah, but you've got the whole little sister vibe going. Needing protection, being tiny as fuck and all."
"Tiny as fuck?" I repeated. Savio laughed again and pulled the car up in front of a boutique.
"Let's go. I don't want to spend all day shopping with you. I'm meeting Mick and Diego later."
"Mick? That doesn't sound very Italian."
"Short for Michelangelo. His parents must have been high on something when they chose that name."
Savio got out of the car and walked around it so he was by my side. With my flats, I only reached his chest, so I understood his tiny comment. As we strolled toward the boutique, I caught a group of 3 teenage girls checking Savio out. Of course, he noticed and winked at them, causing them to giggle, then look at me guiltily. Do you know them? Savio dragged his eyes back to me and held the door to the shop open.
We went to school together.
Wasn't it strange for you to drop out early? He gave me an odd look.
Why? It was a waste of time. I need to help my brothers and protect the Kimura's interests. Nino homeschooled me a lot of the time, and I did graduate. I was advanced in most classes anyway.
We stepped into the shop, and at once the vendor who'd served me the last few times appeared at our side. After a nervous glance at Savio, she smiled at me. I have a couple of new red pieces I could show you. Actually, I need clothes for someone else. I paused. But I'll try the red pieces as well. Savio huffed and headed over to one of the chairs in front of the changing room, sank down and pulled out his phone. The other chair was occupied by a middle-aged man whose wife was likely getting dressed. I'll put these in a changing room for you, the vendor said as she walked past me with 2 red pieces. I nodded distractedly as I perused the clothes for something Serafina might like. I didn't know Serafina, but she seemed the type who wasn't shy about her body. Taking a few shorts and summer dresses as well as shirts from the rack, I asked the vendor to get them for me in the size I suspected Serafina needed. Then I headed into the changing room to try on the other clothes. The first dress was an instant buy. The second piece, a jumpsuit with tight shorts and a wraparound top, I wasn't sure. Do you think that's something Nino would like? I asked. Savio peered up, eyes raking over me. Then his gaze shifted to the mirror behind me, giving a good view of my butt in the shorts, but he wasn't focused on that. His usual air of easygoing arrogance slipped off, and I realized why. The middle-aged man was checking me out, or rather, my ass. Savio turned toward the man.
How about you stop leering and keep your eyes on your wife?
The man quickly tore his eyes away, stood and walked over to the changing room, calling out,
Are you almost done?
Savio rolled his eyes.
Looks sexy. I'm sure Nino will approve of it in his logical way.
My lips twitched, and I returned to the cubicle to change back into my clothes.
Nino. The push-and-pull relationship between Remo and Serafina was reaching unsettling dimensions. In the last few days, he'd spent more and more time with the girl, and I wasn't the only one who noticed. Kiara tried to extract information from me every chance she got, thinking I knew what my brother had in mind. But for once, Remo kept his motives carefully hidden. I stepped into the kitchen, following the sound of clanking and humming, just as Kiara put a baking tray into the oven. The kitchen smelled of lime and coriander, and something spicier. The sight of Kiara's ass in tight shorts was even more enticing. Walking up to her, I caught sight of what looked like tacos. I wrapped my arms around her from behind, kissing her neck. That looks good. What is it?
Enchiladas verde? I hope they aren't too spicy.
I gripped her hips, turned her around, and hoisted her on top of the counters, then stepped between her legs. Before she could utter a protest, I kissed her, my fingers stroking her smooth thighs. In the last few days, my own emotions had been erratic, maybe triggered by Remo's irrationality. Kiara's closeness always eased the pressure in my chest until I felt a familiar calm. Savio sauntered in, letting out a scoff. Okay, just to get this straight, I'm banned from any kind of fucking in the communal space of the mansion, but you're getting it on in plain daylight on our kitchen counters? Kiara drew back, her cheeks turning pink. We were kissing, I said, not bothering to step back. Savio leaned against the counter, arms crossed. Looks like that won't be the end of it. Hypocrite much? Kiara gently pushed against my chest, trying to make me step out from between her thighs, but I resisted. Nino, if you ever bring a girl you're serious about, you can get it on like this too, I said. Savio smirked. I take my fucking very seriously. Does that count? Kiara poked my side and I finally moved back so she could slip off the counter, avoiding Savio's eyes. "The blush goes well with the red of your shorts," he said. I sent him a warning look, but he was immune to my threats. Kiara checked the enchiladas, bending over, and Savio's gaze followed the movement of her ass before he gave me a thumbs up. I moved forward, but Kiara beat me to it, whirling on him and stabbing her finger against his chest. "Stop staring at my backside." Savio raised his hands with a grin. "All right, Tiny." Kiara shook her head, smiling. I frowned, trying to understand what was happening between them. She told Savio, "I hope you'll find a nice girl soon who will teach you some manners." "Not going to happen. Girls in relationships are too much work. They start thinking they can boss you around and make demands. I prefer it when girls do what I want."
"How would you know? Have you ever had a relationship?"
"I don't need to. Look at Nino and you. If a girl like you who's submissive as fuck already can get a guy like Nino wrapped around her finger, that doesn't really make me want to be in a relationship. I like my freedom." He pushed away from the counter and headed for the door. "Call me when the food's done." Kiara scowled after him.
"Submissive as fuck?" She turned to me. "Do you agree with him?"
I stroked her throat with my fingertips. "Not in those exact words, but you are submissive."
"I thought I was getting better."
"You are. You stood up to Remo and Savio. Outside of the bedroom, you aren't naturally submissive." Her eyes grew wide and she swallowed.
"What?"
I cupped her chin, bringing our foreheads together. "You don't like being in control during sex, even when I tried to let you be in the beginning. You only relax if I take lead, if I don't give you choices but decide for us." She bit her lip, embarrassed.
"Isn't that unnatural, considering what happened to me?"
I kissed her. "No. You were scared of feeling at someone's mercy, of feeling out of control. But you trust me, and know you can relinquish control without fear, because I only want to give you as much pleasure as possible." Kiara released a shaky breath, licked her lips, and from the look in her eyes, she was aroused. The oven beeped, announcing the end of the baking time. I leaned into Kiara, letting her feel my erection. "Later," I promised.
Kiara. I watched the cage fight of Savio's next opponent with Nino and his brothers, even though I'd have preferred spending the evening with Serafina, talking. Nino refused to let me be alone with her. My eyes began drooping as I rested my head against Nino's chest. I must have fallen asleep, because suddenly Nino shook me.
"Wake up, Kiara."
His voice rang with tension that had me wide awake. I peered up at his tight expression. He was looking at Adamo, not me.
"Adamo, take Kiara into the panic room. Shoot to kill, no questions asked."
"What's the matter?" I asked, sitting up, completely confused. Remo and Savio were staring down at their phones. Nino pulled me to my feet, kissed me quickly, then nudged me toward Adamo. I didn't understand what was going on, only that it must be bad, judging by Remo's terrifying expression. Adamo gave me a tight smile as he grabbed my hand and pulled me after him. He was clutching a gun in his other hand, and his body was brimming with tension. I could hardly keep up with Adamo's pace. "Adamo," I gasped. "What's wrong?"
"Not now."
He led me down the stairs into the basement, then to the last door in the corridor, a monstrous thing made out of steel. Adamo keyed in the code and the door unlocked. Shoving it open, he stepped inside with me and closed the door again. Only then did he release me. "Fuck," he breathed. I touched his shoulder, so he faced me. Seeing his worried face, my insides twisted. "What's going on?"
"The outfit attacked the mansion. They want to free Serafina."
"They are on the premises?" He gave a terse nod, running a hand through his unruly locks.
"I should go back out and help my brothers."
I gripped his sleeve. "Don't leave me alone in here." The panic room was designed to keep us safe, but it felt like a grave of steel. Panic began to claw at my chest as I felt the walls closing in on me, and I started shaking. Adamo shoved his gun into his pocket and touched my shoulders lightly.
"It's okay. I'll protect you."
I swallowed, my throat tight.
"Look at me, Kiara,"
Adamo said gently. I peered up at him, trying to concentrate on his concerned eyes. For some reason, this was the first time I realized how tall he was, already a few inches taller than me. After a few deep breaths, I felt better. "Thank you." Adamo lowered his hands, his attention returning to the steel door.
"Savio should have arrived with Serafina by now."
"Do you think something happened to them?"
"The outfit won't hurt Serafina."
Adamo pulled out his gun once again.
"And Savio can take care of himself, but sometimes he's too confident."
"Go, if you want. I'll be fine in here," I said, even though I wanted him to stay. If Savio needed him, I didn't want to be responsible for any tragedy. Adamo gnawed on his lower lip, stepping closer to the door.
"Nino wants me to protect you. If I leave and something happens to you..."
He sighed, looking torn. I pointed at the shelf filled with knives and guns. "I can defend myself, and nobody's going to get in here, right?"
"Not unless they have the code. Neither Savio nor Remo or Nino will ever give it to anyone, no matter what kind of torture they put them through."
"Neither would you," I say. Adamo looked doubtful. I walked over to the sofa against the wall and sank down, studying the other shelves stacked with water and food, then the door leading into a small bathroom. How long could we survive in here if it ever came to the worst? I pushed the thought aside. Nothing would ever happen to Nino and his brothers. Adamo sat down beside me, his hand with the gun resting on his thigh. The skin around his Kimura tattoo was no longer red. Adamo followed my gaze.
"It takes some getting used to. People in school look at me different now. And even in the streets, strangers keep their distance as if they think I'd kill them for looking at me the wrong way."
I nodded. "How are things with Harper and your former clique? Did she try to talk to you again?" Adamo avoided my eyes, shrugging.
"I saw her alone a couple more times, but now it's over."
"You did?"
"My brothers don't know. Promise not to tell them."
I hesitated. Adamo looked like he needed someone he could confide in, and this wasn't really a major secret. "My lips are sealed," I said. "But why would you want to see her again? I thought she used you to get drugs, and she cheated with that guy."
"Mason."
Adamo frowned, clenching and unclenching his hand, watching the way his muscles flexed. Every day he seemed to grow more. In moments like this, he didn't look the 14-year-old.
"I don't even feel guilty."
"That's okay." Adamo tilted his head up with a grim smile, and for the first time I saw his resemblance to Remo.
"Is it also okay that I only went back to Harper because I wanted to get another blowjob and screw her after what she did to me? Pretending I didn't know where Mason was when I'm the one who killed him?"
For a moment, his words threw me off, and I felt my cheeks heat. Adamo sank against the backrest with a grimace.
"Sorry, Kiara. I shouldn't have said that. I didn't want to upset you. Forget what I said."
He leaned his head back and glared at the ceiling. "Why would I be upset?" Adamo winced.
"Because of,
"I'm not breakable. I don't get upset because you talk about sex." He didn't say anything. "So you slept with Harper?" I couldn't believe he'd had his first time with a girl who'd messed with him. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face, and he kept his gaze fixed on the ceiling.
"Yeah, only once. I thought I'd feel better, like I was paying her back in some way, I wanted to get something out of it after how she and Mason tricked me."
"But you don't feel better?" He shook his head.
I hated it, and now I wish I hadn't done it.
See the positive. Savio will stop teasing you now. I tried to lift his mood.
I won't tell my brothers. I was supposed to stay away from Harper.
Before I could say more, the lock clicked. Adamo jumped to his feet, aiming his gun. Nino stood on the threshold, knife in hand and covered in blood. My stomach fell and I rushed forward, touching his chest. "Are you all right?" Nino tilted his head at his brother before he met my gaze. His eyes were blank mirrors, hard as steel.
I'm fine. The threat is contained. The attackers are all dead?
Adamo asked.
Not yet. We spared 2 for questioning. Do you want to be present?
Adamo gave a jerky shake of his head.
I'd rather not.
Nino frowned momentarily, but he nodded.
Then take Kiara up to our bedroom.
Nino, I said softly, worried by his demeanor. He touched my cheek, his eyes remaining detached.
I'll be upstairs soon. I want you away from the basement when I'm dealing with the prisoners.
He nodded at Adamo.
Take her upstairs.
Adamo held out his hand.
Come on, Kiara.
With a last lingering glance at Nino, I slipped my hand in Adamo's and followed him. I shivered, causing Adamo to tighten his grip. Bloodstains littered the floor. It was silent in the house. At my request, Adamo left me alone in the bedroom. My thoughts strayed to Serafina, wondering if she was okay. She must be devastated, having her hopes crushed. And what if someone she knew died? Her father? Fiancé? Brother? I got ready for bed, even as my anxiety rose with every passing moment. Trying to focus on a book was wasted energy, and eventually I curled up on my side in bed, staring at the door, waiting for Nino to return. It was past midnight when he finally stepped inside, closing the door silently and looking surprised when he saw me.
I thought you'd be asleep.
I took in his clothes, blood-drenched now, when before there had only been a few stains, and his hands coated in red. Slowly, I slid out of bed, pushing down my revulsion. Tiredness filled Nino's face, and my protectiveness banished any hesitation. I opened the bathroom door for him so he didn't leave marks, and he walked past me. Turning on the faucet, I filled the sink with water while Nino undressed. Even part of his chest was stained pink from the blood, and a bruise started forming over his hip bone. Nino lowered his hands into the water and reached for the scrubbing brush. I put a hand on his. "Let me." Nino regarded me with a frown.
You don't have to do this, Kiara. I know the sight of blood unsettles you. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable.
I kissed his bicep. "I want to." Nino nodded and allowed me to start cleaning his hands and forearms with the brush. His eyes never left my face as I scrubbed him clean in silence. Once I was satisfied, I drained the sink and filled it with fresh, warm water, then took a washcloth, dipped it into the basin, and lifted it to Nino's chest. He released a small sigh, and the tension left his body as I wiped the blood off his skin. He brushed a strand of hair away from my shoulder and traced my collarbone before he cupped my face. Smiling, I dropped the washcloth in the sink. "All done." He led me back into the bedroom where we laid down in the bed. "Will you tell me what happened?" I asked.
Serafina's brother led a badly executed rescue mission.
Her brother? Is he dead? Serafina loved her twin. She'd be devastated if something happened to him.
No. Remo decided to keep him alive and send him back with a warning.
Disapproval rang clearly in Nino's voice, even as relief filled me. Serafina would have hated Remo if he'd killed her brother. "You disagree with his decision?"
It's not logical. Killing an enemy after extracting information is the most effective tactic.
I think Ramo's psychological warfare follows a different logic than yours. Nino shook his head.
I'm aware of the usefulness of psychological warfare. Ramo's emotions are getting in the way, and that poses a risk for our mission and, worse, you.
I'm fine. Nothing happened.
But it could have. If Samuel had planned his attack better, if he'd had the support of Cavallaro or Mancini, he could have done real damage. What if they'd captured you? I promised I'd never let anything happen to you.
I touched his chest. Nothing will happen to me.
If someone ever tries to hurt you, I'll take them apart piece by piece, sinew by sinew, bone by bone.
I know, I whispered, and I hoped it would never come to that.
Chapter 5. Nino. 2 days later, we got word from one of Grigori's men that Samuel had returned to Minneapolis. "Won't Cavallaro see it as a sign of weakness that we've sent back the asshole?" Savio asked as we settled at the breakfast table. Kiara was making pancakes. I could tell that she was listening curiously. "Showing mercy isn't always weakness," Adamo muttered. Savio shook his head. "Are you sure he's our brother? Maybe they swapped him for another baby in hospital after birth." I froze as my chest constricted, remembering the days prior and after Adamo's birth. I looked at my scars. Kiara set down a plate stacked with pancakes and a bowl with berries in the middle of the table before she sat down close to me and touched my leg. I raised my eyes from my wrist and found Adamo and Savio watching me intently. "Cavallaro knows it wasn't to show mercy. He'll suspect we have ulterior motives." "Problem is, Ramo doesn't tell us what his fucking motives are," Savio said, then shrugged and piled his plate with pancakes. "But this is his game." "Aren't you hungry?" Kiara asked when I didn't fill my plate. I nodded distractedly and grabbed a few pancakes. Digging in, my hunger returned, and Kiara smiled. The door swung open and Ramo walked in, only in briefs. He nodded and headed over to the coffee maker to pour himself a cup. "One of you needs to take up breakfast to Serafina." "It's not going to be me," Savio said. "I need to get ready for training with Diego and Gemma." "I can do it," Kiara suggested. Ramo cocked an eyebrow at me. "I'll do it. I don't trust the girl's mental state so shortly after seeing her brother," I said. "Why don't you go up yourself?" Adamo asked Ramo. Ramo sipped at his coffee. "Not in the mood to see her." It wasn't that. Sending my brother a disapproving look, I got up, grabbed a plate with pancakes, and left the kitchen. Ramo was losing track of his goals, which was a major problem. On my way back downstairs after dropping the pancakes off, I ran across Savio, who was already dressed in fight shorts. "Listen," he began, grimacing. "What happened in the kitchen? Your expression when I mentioned Adamo's birth was scary as fuck." My defenses rose. Ramo and I had tried to keep most of the horrors of the past from our younger brothers. Telling them everything didn't serve any purpose. "You know as well as I do that Adamo wasn't mixed up." Savio groaned. "Come on, stop the shit. You know it was a joke. Don't use this I don't get your emotions shit on me. I noticed that you changed in the last few weeks. I'm not blind." I frowned. "It's nothing." "Sure it is," he said. "I don't remember what happened, and you and Ramo do, but that doesn't mean I don't want to know the truth." Savio wasn't a kid anymore, far from it. He'd been fighting at our side for years now. He knew our mother had tried to kill us all, but not what happened after. I leaned against the wall. Our father's men stitched us up so we didn't bleed out. Then they took us home where our father was waiting with the doctors of the Camorra. 2 of them tended to Ramo and me, while the others performed an immediate C-section on our mother, cutting Adamo out of her. Savio stared at me. They cut him out of her with you and Remo in the same room? I flexed my hand, staring at my scars. Blood's blood. Father thought it would make us stronger. Savio touched my shoulder and squeezed. Fuck, that twisted fucker. I wish you and Remo could have killed him. Regret over the past is wasted energy, I know, Savio said, then pulled back and ran a hand through his hair. Fuck. Now I really need to beat the shit out of someone. Diego is a decent opponent. He is, Savio said. But I'm supposed to fight his sister first. It requires too fucking much concentration not to seriously hurt Gemma. I nodded. Training with Kiara always proved much more stressful than fighting my brothers, because with them I didn't have to be careful of every move. If I made a mistake, I paid with pain. With Kiara, I could end up seriously injuring her. Does Adamo know? No, he doesn't know anything of what happened. Not even that our mother's alive, I assume? I shook my head. Adamo had been in a difficult phase, and it seemed unwise to burden him with the weight of the past. You should tell him. He isn't a little kid anymore, and this concerns him too. His phone buzzed, and he fumbled it out of his pocket. Need to go. Diego's already asking what's taking so long. He typed in a message, then looked back up. Are you going to come over to the gym later? I'd like to spar with you and go over possible moves for my cage fight. I'll bring Kiara along. I need to work on her defensive skills. All right. I watched my brother leave, considering what he'd said. Maybe he was right. Adamo deserved to know the truth about his birth, and why Remo and I were messed up. But Remo was even more volatile than usual with Serafina in the mansion, and Adamo was on edge because of the situation as well. When I returned into the kitchen, only Kiara was inside, humming as she stirred reddish dough in a bowl. She smiled over her shoulder at me. I asked, "What's that?" "I'm trying a recipe for red velvet cupcakes. I want to perfect them for Savio's fight. I'm sure he'll want a sweet treat after." Savio usually treats himself to a horror or two. Kiara pursed her lips. "Well, maybe they'd like a cupcake too." She laughed, shaking her head. My own lips twitched, seeing her joy. I thought we could head for the gym for defense training. After the attack on the mansion, I think it's absolutely crucial that you learn to defend yourself. Now? Kiara asked, glancing down at the dough. Yes, Savio asked me to spar with him later. Okay, she said hesitantly, and put the bowl in the fridge. I'll just grab my gym clothes. Kiara was always tense when it came to her defense training, which was why I decided not to tell her I planned on having her fight Savio. He'd trained with the young Bazzoli girl a couple of times now and knew how to hold back when faced with a petite woman.
Kiara. When Nino and I entered the Falcone gym, I could already hear the sounds of fighting.
Gemma, be careful, for God's sake!
A familiar voice shouted.
Shut up, Diego! You keep distracting me!
The dojo came into view, and with it, the fighting cage. My eyes widened at what I saw. Savio was inside the cage with Gemma. The girl reached only his chest, but moved with a grace and confidence that showed she was used to fighting. It was still an unsettling sight. Savio was scarred and muscled, and this girl tried to land a hit in his side, which he blocked.
You need to be quicker, kitty, if you want to hurt me,
he taunted. Her face turned even redder, and she tried to kick between his legs. Diego, who was clutching the mesh of the cage, shouted, Gemma, stop this shit! Savio bent down, hoisted her over his shoulder, and threw Gemma over his back. She let out a surprised cry when she hung head down over his shoulder while he held her with one arm over her calves. Let me down! Savio! She wiggled desperately, but Savio had her trapped. She started pounding his thighs with her fists, and he turned to us with a grin, completely ignoring Gemma. For a moment, I thought he'd clap her butt, because it was typical for Savio, but he didn't. How old is she? I asked Nino, who led me closer.
13, I believe.
Diego noticed us and glanced from Nino to me, his expression falling slightly. Maybe he remembered our last encounter when he'd suggested I was Savio's newest conquest. I tried to ignore that he, like Savio and Nino, was only wearing fight shorts. All these naked chests were making me uncomfortable. He straightened and held out a hand to Nino, shaking hands with him. Then he gave me a small nod.
Mrs. Falcone?
I stifled a smile.
What, no nice catch comment today?
Savio hollered. Gemma had stopped fighting by now and was trying to keep her head up. Nino frowned at his brother, then glanced between Diego and me. Diego gave Savio an incredulous look. "Shut up!" Savio chuckled and finally set Gemma back on her feet. She swayed slightly, then narrowed her eyes and shoved his chest, embarrassment unmistakable on her face. "Don't do that again. I'm not a little kid." Savio climbed out of the cage, grabbed a towel, and began wiping his chest.
If you say so, kitty.
Gemma glowered as she followed him. "Hello," she mumbled to Nino and me. I wasn't sure if her face was bright red from exertion or embarrassment. That didn't make her any less stunning. Despite her tomboy attitude, she looked like a doll. Long dark hair, olive green eyes, and sweet pout.
Savio, can you help with Kiara's training for a while?
My heart sank. There could only be one reason why Nino wanted Savio around. Savio glanced at me, then shrugged.
Sure.
He flashed Gemma a condescending grin.
Maybe you have a chance against Diego, kitty?
Diego scoffed.
As if.
Gemma made a face at her older brother.
"You're always worried about hurting me. That's why I'm going to kick your ass."
Diego nudged her toward the cage and muttered something under his breath. I followed Nino and Savio toward the boxing ring, trying not to freak out yet. Savio swung himself over the ropes and held them open for me. I climbed through and sent Nino an anxious look. He shook his head.
I know you don't like it, Kiara, but we need to make progress. Now more than ever. If you refuse to fight Ramo, you'll have to deal with Savio. Good to know that I'm not your first choice,
Savio said, winking. I gave him a shaky smile.
Get in position,
Nino said. I could tell that he wouldn't back down today. Swallowing my nerves, I faced Savio. Had he always been this tall and muscled?
Like what you see?
He asked, stretching out his arms. My mouth fell open. I didn't...
Check me out? Sure.
I glanced at Nino for help. He looked slightly amused.
My brother needs a good ass-kicking. Maybe you can give it to him. Ready?
Savio asked. I nodded, but the moment he advanced on me, my muscles started freezing up.
Tiny, this is your chance to grab a feel. Don't waste it.
I glared at him in indignation. He was smirking but cautious. I tried to block his hands, but he was too quick and strong, and then I was on my back and he had my wrists above my head in one of his hands, the other hand on my waist holding me down. My chest heaved and I tried to push through it. Savio released my wrists without backing off, still hovering over me.
Try to push me off.
I reached out with shaking hands. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to touch his bare chest. Savio jumped to his feet and held out his hand, pulling me to my feet.
Kiara, I know this is difficult for you, but we need to condition your brain to unfreeze in situations like that,
Nino said. Savio regarded me.
All right, let's try a different approach. Come closer.
He waved me toward him until our feet were almost touching and I had to tip my head back to look up at his face.
You have a problem with my closeness, right?
I nodded.
Touch my chest.
I glanced toward Nino, who was looking thoughtful. Savio stepped into my line of vision.
Eyes on me. Nino can deal. You're not grabbing my dick, only my chest.
I huffed out laughter and hesitantly pressed my palms against Savio's chest. Of course, I could feel a blush rise into my cheeks. Savio's mouth twitched, his eyes darting to Nino.
Does she blush like that whenever she touches you? She must be lightheaded when she touches your cock.
Without thinking, I slapped his chest. Savio grinned.
See? Was that so hard?
No. The amusement disappeared from Savio's expression.
All right. I'm going to wrap my fingers around your wrists. Now.
Savio gripped me like he'd said. I concentrated on his eyes, which held my gaze steadily.
I'm going to force your hands down my body. Not lower than my waistband. Calm down. And you're trying to break my grip or stop me in some other way. Doesn't matter how. I'll move slowly, giving you plenty of time to consider your options.
He cocked an eyebrow.
Ready?
Yes. Savio tightened his grip and pushed my palms down his pecs to the beginning of his six-pack. My gaze darted down to his fight shorts.
Eyes off my dick. He's not your problem.
I snorted, and that seemed to do the trick. I tugged at Savio's hold, but he didn't budge. Without thinking, I let myself fall back, startling Savio. His hands tightened to stop my fall, and I used the momentum to bring my leg up and aim a kick at his groin. In a stunningly fast move, he released one of my hands and blocked my kick with his hand and raised knee. He jerked me back to my feet.
Not bad.
I smiled proudly.
Now we're turning the tables. I'm going to put my hands on your body. Shoulder blades to ass or hips to tits. What do you prefer?
I blinked as if he'd spoken a foreign language. What? Savio stepped closer and slowly curled his fingers over my hip bones.
Like this, and I'll move up.
He explained quietly. I swallowed, having become completely still. He moved his arms around me so his palms rested on my shoulder blades, bringing us even closer. My breathing quickened as I craned my neck to hold his gaze.
Or like this, and I'll move down.
The first, I said. Savio nodded and dropped his hands.
Okay, let's choose a safe word.
Safe word?
That's a word kinky people use because stop turns them on.
I shook my head, not sure if I was on the verge of a giggling fit or hysterical breakdown. Maybe both.
Let's choose a word, one you'll be reluctant to use. You should only use your safe word to stop our simulation if you really can't bear another fucking second of my touch. I want you to cross your boundaries.
Okay. Savio tilted his head to the side.
What would make you extremely uncomfortable? How about lick my pussy?
I pressed my lips together and turned to shoot a desperate look at Nino, but he was gone. Savio nudged my chin so I faced him.
It's only you and me, Tiny. Focus, all right? I'm going to touch your hips now, and you're going to say, lick my pussy as a safe word. Stop won't change a fucking thing, got it? Stop me in any way you can think of. Ready?
I took a deep breath, then nodded. Savio rested his hands on my hips. It was strange to allow this closeness. Slowly he slid up, fingertips brushing my stomach over the fabric of my shirt.
Are you just going to let me feel you up?
Savio said challengingly. I gripped his wrists, trying to pull them away, but he kept moving higher, reaching my rib cage. I raised my hands and brought my elbows down, trying to slam them into his wrists. Savio snatched his hands back before I could do real damage. He nodded.
Good. That would have hurt.
We repeated the same simulation 2 more times.
Let's change things up. Turn around.
I did. Savio stepped very close so I could feel his breath on the back of my neck.
Nervous yet?
Not really.
Then let's change that.
Savio startled me when he wrapped an arm around my waist, pressing his palm against my belly and pulling our bodies flush together. A choked sound burst from my lips. Squirming, I tried to free myself, but this position was definitely more challenging for me.
Think, Tiny. Focus on the present.
Pushing through the fog of discomfort, I tried to kick his shin, then ram my elbow into his side. I didn't manage to free myself. At least, Savio didn't seem unhappy with my progress.
I think this is enough for today,
Savio said eventually, releasing me. I wiped my sweaty, trembling hands on my gym shorts. Thanks for being patient. Savio gave a one-shoulder shrug.
How about you show your gratefulness with a few delicious cupcakes?
I grinned. Red velvet dough is in the fridge. He looked surprised.
You're starting to grow on me, Tiny.
His gaze focused on something behind me, and I saw Nino heading our way.
Nino's going to work with me in the cage now.
Savio and I climbed out of the boxing ring when Nino arrived. He wrapped his arm around my hip and regarded me questioningly.
How did it go?
Good, I said proudly.
You'll probably have to deliver tonight, Nino. I riled her up with my magical hands.
I pressed my forehead against Nino's chest as I laughed. You're impossible, Savio.
I've been called worse.
He nodded toward the cage.
I'll go ahead and warm up while Nino makes sure I didn't misbehave too much.
He sauntered off.
You seem to be taking Savio's approach really well. Maybe I tackled your problem wrong,
Nino said. Savio was really patient, and his humor helped loosening me. Nino nodded.
Savio has a way with words and women.
I huffed. I don't think he'd need to rely on whores if he bothered to use his charm on normal women.
Savio is lazy. He rarely bothers charming women. But when he does, his success rate is impressive. He could take over Stefano's job without trouble.
My lips curled, thinking of the Camora's romancer. Nino kissed me.
It's good to see you improve. You've come far.
So have you.
Hey, lovebirds, I have a fight. I need to win.
Shaking his head, Nino led me over to the cage. Diego and Gemma had pulled up chairs and were waiting for this spectacle to begin. Nino followed Savio into the cage, and I sat down beside Gemma, who gave me a curious look. Diego, too, regarded me for a moment. I supposed by now they knew all the rumors. In the past, it had always been my biggest fear that the truth about the rape would come out, that I'd be regarded as less because of it. But now I was glad everybody knew. It was freeing. Savio and Nino assumed their fight positions. They both looked impressive with their focused expressions and tight muscles.
Go!
Diego shouted. Savio was the less restrained fighter. He taunted and challenged Nino with words and his expressions. It didn't make his kicks and punches any less focused. I mainly watched Nino, the eager look in his face, the way every muscle was conditioned in fight mode. It was a surprisingly even fight. I wasn't sure if it was because Nino was holding back or because Savio had become an equally lethal fighter. I wasn't familiar enough with fighting to tell, and they both weren't giving 100% because they couldn't risk injuring Savio mere days before his cage fight. I glanced at Gemma, who leaned forward in her chair, arms propped up on her knees and lips parted as she followed the fight. I could tell that her focus was solely on Savio. It was obvious that she had a major crush on him, and it made me feel protective of her. Savio was an absolute womanizer, and while I doubted he'd go for a girl that young, I worried she'd get hurt. Noticing my attention, Gemma's expression became less infatuated, and she sat back in her chair, crossing her arms. After training, Savio stayed back with Diego and Gemma while Nino and I drove home. In the car, I touched Nino's thigh. Gemma is head over heels for your brother. Nino slanted me a look before he returned his attention to the traffic.
And that worries you?
Yes. For Savio, girls are meaningless fun. She's young and easily influenced.
We can't protect everyone. I know you're sensitive because of what happened, but Savio won't make a move on the Bazzoli girl.
Because of her age.
That, and because Remo honors the traditionalists among our followers, and the Bazzolis are as traditional as they come, like the families in the Familia.
I frowned. Really? But Gemma is allowed to fight, and she doesn't seem very docile.
When we took over power, her father asked Remo for his opinion regarding the matter. Remo said it would be good to show a girl how to defend herself because it would also make sure that she could ward off advances before marriage. That convinced Bazzoli. Since then, Gemma has been learning how to fight. Diego is always with her, though.
Nino covered my hand.
You're too kind for this world, Kiara.
I can't help it.
You aren't supposed to change. It's good that you are kind and caring, and inherently good. It balances out what my brothers and I are.
You make me sound like I'm some kind of saint. I'm not that good. Nino pulled into the driveway of the Falcone mansion, killed the engine, and pressed a kiss to my knuckles.
I doubt there's someone who's better than you.
He said it so honestly, as if it was the unfailing truth, that tears sprang into my eyes. I tried to blink them away before Nino could see them. His eyes lingered on mine, and he leaned forward, cupped my head, and pressed a kiss to my temple.
One day, I'm going to kill every single person who made you feel less. They should pray that your kindness stops me long enough.
Deadly words shouldn't warm my heart, shouldn't feel like the most romantic declaration of love. But with Nino, they did. Chapter 6. Kiara. In the afternoon, I joined Remo on the terrace. He was still brooding after a fight with Serafina during one of their daily walks this morning. His hands were pushed into his pants, and he was glaring off into the distance. Standing beside him, I looked at his face, at the scar his mother had caused, at the cruel twist of his mouth. Serafina had told me she felt like she was losing herself, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was the same for Remo, and what did it even mean for a man like him?
Say what you've got to say,
he growled. There was so much I wanted to tell him, how I thought it was wrong to kidnap an innocent woman. But he knew that. And deep down, I wondered if maybe this was the only chance for Remo to ever be close to a woman, for him to overcome the hatred that had carried him through the years, that still carried him. I wanted to tell him that he needed to stop this game so he could be strong for his brothers, particularly Nino. I wanted to tell him that I wished to see him happy one day, even if he didn't believe in happiness. Remo growled, anger flashing on his face. He grasped my upper arms and brought our faces close.
Say something. Don't just stand there with that fucking sad look. It's fucking annoying.
Despite my body's tension, I didn't pull away. Do you think Nino could love a child? Remo released me with a jerk, eyes widening as he stepped back.
Are you...
No, I said quietly. But I want a baby. I've always wanted to be a mother. I want to hold a baby in my arms, cuddle it into sleep. I want to protect and love it. I want to give this baby everything we all never had. If there's only one thing in my life I can achieve, then that's it. Tears filled my eyes. I wasn't even sure why I was telling Remo this. Maybe because I could feel that he was on the verge of something either better or far worse. Remo looked like I had shaken him to the core. Silence stretched between us. I'm sorry, I said eventually. I turned, but Remo stopped me and leaned down, his expression fierce.
Nino loves you. I don't understand how it's possible. I thought the part of him capable of that shit was lost, but you dug it out. I don't know what he can or cannot feel, but every child that grows up in this house will be cared for, will be safe and as fucking happy as it can be in our fucked up world.
He straightened.
And with you as a mother, it'll drown in love and sweets, that's for sure.
Remo turned and left me standing there. I wrapped my arms around myself. Nino found me like that a few minutes later and pulled me against him. I'm fine, I said before he could ask. I smiled up at him and his frown smoothed. Once things had calmed down, once Serafina was back home, I'd ask Nino if we could have a baby. After following our new routine of swimming a few rounds in the pool together, Nino and I retired to our room to change. I watched Nino get out of his swim shorts, taking in his muscular, tattooed thighs, his narrow hips with the delicious V leading down to his hardening cock. He stalked toward me as I admired him, feeling the familiar tugging of desire. Nino kissed me, taking the lead as he always did. He unfastened my bikini top and bottoms, which fell in a wet heap on the floor, before he steered me backward until I fell on the bed. He climbed over me, his strong body pressing into me as he captured my lower lip in his mouth and sucked as he rocked his erection against me, sending a shockwave of desire through me. My mind wandered to the one thing I'd been thinking about often in the last few days. Finally going down on Nino. I'd been meaning to do it for a while, but always lost courage. For some reason, I couldn't forget how degrading and disgusting it had been to go down on my uncle. He'd forced himself into me until I felt I was choking, until my throat and mouth were tender. Whenever I considered pleasuring Nino with my mouth, the same horrible images flooded my mind, followed by a nagging worry that I'd still feel degraded and dirty when going down on him. I desired Nino, every part of him. I loved how he gave me pleasure with his mouth, and I wanted to return the favor.
Kiara?
Nino asked quietly, drawing back, searching my face. I must have become still under him. I want to put my mouth on you, I said. Even voicing the wish cost me a lot. It felt wrong to say it, to want it, and I was scared that despite my desire to do it, the images of the past would win, that a small part of my uncle remained wedged in my brain. Nino didn't say anything at first, but I could tell by the brief flicker of desire in his expression that he wanted this. I supposed I shouldn't have been surprised. He'd been on the receiving end of that kind of attention in the past, with other women. And he pleasured me with his mouth almost daily. Of course he'd want it.
On my cock?
He asked carefully. Flushing, I nodded. I want to try to give you head. Nino's face softened.
Okay.
He rolled off me and lay down beside me.
Come.
I sat up and knelt beside his hips, then curled my hand around his shaft.
Would you like me to tell you what to do?
I considered that. I don't know if I... Nino squeezed my thigh gently.
Take your time, and if you want to stop, stop.
You won't go down my throat, right? I whispered, feeling a wave of shame wash over me.
I won't thrust into your mouth unless you want me to. I'll try not to move at all.
Okay, I said softly. I stroked him for a while, enjoying his silkiness and feeling my own arousal spike once more just from touching him. I loved Nino's body, the way he made me feel, the way I could make him feel. Gathering my courage, I bent my head down and cupped the tip with my lips, tasting him for the very first time. He twitched, and I tasted a hint of saltiness. I looked up, finding Nino watching me with unabashed hunger. Emboldened by his reaction and my body's need, I swirled my tongue around his tip before I began to bob my head up and down slowly, testing my limits. Nino brushed my hair away, then touched my neck. I became still, slowly pulling away, fighting the images of the past. My gaze darted up to his face, and as usual, I found solace in his calm.
I wanted to hold your hair so it doesn't bother you. I won't tug at it, and I won't push you down,
Nino said quietly, his thumb rubbing my neck. I know, I said, because I did know. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. With a small smile, I tasted him again, then ran my tongue around his tip, enjoying his softness, his scent, his taste. Everything kindled my own desire, and I could have cried from relief. I established a slow rhythm, Nino stayed true to his promise, lying completely still beneath me. Only his hand fisting the blanket gave an indication how much he struggled to stay put. Nino moaned, his muscles tensing. His hand on my neck tightened, then he relaxed it quickly.
I'm going to come if you keep it up.
I nodded and kept on sucking. My mind began whirring when I felt his muscles twitch. I tensed as I tried to decide if I could swallow, if I could do this for Nino.
Kiara.
He gritted out another warning. I didn't pull back. I wanted to do this, to beat the last shreds of my past into submission. Nino's hand twitched a second before his body coiled tightly, and then his erection jerked. With a low moan, Nino came. He made small rocking motions as he spilled into me. For a second I was frozen, awaiting the inevitable. My past to bulldoze my present, for my body to do what it had done many years ago, to retch, for bile to travel up my throat. The feeling of choking, of suffocating as my uncle held me in place. But nothing of that sort happened. Nino stroked my back, and I swallowed, kept pumping, and felt a wave of accomplishment. I was free, completely free. Nino pulled me on top of him as if I was a doll. He nudged my chin up as I lay sprawled on his strong chest, his eyes searching mine. He kissed my mouth, once, twice.
Do you want me to get you a glass of water?
Every time I thought I couldn't possibly love Nino more, he showed this kind of consideration. My lips pulled into a smile.
Say something,
Nino said with a hint of confusion. I love you. Nino kissed me again.
And I love you, Kiara.
He ran his hand over my spine before palming my ass.
But you didn't answer my question. Do you want something to drink?
No, I whispered. I didn't feel the need to wash Nino's taste away. Not at all. Nino tilted his head, confused by my reaction and unsure what to do. And I was too, because giving Nino pleasure like that had turned me on.
Kiara?
He said.
Right now, I'm not sure if you're in shock or if you're really okay with what you did.
I buried my nose in his throat and arched my hips in silent invitation. Nino's hand on my ass cheek tensed briefly before he dipped his fingers between my folds, finding me wet. His chest expanded under me as he released a shuddering breath. I'm more than okay, I said with a small, embarrassed laugh. Nino ran his fingers along my slit lightly, stirring up my need for him once more.
Sit on my face.
I lifted my head with wide eyes. He smiled, but his eyes shone with desire.
Come on.
I pushed into a sitting position on Nino's chest. His eyes lowered to my most private part as his hands came to rest on my hips and he nudged me forward, encouraging and hungry. With a small smile, I gripped the headboard and lifted up, allowing Nino to hoist me above his head.
Nino. My body was still throbbing with the remnants of my orgasm as I saw Kiara's beautiful body, seeing her breasts stand to attention and her dripping pussy right in front of my face. Dripping because she'd sucked my cock. I couldn't deny it. I'd enjoyed coming in Kiara's mouth tremendously, especially because she'd enjoyed it too. Grasping her ass cheeks, I pushed her pussy toward my mouth, tasting her arousal. Kiara peeked at me, but as always, she was too self-conscious to watch like I knew she wanted to. I drew back from her pussy. Watch me. Kiara smiled sheepishly, then moaned as I sucked her clit lightly. She held my gaze, and my cock soon filled with blood, eager for another round. A sound outside the open window caught my attention, but I kept teasing Kiara with my tongue, not wanting her to get distracted. It took me a moment to hear the hints of a deep male voice. Ramo. I wasn't sure what he was up to now, and I didn't care. For all I cared, he could listen, as long as Kiara didn't find out. I slid a finger inside of her as I flicked my tongue back and forth, keeping her busy. Kiara's body tightened, and she rocked forward, driving my finger deeper into her pussy as I licked. Her moan rang out, and I watched her thrown-back head and puckering nipples. She went slack, shaking and panting. I gripped her hips and rolled over so I was on top of her. Turn on your stomach. Kiara's eyes peeled open, but she did as I asked, and I pressed into her back, kissing her neck and shoulder blade as I slid my cock between her thighs. Is this position okay for you? I think so, she murmured, her expression trusting. I pushed into her and groaned low in my throat. In this position, Kiara's walls gripped me even tighter. Tilting her head so I could taste her mouth, I pitched my hips forward, my pelvis slapping against her firm ass as I fucked her. Our bodies rubbed together, and Kiara's tantalizing scent drove me almost insane with lust. I still tasted her on my tongue. Kiara soon lifted her butt to match my thrusts, moaning desperately into my mouth as she came undone. After a few more hard thrusts, I exploded, and Kiara arched up. We both went slack, and I held her tightly, kissing the corner of her mouth. Am I too heavy? Stay, she whispered. I love the feel of your body on top of me. It makes me feel safe. I linked our fingers. You are safe. Her mouth tipped up, and her doe eyes held mine, and I just stared back, feeling utterly calm.
Chapter 7. Kiara. I was completely exhausted after our lovemaking and didn't move even when Nino rolled off me.
I could use something to eat. What about you?
I grinned. I could eat. I moved to stand, but Nino shook his head and got out of bed.
Stay. I'll get something for us, and then we can plan our hike tomorrow.
I stretched out on my back, feeling as if every muscle in my body had been turned to rubber. Sounds good. Nino pulled on briefs. Then his eyes traveled the length of my naked body in appreciation, and my toes curled in delight. He slipped outside, and I sat up, loving the delicious soreness between my legs. A grin pulled at my lips, and I couldn't hold it in. I'd never been this happy in my life. I cleaned up in the bathroom and grabbed the hiking guide for the greater Las Vegas area, then waited for Nino. 30 minutes passed, and he wasn't back yet. Confused, I considered going after him, but I didn't want to appear like a mother hen, so I occupied my mind perusing the pages of the book. Almost an hour passed before Nino returned with a tray loaded with grapes, cheese cubes, and bread. He set it down beside me on the bed. I could tell that something had happened. Reaching for a grape, I waited for him to say something. He sank down beside me and picked out a piece of bread.
Have you decided which hike you'd like to try?
Not really. You're more familiar with the area, I said. Why were you gone so long? A trace of hesitation on Nino's face was worrying.
I ran across Ramo.
And? Nino's fingers curled around my wrist.
He had sex with Serafina.
I froze.
She wanted it,
Nino added. I shook my head, unable to believe it. Now that he's taken her virginity, her fiancé won't want her back. She'll be shunned, unless she manages to hide the fact somehow, but...
Ramo just sent them the bloody sheets to taunt them with the familia tradition.
I tore my wrist out of Nino's grasp and pushed out of bed, too agitated to lie down. Nino swung his legs out and stood as well, as if he thought I'd storm out for another confrontation with Ramo. What the hell is wrong with him? Nino reached for me. I was so angry I slapped his hand away. He lowered his arm in surprise. "Sorry," I said. "I shouldn't have hit you."
It's okay, Kiara. I prefer your anger to terror.
"Still, I don't want to hurt you." Nino smiled slightly.
You can't. Trust me.
He approached me again, and this time I allowed him to touch my waist. "Is Serafina all right? Does she need medical treatment?" Nino frowned.
I told you, she wanted the sex.
"But it was her first time, with Ramo, of all people." I cringed as unwanted images tried to come to my mind.
Ramo didn't mention anything of the sort. I assume, given his talent reading people, he adapted his sexual advances according to her inexperience and put some effort into making it pleasant for her.
I burst out laughing, pressed my head against Nino's chest, and closed my eyes. Everything about our current situation was surreal, but with the Falcone brothers, I should have come to expect nothing else. Tomorrow, I'd try to talk to Serafina in private and make sure she was truly okay, on a physical level, at least. I could only imagine her inner turmoil over sleeping with her captor and family's enemy. Nino stroked my back.
Kiara?
"I'm okay. Let's plan our hike now." I pulled back and gave Nino a tense smile. Nino's grip on my waist tightened, holding me in place.
Serafina chose to lose her virginity to Ramo. It's her choice, so you don't have to feel pity for her.
Nino couldn't understand. It was her choice to sleep with him. That's true, and I'm glad she got to choose, and that's not why I feel sorry for her. Ramo is playing a game, and for him this might be nothing. But if she decided to give him what she promised her fiancé, then whatever she feels for Ramo isn't just nothing. Nino thought about that.
You didn't get to choose. Not when you were a girl, and not even now. You knew you'd have to sleep with me at some point. Nothing was your choice.
My throat tightened, realizing Nino's thought process. Standing on my tiptoes, I cradled his head. "I didn't choose you on our wedding day, because I didn't know then what I know now. If I had, I would have chosen you. And since our first time, and even before then, everything was my choice, because you allowed it to be so. And because of that, and because of how you always treat me right, I'll always choose you." Nino pressed our foreheads together, and he swallowed.
Sometimes I feel like my insides are a raging flood of emotions when I look at you. But I don't mind drowning.
After our hike, I headed into the kitchen to see if we had something I could turn into a proper lunch, but Nino and I had forgotten to go grocery shopping. The kitchen door swung open, and glancing over my shoulder, I saw Ramo stepping inside. I closed the fridge, considering what to say that wouldn't lead to a fight, so I said the first thing that crossed my mind. "We need to go grocery shopping. We have nothing for lunch." Ramo raised his eyebrows, amused that I thought that was his business.
Then order something.
"How's Serafina doing?" I asked pointedly. Ramo smiled twistedly and came toward me.
I didn't know Nino had turned into such a gossip.
"I hope you treated her right." Ramo leaned down so we were eye level.
If you want to know details about my fucking, then you'll have to share too. I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
His smile widened at the look on my face.
No? Then what I do with Serafina is none of your business.
He stalked toward the door.
If you order food, order something for me as well.
I grabbed a flyer for a new sushi restaurant and ordered enough to feed everyone in the house. Then I headed into the communal space. Nino sat on the couch, talking to someone on the phone.
We have it under control. A truce doesn't entitle you to meddle in our matters. Mind your own business, and rest assured Cavallaro won't bother attacking your territory in the near future.
Nino paused.
Why?
I stopped at the underlying warning in his voice. His eyes settled on me.
I'll ask her.
He lowered the phone.
Luca wants a word with you.
I was surprised. Luca and I had never been close. He was a capo and a scary man, not to mention that we had plenty of cousins. Swallowing, I nodded and took the phone from Nino. Hello, Luca?
Kiara, how are you?
Didn't Cassio keep you updated? I assumed he reported whenever I talked to Julia on the phone. My cousin's husband was Luca's trusted underboss, so it was highly unlikely that parts of our conversations, at least, wouldn't reach Luca's ear. Silence. My words had been on the verge of insolent, nothing a man like Luca usually tolerated, but I resisted the urge to apologize. Nina and Remo wouldn't approve of me submitting to the Familia Capo.
I'm aware that you seem to be doing fine in Camorra territory,
Luca said tightly.
Of course, I asked for updates. The Falcones are difficult.
Did you only want to ask for my well-being? I'm doing fine.
The recent development with Dante's niece has been unsettling. It raised new worries.
I'm not going to tell you any details about Serafina. Remo and Nino know what they're doing.
Loyal,
Luca said with a dry laugh.
That's not why I wanted a word with you. I want you to know that the Familia will always take you in, if you need protection. I failed you once, but this time you should come to me if something's the matter. Call Julia and she'll inform me in case you need to be discreet.
Thank you, but that won't be necessary.
Maybe you're right, but you should know.
Do you want to talk to Nino again?
No, everything's said. Goodbye, Kiara.
He hung up, and I lowered the phone, still surprised. It had almost sounded as if Luca felt guilty for what had happened to me, which wasn't his fault. He couldn't have known. Nino took his cell from me, frowning with suspicion.
What did Luca want? He tends to forget the borders of his territory.
He told me I could return to the Familia if I needed to escape the Camorra. He told me the Familia would protect me.
You are part of the Camorra now,
Nino said tightly. I am, and this is my home. Nino relaxed slightly. Did he really think I'd ever consider returning to the Familia? The bell rang. I ordered sushi for us, I explained. Nino glanced down at his phone to check the camera at the gate, then nodded and headed for the door.
I'll get it.
He returned, carrying 3 bags, and raised a curious eyebrow. I ordered for all of us. Our fridge is empty. Nino set everything down in the center of the gaming room table.
I'll see if I can find Remo. Will you look for Adamo and Savio?
With a nod and smile, I headed toward Adamo's part of the house. I hadn't been there before, but it was slightly smaller than the other 3, and all except for one door were open and empty. I headed for that one and knocked. Nothing happened for several moments until finally Adamo opened the door. A plume of smoke wafted toward me and I coughed. Adamo was only in sweatpants, his hair tousled. I took in the mess behind him, bottles and dirty clothes on the floor. Only a narrow path led from the bed to the desk and to the door.
Oh, Kiara, hey,
he mumbled. If you want, I can clean your room for you, I said without thinking. Adamo glanced over his shoulder and rubbed his neck, considering my suggestion. He shook his head and gave a sheepish smile.
Nah, it's fine.
That didn't look fine to me, but it wasn't my business. I ordered sushi for lunch. If you come down, we can all eat together.
I'll get dressed, then come down.
Tearing my eyes from the mess, I turned and headed to Savio's wing. For some reason, I was more nervous to enter his territory because I had a feeling he was more private than Adamo, and I was worried about the state his room would be in. If it was worse than Adamo's place, then I'd ask Nino to send pest control. It wasn't difficult to find Savio. The door to his room was open, and he hung head down from a bar he'd attached in the doorframe, doing crunches. He stopped midair when he noticed me, then finished 2 more reps before he gripped the bar and swung himself down. Like Adamo, he was only wearing sweatpants. I really didn't understand what it was with the Falcone brothers and their aversion to wearing shirts.
Booty call?
He asked, cocking an eyebrow as he reached for a weight sack and squeezed it between his knees before he began doing pull-ups at the bar. You wish, I said with a laugh, trying not to stare at all the display of nakedness and muscle.
No, trust me. You wish.
I shook my head at his arrogance. Relief filled me when I saw the room behind him was impeccably clean and everything was white and beige. Stylish.
Are you looking for something?
Savio grunted out between pull-ups. I'm just relieved your room is cleaner than Adamo's. Savio scoffed.
That's not difficult. He lives in a fucking dump.
I really couldn't defend Adamo in this case. I got sushi for all of us. Savio dropped the weight and lowered himself to his feet, reaching for a towel on the ground.
What kind?
The kind you'll like, I said with a teasing smile. Savio rolled his eyes.
That means only greens, right?
I gave a small shrug, turned, and headed back down. If they didn't order their own food, they'd have to live with my vegetarian choices or starve. When I entered the gaming room, Nino and Remo sat on the couch, and I sank down beside Nino. Scanning the sushi boxes, I picked up one and set it off to the side.
Are you trying to bribe Serafina with sushi so she'll spill the beans?
Remo said. He was in a strange mood. Feeding her is not bribing. Adamo and Savio joined us in that moment, both still without shirts. I shook my head. They plopped down on the sofa across from us and reached for the chopsticks and boxes without a word.
How about you leave the boxes in the middle so we can all share?
Remo snarled. I chanced a glance at him.
Considering that you got into the bitch's pants, you're in a shitty mood,
Savio said. Remo's face flashed with anger.
That's the fucking last time you call her bitch. Got it?
Savio raised one eyebrow, and even Adamo froze with his chopsticks against his lips. I looked at Nino, who was frowning at his brother. We'd all heard it. That was protectiveness in Remo's voice.
Come on, she earned the name,
Savio said. Remo rose, his body shaking with barely restrained fury. What had gotten into him?
What?
Savio said.
Now you want to hit me because of a woman? She's your captive and the enemy. Or did she get under your skin?
Remo gave a twisted grin.
As if that's ever going to happen. You just piss me off.
He sank back down as if he hadn't been on the verge of attacking Savio a moment ago. I snatched up an avocado maki and pushed it into my mouth while the men pounced on the California rolls and summer rolls. I kept sneaking a look at Remo, trying to figure out what had gotten into him, but attempting to glimpse behind his mask was bound to fail. Nino and I settled at my piano in the afternoon to play together. It had become a ritual I enjoyed tremendously, and something we tried to incorporate into our daily routines. Nino started playing a soft tune, barely audible, frowning in concentration. I wasn't sure if it was because he was trying to focus on the music or make sense of his emotions. I leaned my head against his arm, listening to the melody he created. I loved listening to Nino, because his music always reflected the feelings he couldn't understand or was unable to express. The music flowed louder, an uneven staccato. It filled my body, engulfed my heart, every fiber until my pulse sped up, living what the melody tried to convey. "Are you worried about Remo?" I whispered. Nino regarded his fingers on the keys with a calculating expression, as if he didn't trust them to show his true feelings.
Remo is too emotional. He lets whatever he feels consume him. He and Adamo are similar in that regard. Until now, Remo mostly thrived on anger and hatred. Whatever connects him to Serafina, it can't persist, and I worry that it'll tip him over.
Remo's got you, I said, propping my chin up on Nino's shoulder. The frown eased. Nino and Remo had survived so much together. They'd get through this as well. I grinned when I saw the setup in the living area in our wing. Nino had bought a TV and set it up across from the sofa. The small table was loaded with dips, chips, veggie sticks, sushi, and Leona's favorite cupcakes, raspberry with a cream cheese frosting. The bell rang out in the main part of the house. I hurried toward the gaming room, and when I arrived, Fabiano and Leona were already waiting. The men would be watching fights and races, while Leona and I would have some girl time. I hugged her, and she smiled, looking as excited as I felt. With a wave, we left the men to their own devices. "I hope you had a wonderful birthday yesterday?" I asked. I'd sent Leona a text, congratulating her from Nino and me, and today was our evening to celebrate a bit. Fabiano and I had a late breakfast in a cute cafe not too far from our apartment, and in the evening we drove to our favorite stop and had a picnic there. It was really romantic. I grinned, then pointed at her necklace, a beautiful gold chain with a diamond pendant. "Fabiano's gift?" She touched the necklace and bit her lip. "Yeah, I bet it cost a fortune. How am I going to compete with that for his birthday in November?" "Fabiano doesn't expect you to buy him anything expensive." She shrugged. "I know. He gave me a card for his bank account, but I always feel strange using it, though it doesn't even matter anymore. Fabiano's paying so much for college and for everything else. I can never pay him back." "He doesn't want the money back. He wants you." Leona flushed and didn't say anything. Then she saw the cupcakes. "You baked my favorites? I hope you'll like them. It's the first time I tried this recipe. The frosting I tasted was delicious." We settled on the sofa, shoulder against shoulder, and I turned the TV on. I chose Jane Eyre, The Devil Wears Prada, and After You. That's so great. I don't even remember the last time I watched a romantic movie. Fabiano hates them and refuses to watch them with me no matter how much I beg him. "I never ask Nino to watch them with me," I said with a giggle, taking a piece of sushi. "He doesn't really like fiction or movies. He prefers documentaries and that sort of thing." With him, I get it. He wouldn't really understand all the emotional stuff, but Fabiano could if he wanted to. I shrugged. I hadn't told Leona about Nino's recent development, about how he'd told me he loved me and meant it, how he didn't have to simulate emotion for me anymore. It seemed like such a personal thing that sharing it would have felt like betrayal. Leona dipped a carrot stick in the sweet potato hummus I'd made. Then her gaze went to the ceiling, as if she was looking at something above us. "It feels weird that we have a girls' night while another girl is locked up in Remo's bedroom somewhere on the upper floor." "She's got her own bedroom," I said, as if that made things better. Leona raised an eyebrow, and we both started laughing. Leona covered her eyes, shaking her head, and her smile fell. "I really can't believe this is reality. My life's always been different, but now it's reached a new level of weird." I sobered. "I know, but Serafina is well, considering everything that's going on. I wish she could be down here with us, but Remo and Nino would never allow it." Leona nodded. "Fabiano warned me not to talk to Remo about it. He says his capo is a bit tense at the moment." "He is. Things with Serafina are complicated." Leona tilted her head, regarding me with a confused look. "Complicated how?" I bit my lip. "I don't know. I think there might be feelings involved on both sides." Leona choked. "You think Remo Falcone has feelings for a woman?" I reached for the bottle of Sauvignon Blanc Nino had opened for me and poured both Leona and me a generous amount. Leona didn't know Remo as well as I did. Not that I really knew him. Maybe I'm wrong, but just forget it. Let's not talk about it. I raised my glass, and Leona clinked hers against mine. I turned on the TV. My own eyes occasionally strayed to the ceiling, wondering what Serafina was doing and feeling guilty. But eventually the amount of alcohol that Leona and I consumed made me forget everything else. I wasn't sure what time it was when Nino and Fabiano walked into the room. Leona and I still sat shoulder against shoulder, temple against temple, hardly able to hold our glasses. The Devil Wears Prada was running on the screen, but I barely noticed anything. Too drunk. 2 empty wine bottles littered the table. Nino and Fabiano exchanged a look before moving over to us. Nino picked up the remote from the floor where I dropped it half an hour ago, but couldn't retrieve it because my head swam the second I looked down. He turned off the TV while Fabiano tried to get Leona into a standing position. He gave up, eventually, and lifted her into his arms. With a smile at me and a nod toward Nino, he carried her out. Leona gave a small wave before she closed her eyes with a sick look. Nino sank down beside me and gently pried the wineglass from my hand before he tipped my head up and scanned my face. I grinned. Couldn't help it.
How much have you had?
I nodded toward the empty bottles, then groaned when my vision swam. Nino touched my forehead, then got up.
Wait here. Don't move. I'll get you some Coke to drink. It might help.
Don't go, I slurred. Nino hesitated, then he unscrewed one of the water bottles we'd ignored and held it out to me. I only stared, too tired to even lift my arm. Nino hunched before me and brought the bottle to my lips.
Small sips. I don't want you to choke.
I did as he asked, all the while watching his serene, beautiful face. In the beginning, your beauty almost terrified me. All that cold beauty and the tattoos. It was almost too much to take in. With a small, amused smile, Nino lowered the bottle.
You've drunk too much. I need to get you into bed.
I mean it. I fumbled with the buttons of his shirt and finally got a few undone. This one, it terrified me in the beginning. I pointed at the skull swallowing the blade. And the one on your back, that one too.
The phoenix rising from the flames is something positive, isn't it?
Nino asked curiously. Show me.
You've seen it many times,
Nino said gently. Show me. He stood and unbuttoned his shirt, then shrugged it off before turning around. I stumbled to my feet and had to grip Nino's hips to steady myself. Now I think it's beautiful. I traced the intricate orange feathers of the fantastic bird, its parted beak, his fierce, dark eyes, the talons dripping with red. Part of the tattoo disappeared into Nino's waistband. I reached around and tried to unbutton his pants, but failed with my unsteady fingers. Nino's hands came to my help, and finally I could pull it down, revealing the long, burning tail of the phoenix and the angry flames he'd escaped. They covered his ass cheeks. I swallowed thickly as I traced Nino's muscles, the way they seemed to make his tattoos come to life when he shifted. My hands ghosted over every inch of his back, then over his firm ass. Pressing closer, I kissed Nino's shoulder blade, then reached around, touching his chest, then lower, until my hand curled around his erection. I released a low breath, my forehead pressing against Nino's skin as I pumped him. His breathing deepened, and his familiar musky scent sent a wave of desire through my drunken haze. He turned slowly, leaving me no choice but to release him. I let myself drop back down on the couch, bringing me eye level with his length. Nino's chest heaved as I leaned forward and took him into my mouth. Any hesitance evaporated from his face, and gradually he began to thrust lightly into my mouth, never taking his eyes off me. Neither could I take mine off him, the way his abs flexed with every shift of his hips, his intense expression. I didn't think I'd ever grow tired of admiring this man. I didn't remember how I got into bed, only that after Nino came, he wanted to return the favor, but then I blacked out. A soft tongue slid along my crease, and I arched up toward the familiar mouth, realizing what had woken me. I looked to find Nino, gloriously naked, sprawled out between my legs, his head buried in my lap. His tongue and lips banished the last remains of sleep, sending shockwaves of pleasure through every inch of my body. "Nino," I rasped, opening wider, desperate for more, but Nino didn't comply. He loved to draw my orgasms out until I was almost shaking with the need to come. His eyes fixed me with a dominant look, his fingers clamping down on my hips to stop me from grinding myself against him.
"No, not yet. We'll draw this out."
I stopped fighting it, surrendering to Nino's gentle torture. The way he guided me toward the edge of the cliff made me desperate for the fall, only to pull me back. I was panting, gasping, completely boneless.
"Happy birthday, Kiara."
He half growled before finally he pushed 2 fingers into me, hitting that sweet spot I never even dared dream about. He sucked my clit, and I exploded. My vision sparked with stars, my muscles clenched, and I cried out, really cried out for the first time, losing control, and it was glorious.
"That's number 1,
Nino said in a low voice, kissing the inside of my thigh.
"One of many."
He stayed true to his promise. Before breakfast, Nino gave me several more orgasms with his tongue, fingers, and cock, until I was completely sated and starving. "That's a great way to wake up," I said with an embarrassed laugh as Nino led me into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for me. Despite his brief protest, I helped him, because really, cooking wasn't a chore for me.
"I have made plans for tonight. I arranged for the Chengdu to open exclusively for us, so we can enjoy our food and the concert of your favorite piano player without interruption."
I almost dropped the whisk I'd used to beat the eggs for the French toast. "You got him to come to Vegas and play for us?" Nino nodded as he cut mangoes into accurate stripes. I couldn't move. Putting down the whisk, I wrapped my arms around Nino tightly, then kissed his mouth. "That's the best present I could imagine."
"That's what I thought,"
Nino said with a knowing smile. "You're spoiling me." We'd had dinner at the Szechuan restaurant a few times since we'd been married, and it had been spectacular every single time. And now that our food would be accompanied by beautiful music, it could only be perfect. Nino's expression hardened briefly.
"I give you what should have been yours all along. Whatever you want."
I shook my head, letting out a shuddering breath. With shaking hands, I returned to my task of scrambling the eggs. "You really need to stop making me so emotional."
"No, I enjoy seeing happiness on your face. It's as if I'm feeling it myself."
There was really nothing I could say in return, and so I only smiled.
Chapter 8. Nino. Ramo had finally decided to send Serafina back after 2 months. If he'd acted according to our original plan, he'd long given her back, but with my brother, plans always got ignored. Yet this time, with Serafina, he should have listened to my advice for once. Things between them were progressing in a dangerous direction. He knew that as well as I did. Sitting on the sofa, I took out my phone and dialed Luca's number. Kiara was playing a new song, an erratic, moody melody. I wondered if it reflected her feelings about Ramo's decision to send Serafina back. But she should be relieved. After all, she'd been strongly averse to the kidnapping from the beginning. "Nino, what do you want?" Luca never bothered with pleasantries. He was lucky I'd convinced Ramo that war with the Familia was the last thing we needed at the current time. "We have a present for you." Silence. "A present?" Suspicion rang in Luca's voice. "We'll have Scuderi soon. Dante agreed to exchange him for his niece tomorrow." "Fuck. I can't believe your insane plan actually worked. You and your brother are as cunning as you are crazy." My lips tightened. "I didn't call to have my personality analyzed by you. I want to invite you and your brother, and for all I care, even the Scuderi sisters, to join Fabiano in the dismemberment of Rocca Scuderi." "That's a generous offer," Lucas said carefully. "What do you expect in return?" I smiled, leaning back. "Nothing. At least not at this point. But if we ever approach you and ask for a favor, we'd appreciate it if you remembered that we did this." "Right. I bet your kind of favors won't be for the faint-hearted." "You aren't faint-hearted." Luca huffed out a deep laugh. "I'll have to talk to my brother. I'll call you back in a couple of minutes." "Don't take too long. You'll need to fly over." "Don't worry." Luca hung up. I put my phone down on my lap and watched Kiara as she played the same sequence for the third time, unhappy with her creation. The low, haunted hums of the piano reverberated in my chest, and when her fingers moved faster and the notes rang higher, sounding almost angry, my pulse spiked. Every song Kiara created overflowed with emotions. Her eyes were closed, those dark lashes fluttering against her smooth skin. Like her music, Kiara was a piece of art, and always tore emotions from the darkest recesses of my soul. Less than 5 minutes later, Luca called again, but I waited for the last note of Kiara's song to fade before I bothered picking up. "Matteo and Romero are preparing everything for their flight. They'll take part in Scuderi's last hurrah." Surprise washed over me. "You won't?" "I hate the man and would certainly enjoy cutting off a few pieces of him, but my brother and Romero have a stronger incentive." "What about the Scuderi sisters?" "Arya and Lily are too kind-hearted for that kind of thing, and Gianna can't stand the sight of blood." "Tell Matteo and Romero to meet us in the sugar trap, and they better hurry. Fabiano is eager to deal with his father." Luca laughed darkly. "I bet he is. I can only imagine how pissed you and Ramo are that you never got the chance to rip your own goddamn father to shreds." My hold on the phone tightened. "Rumor has it your father didn't get the end he deserved either. I'm sure if it had been up to you and Matteo, his demise would have been less abrupt and more creative." "That's the past," Lucas said in a clipped voice. "True. And now you have a beautiful wife and children to take care of, which makes our cooperation even more important." "My family stays out of this, and if that was a veiled threat, Falcone, you'd better choose your words more wisely next time. I'm not the only one with people to protect." "It wasn't a threat, just a reminder, Luca. We have no intention of attacking your family, and I'm sure you won't attack our family either. After all, my wife is your cousin, and Fabiano is your brother-in-law." "That might be true, but I'd gladly wade through their blood and that of every fucker in Vegas to protect my family, and you'd better remember it." "Duly noted," I said, "but the same can be said for Ramo and me. We protect our family. Now enough of the unnecessary threats. Today is a day of celebration." I ended the call then, and kept listening to Kiara's playing. When she was done, she twisted around to face me. "You're going to torture Fabiano's father to death?" Her voice was carefully controlled, devoid of emotion, which was unusual for Kiara, and showed me how difficult a topic it was for her. Not me, no. Fabiano will, and Matteo and Romero will join him. Kiara kneaded her hands in her lap. But you'll be present? I stood from the sofa and headed over to her. Get up. Kiara did so without hesitation, looking at me curiously. I sank down on the bench and pulled her down on my lap, pressing a kiss to the nape of her neck before I touched my fingers to the piano keys. I need to make sure Scuderi doesn't die too quickly. My expertise is required. Kiara shuddered, and I scanned her beautiful face, those expressive dark eyes, always so kind and gentle. I buried my nose in her soft curls. I'm a monster, Kiara. Emotions or not, I'll always be that way. I like hurting. I like breaking others, slow or fast. If you hope for that to change, it'll only hurt you. Kiara rested her fingers on the piano keys next to mine and began to play the song she'd written for me. After a moment, I joined in. When the last chord floated away, she turned her head to me and kissed my cheek, then the corner of my mouth. I love you exactly as you are, and maybe you are a monster, but you are my monster. I wrapped my arms around her. I still can't believe he's sending her back. I didn't think he'd go through with it, Kiara said the next morning as we were getting ready in our bathroom. She brushed her hair and regarded me in the mirror as I trimmed my beard. It was bound to happen. We have Dante where we wanted him. We get Scuderi, and he gets Serafina. Nino, you can't really believe it'll be as easy as that. Ramo's connection to Serafina was definitely unsettling and intense. Ramo's determined to set her free. Kiara set the brush down, turned around and leaned against the marble counter. What's that supposed to mean? I shook my head. Ramo's mind worked very differently from mine. Kiara sighed, looking concerned. Promise to be careful. Don't get hurt. I don't like the idea of you meeting with the outfit, especially not when Ramo isn't himself, and Fabiano will be unfocused because he gets to see his father. Setting down my electric razor, I touched Kiara's face. We've got it under control. Trust me. We'll be back soon, and then things will return to how they were before the kidnapping. Kiara smiled strangely and kissed me. Okay. Savio and Adamo will make sure you are safe. I kissed her again. Then we headed downstairs to where Ramo, Fabiano, and Serafina were getting into the car. Kiara stiffened upon seeing them all. I wasn't sure what had her react that way. Serafina was dressed in her torn wedding dress and looked pale. Maybe it was that. I squeezed Kiara's hand, but she didn't react, only watched as Serafina got into the back of our SUV. Serafina gave Kiara a small smile, who lifted her hand in farewell. I didn't understand what went on between them. They didn't know each other well enough to be sad about parting ways. Ramo scowled and closed the door. Nino, will you take the seat beside Serafina? I nodded. Kiara wrapped her arms around her chest. I touched her arm. Everything will be fine. Soon this will be over. Kiara looked behind me at Ramo before she met my gaze. I really hope you're right. I pressed another kiss to her mouth as Savio and Adamo walked out into the driveway. How come I'm always left out of the fun? Savio asked. I'd have loved to kick some outfit ass. We're not kicking outfit ass, we're exchanging Serafino for Scuderi, that's all, I said. Adamo and Savio exchanged a look I couldn't read. Then Savio said, Still more fun than being stuck playing babysitter. I don't need babysitting, Kiara said softly. You're guarding our mansion in case Cavallaro has anything planned. How about you stop the gossiping and get in the car? Ramo called from the driver's seat. Come home safe, Kiara whispered, standing on her tiptoes. and kissing my mouth. We were all supposed to meet at the Sugar Trap after the exchange. I was the first to arrive and nodded at Jerry, who was cleaning the bar. "Hey, Nino." I moved to our private rooms in the back where I left my rifle, then called Matteo. "Hey, Falcone, do you have the bastard?" Matteo said as a sort of greeting. "We do. How long until you'll be here?" "Not long. We landed 30 minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes. We can't wait. After that masterwork that you and Ramo created with that fucker Durant, I'm eager to show you fuckers how we do it in New York." "Maybe I'll learn something new." "I doubted it, knowing you twisted Falcone, fuckers." I doubted it as well. "See you later." I hung up and walked out of the back room, then continued toward the front, but Fabiano crossed my path. "Ramo's at the bar and in a fucking bad mood." He was dragging his father by the handcuffs and gave me a terse nod as he took the man down into our soundproof basement. Since my emotions had started returning, I'd been torn between appreciation and frustration. Emotions cost a lot of energy, understanding them, dealing with them, not only just bearing them. Knowing how much more emotional Ramo was, I reckoned we'd have a difficult time ahead of us as he dealt with Serafina's leave. I called Kiara while Ramo went ahead into the basement to help Fabiano with his father. I'd only sent her a short text so she'd know everything had gone to plan. "Nino, are you all right?" "Of course. I'm in the Sugar Trap with Ramo and Fabiano. We're waiting for Matteo and Romero so we can begin." "How's Ramo?" Kiara asked hesitantly. I considered how much to tell her. Kiara worried easily, and I didn't want her to be unsettled by Ramo's outburst. "He's tense." "When will you be home?" "Not before midnight. This will take time. Even if the police in Vegas and pretty much all of Nevada was on our payroll, we didn't talk details of our business on the phone. There was always the possibility that the FBI got involved." "Okay," Kiara said. "I'll try to wait up for you." "You don't have to." "But I want to." The familiar warmth only Kiara could summon spread in my chest. "All right," I said quietly. "Ask Savio and Adamo to take you out if you want." I hung up. Talking on the phone always unnerved me because I had trouble gauging another person's mood just hearing their voice. And with Kiara, I needed to know her emotions more than anyone else. It would be too easy hurting her by accident. With other people, my emotions were still safely bottled up. I wasn't sure if I wanted it to change. Coming to terms with my emotions when dealing with Kiara and my brothers was challenging enough.
Chapter 9. Kiara. I must have slept through the night because Nino was in bed with me when I woke and the sun was already rising. Blinking back sleep, I turned around in Nino's arms. Slowly, his eyelids peeled open, and as always, the gray of his eyes sent a wave of calm through me. I raked my fingers through his longer hair at the top of his head, loving the silky feel of it. Nino released a small breath, then rolled onto his back, and I put my head down on his chest. Did everything go well? It was strange asking this, considering we were talking about the painful end of a man.
Scuderi is dead. Ramo and Fabiano killed him together.
Fabiano really considers you his brothers.
He does, but so do we.
So you've forgiven him for everything that happened with Leona? It seemed impossible that Ramo and Fabiano had really faced each other in a death match. I was glad I didn't have to watch it.
Ramo considered it betrayal, and so did I. But my view on things changed,
Nino said slowly.
We gave Fabiano an impossible choice, one we shouldn't have given him. I realize that now, and maybe Ramo does too.
To choose between loved ones is cruel. Nino tilted his head with his small frown.
I can't imagine being given that choice.
Goosebumps rose on my skin. It won't ever come to that.
Oh no.
The look in Nino's eyes sent a small shiver down my back. He kissed my forehead, then sat up.
I need to set up a death fight for Ramo.
What? I blurted, stumbling out of bed after him. Why? Then it dawned on me. Ramo couldn't deal with his emotional turmoil. The only way he knew how to handle it was by causing and receiving pain, by spilling blood and killing. You can't allow that. Nino pulled his shirt over his head and combed his hair back with his fingers.
He won't let me talk him out of it. I tried.
I got dressed in a hurry and followed Nino downstairs and into the kitchen. He talked to Roger on the phone, the man who owned the fight arena, while I prepared breakfast. My stomach was in knots as I listened to Nino discuss the details of the upcoming fight. Ramo was going to fight 2 opponents at once, which was pure insanity even by his standards. "This is madness," I said, when Nino ended the call. Nino sighed.
This is Ramo.
In the days that followed Ramo's brutal fight, he acted almost like his old self, but sometimes there was a look of longing in his eyes that hadn't been there before. I couldn't help but wonder how Serafina was faring back with her family. I was playing the piano when someone knocked against the French windows. Looking up, I saw Adamo with the hood of his sweater pulled over his head and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. I waved him in. He never took the direct route through the adjoining corridor, always through the garden to get a smoke in. He came inside after having disposed of his cigarette, then shoved down his hood. His hair half covered his eyes, but I saw they were red. "Are you okay?"
Can I listen to you play?
"Sure," I said, and started playing the song I was working on. Adamo sank down on the floor right beside the piano and stared down at the Kimura tattoo on his forearm. Questions burned on my tongue, but I held them back. He'd tell me what bothered him if he felt like it. Turning away from him, I focused on the song. It was for Ramo and almost done. I wanted to write songs for Adamo and Savio as well by Christmas, and give each of them their song as a present. They had everything money could buy, so maybe they'd appreciate the gift. I'd been playing the song twice when Adamo interrupted me in a dark whisper.
Nino talked to me about our mother today.
I froze. Adamo looked up, his eyes full of misery.
Did you know?
I swallowed, got up, and made my way over to him before sinking to the floor beside him. Nino told me what happened. He had to, because of his emotional state. Adamo nodded.
Why didn't they tell me sooner?
They wanted to protect you. The truth is difficult to stomach.
I can't believe she tried to kill my brothers.
And you. She would have killed you by taking her own life. Adamo nodded.
I don't get it. I want to understand.
He looked at me. Some things are beyond comprehension. I covered his hand with mine.
She's still alive. I thought she died years ago. I don't know how I feel, knowing she's somewhere.
I didn't know what to say. It was hard to imagine how Adamo felt. How would I feel if I suddenly found out my father wasn't dead but locked up in a mental institution?
I said so many shitty things to Ramo because I just didn't understand how he could be that way. But now I get it.
Some things change us, and no matter how hard we try to forget the past, some things just stay with us. Adamo wrapped his arms loosely around his legs and regarded me with a small smile.
I'm glad you're part of our family. You never judge me when I talk to you.
I have no right to judge you or anyone. Adamo laughed.
That doesn't stop most people from dishing out judgment all the time.
I know, I said quietly, remembering how I'd been judged for my father's betrayal in the Familia, and how many still judged me for being Durant's victim. Many people tried to make sense of it by blaming the victim. I understood that now.
You're part of the Camorra now. Nobody will judge you openly anymore,
Adamo said. Early December, I started decorating our wing and the main areas of the mansion and the garden with Christmas lights, baubles, and tinsel. Savio and Adamo had bought a Christmas tree and set it up in the gaming room at my request.
This is the first time we've had a Christmas tree in... fuck, I don't even remember how long,
Savio said as he stood in front of the tall tree. Adamo nodded.
I think I was 6 or 7 and Ramo got that ugly silver plastic tree. The stupid thing almost burnt us to the ground because the cable was broken,
Savio said with a laugh.
Yeah.
Adamo laughed too, and they exchanged an amused look. My heart swelled. Will you help me decorate it? I pointed at the box with baubles and tinsel. Savio looked at Adamo, then both nodded.
What do we get in return?
Cookies? I suggested.
Deal.
Adamo frowned.
I don't get how you can stomach all that sweet stuff, and you call me pussy.
Savio gave him the finger.
The fucking cigarettes probably burnt away your taste buds.
I pushed the box over to them. Hey, focus on the task at hand. Can you get the ladder for me, Adamo? He trudged off toward the storage and returned with the ladder and set it down in front of the tree. How about you two decorate the lower part while I take care of the top? I climbed the ladder. It shook, and Adamo quickly steadied it.
I can hold it while you're up there.
Thanks. I climbed up more, trying to decide how to arrange everything. Savio scoffed.
I get cookies and Adamo gets booty.
I glanced between him and Adamo, whose face was turning red. What? Savio gestured at my backside.
Adamo checked out your ass. He seems to enjoy the sight. I didn't...
Adamo glared at his brother, then smiled apologetically at me.
I mean, I didn't check out your ass. But it's fine, your backside, I mean...
Savio cracked up.
Oh, for fuck's sake, shut up!
He got out between laughter.
You really need to grow a pair. Kiara knows she's got a fine ass. I think we can all agree on that. I'm glad my wife's behind meets your requirements.
Nino drawled from the doorway, arms crossed and a smirk on his face. I blinked, and my shoulders started shaking as I fought giggles and almost fell off the ladder. Adamo tried to steady me and grabbed my hips and briefly brushed my upper butt. He quickly released me, and Nino was already at my side.
I'm sorry,
Adamo said quickly. It's okay. Thanks for your help.
Nice catch,
Savio said.
Next time it's my turn to hold the ladder.
Adamo hissed something under his breath, causing Savio to grin even wider. I watched the two brothers walk off, bickering. Nino regarded the tree, then touched my waist.
If Savio or Adamo do or say something that bothers you, tell them.
I shook my head. I don't mind, honestly. In the beginning, I wasn't sure how to handle Savio. Now I've gotten used to his sense of humor. Nino gave me a small smile.
I'm glad that you get along so well with my brothers, even Ramo.
They are my family, and I care about them. Nino wrapped an arm around me and pulled me against his chest. The way he looked at me, I finally gathered my courage. I was thinking, maybe I can stop taking the pill in the new year. Realization settled on Nino's face.
You want to get pregnant?
Yes. I always wanted to be a mother. I know we've been married for only 8 months, but it can take a while, so... I suddenly worried about having brought it up. Things with Ramo still were difficult, after all. Nino's face was frozen with surprise. Then he kissed my mouth.
If that's what you want, then we'll try for a baby.
Really? I pressed my face against Nino's chest, smiling. Nino touched the back of my head and murmured,
But you need to know something about me before you decide to have my child.
I pulled back. What do you mean? Nino's eyes reflected hesitation.
Even before the thing with my mother, I wasn't quite normal. I had emotional deficits from the start.
I regarded Nino curiously. You were closed off?
That, and I had trouble understanding and reading other people's emotions. I was a quiet kid, and got stressed when I had to deal with crowds. I preferred to spend hours figuring out mathematical problems.
Were you ever tested? Nino shook his head.
You mean for some form of Asperger's or something similar?
I nodded. Some of what Nino described could maybe be associated with something of that sort.
I don't see how that would have changed things for me. My emotional deficiency became an advantage, and it wasn't as obvious before the incident with my mother.
Okay, I said softly. And you worry that a child might inherit your condition?
It's possible. We could do a test.
I touched Nino's chest. No, I'll accept and love our child no matter what. This is part of who you are, and if a child inherits it, then that's how it's meant to be. Nino looked at me for a long time, and then he tilted his head, bringing my hand up and pressing a kiss to my wrist.
Chapter 10. Nino. My mind had been going over my last conversation with Kiara for the last 2 days, and even as I climbed into the cage for my fight training with Ramo, it was still very much at the forefront of my mind. I'd always known that marriage would lead to children eventually. I wanted them for the name Falcone to live on, and right now I was the only one of my brothers who had a woman who was capable of becoming a good mother. I didn't have a single doubt in my mind that Kiara would be a wonderful, caring mother. Ramo climbed into the cage. He looked eager for a fight. I was distracted and Ramo landed a few hard hits in my side and stomach in the first few minutes before I used an opening and rammed my knee into his kidney. He jumped back with a groan, then did a roundhouse kick, which I barely managed to avoid. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I held up my palm to stop the fight. "It's Kiara." Ramo frowned. "Is it because of yesterday?" "Yesterday?" Confusion showed on Ramo's face. "She asked me to train with her, had me chase her through the house." Kiara was getting more confident. It was reassuring to know that she was really taking her fight training seriously. I assume it's because she wants to be able to defend future children. Ramo narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the mesh. "So, is she pregnant?" "Not yet. She'll stop taking the pill in January." "She told me she wants kids." My eyebrows rose. "She talked to you?" He shrugged. "I got the feeling she was worried if I'd be okay with kids in the mansion." I looked at my brother, the scar on his face and his forearms, scars from defending me and our brothers against our mother. Then the scars on the rest of his body, many he suffered in the time we were in hiding, fights that put food on our table. "And are you?" He gave me a wry smile, which I returned. "If anyone can be a good mother, then it's Kiara," he said. "She's like a fucking mother hen, even to me." He shook his head. Kiara loved taking care of others. "Our children will be lucky to have her as a mother." "You'll be a good father, too. Even when you didn't feel a fucking thing, you managed to raise Adamo and Savio with me. And look how well they turned out, the little shits." He grinned twistedly. "The house is big enough even if you decide to have 10 kids. Maybe you'll have kids at some point as well." Ramo's face shut down. "No, I don't have the necessary patience for a woman. I'm better off fucking whores." I narrowed my eyes at him in thought. We both knew there was a woman he couldn't forget. Bringing her up would have led to a disagreement I wasn't in the mood for. Ramo pushed away from the cage. "What about that fight you promised me?" I prepared my tattoo machine in one of Savio's vacant rooms, not wanting Kiara to overhear the sound of the needle. When everything was in its place, I sat down and propped my left arm up on the table in front of me and turned on the machine. Savio leaned in the doorway and watched in silence as I began to outline Kiara's name on my wrist, over the scars and amidst the flames, then added a few music notes, before I started filling each letter with ink. "I never thought you could care about a girl," Savio said, "and now you're tattooing a name into your skin." I briefly glanced up from my work. I don't think it would have come this far with any woman but Kiara. I couldn't even find the right word to describe Kiara properly, and I was rarely rendered speechless. "Yeah," Savio murmured. "That girl makes it fucking hard to dislike her, and I put so much effort into it in the beginning, all for nothing." He flashed me a grin. "She's the only girl I talked to more than a few sentences without getting at least a blowjob as a reward." I cocked an eyebrow. "Jealous?" he asked. "Jealousy requires an aspect of insecurity. I know Kiara is only mine. And people call me arrogant." Sighing, I returned to the task. "I've been thinking about getting another tattoo." "Not a girl's name, I assume," I said dryly. Savio scoffed. "The girl that puts a leash on me hasn't been born yet." "What kind of tattoo do you have in mind?" Savio grinned. "A bull's head." "Where?" I asked suspiciously. Knowing Savio, I had a good guess where he'd want that kind of tattoo. One corner of Savio's mouth curled. "That's going to be quite painful." Savio gave me a so-what look. "I can deal with pain." "Will you add a piercing to make the image complete?" "Nah, I'm not so keen on piercing my dick." "I can start drawing up a few images, and you can decide which one you'd prefer. If you want the tattoo to cover your entire pelvis and lower belly, we'll need a few sessions to get it done." "I know. I witnessed the progression of your artwork, remember?" "I should warn you that a tattoo in that area might stop your recreational activities for a couple of weeks, or at least make them quite uncomfortable." "We'll see." Shaking my head, I returned to working on my tattoo. I wanted to get it done today to surprise Kiara with it as a sort of early Christmas present.
Kiara. I got up right after sunrise to cook and bake everything for Christmas Eve. This was our first Christmas together, and I wanted it to be special. The panettone dough was allowed to rise while I got everything done for the lamb roast. I didn't have much experience preparing meat. Nino and his brothers loved lamb, so I wanted to surprise them with it. After calling Julia and wishing her a Merry Christmas, I set out to work. Luckily, she could give me a few tips to guarantee the success of my cooking endeavor. It was close to dinner time, and I had changed into a floor-length red evening dress and was setting and decorating the dining table when Nino came in, dressed in form-fitting black pants and a black dress shirt with the top buttons undone, giving view to his colorful tattoos. His eyes took in the table with the red candles, gold-colored napkins, and silverware.
"You should have asked one of us for help. It's too much work,"
he murmured as he ran a hand down my side until it came to rest on my hip.
"And you look absolutely stunning."
Smiling, I shrugged. I love cooking and decorating, so it doesn't feel like work. And thank you. You look very good, too.
I have something for you. Part of your Christmas present.
I hadn't been sure if Nino was the type to give presents. He and his brothers hadn't really celebrated Christmas in the last few years, at least not in any traditional way. Nino stretched out his left arm and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a new tattoo. My name amidst music notes. My breath caught in my throat as I took in the beautiful ink art. When did you do this?
This morning. You were busy cooking, so I used the chance.
I reached out to trace the letters, then stopped myself. If Nino had inked it only this morning, the skin must still be tender.
It's okay. You can touch it.
I don't want to hurt you. Nino smiled dryly.
Kiara, it's nothing.
Nodding, I very lightly traced the skin under the tattoo, trying to keep my emotions under control. I just put on makeup and didn't want to ruin it with tears. Thank you. It's a wonderful present. I know how important your tattoos are to you, and having my name on your skin with your brother's, it means a lot. Nino cupped my face and pressed a gentle kiss to my lips.
You and my brothers are all that matters in this life. I want you close at all times, even if it's only in name.
I blinked. Don't make me cry. He frowned.
I have no intention of making you cry.
I know. I laughed and blew out a breath. What time is it? Fabiano and Leona are supposed to arrive at 6.
We still have 15 minutes.
He reached into the back pocket of his pants and pulled out a very small parcel.
This is your second present.
I took it and opened the velvet box, revealing ear studs with a big red ruby in the center and small brilliants all around it. Gorgeous.
Let me,
Nino said, taking them out and putting them into my ears. And? I asked.
Perfect.
Wait a sec, I said, then quickly walked over to the bar where I'd put Nino's present. It was quite heavy, so I was glad when I handed it to Nino. I could see curiosity in his eyes. Unwrap it. Nino ripped away the wrapping paper, revealing a leather-bound book about anatomy. It's a collector's edition from 1925 with hand-drawn images for all the body parts. I was hoping it was something Nino liked. Whenever we were in the library together, Nino was often drawn to medical books. Nino began perusing the book slowly, his eyes flitting as he scanned the pages with the drawings. When he finally looked up, his expression was alight with eagerness.
That's perfect. I can't wait to read it and compare it to the newest books on anatomy.
I stifled a laugh. Only Nino could be excited about something like that. Nino was kissing me sweetly when steps rang out.
Do I smell meat?
Savio asked, sauntering in, followed by Remo and Adamo, all of them wearing shirts, for once. I grinned. Soon Fabiano and Leona joined us as well, bringing wine. I hugged Leona tightly. How's your mother doing? Better. She'll be released from the hospital in 2 days. She never knows when to stop, Leona said with a small sigh. She would have wanted to celebrate with her mother for once, but after an almost fatal overdose, she was stuck in the hospital once again. I caught Fabiano exchanging an exasperated look with Remo, which Leona caught as I led them toward the table. He doesn't understand why I still try to help my mother, but he helps her for me anyway. I touched her arm. Because he wants to see you happy. We all settled around the table, and as expected, the lamb was the highlight for the men. I enjoyed watching everyone more than the actual food. It was just beautiful having my new family at one table, celebrating together, and I couldn't help but wonder if next year at this time, I'd have a little baby to take care of as well. After dinner, I led everyone into the living area of Nino's and my wing, then settled at the piano. Why don't you stand around the piano? They all did, confused why I'd brought them here. I composed music pieces for each of you. They aren't perfect yet, and they might develop over time, but I think they're not bad, considering the limited time I had, I said quickly. Nino squeezed my shoulder.
Your music is always marvelous.
This is for you, Remo. I started playing the tumultuous melody, focusing solely on the keys in my fingers, not daring to look up for anyone's reaction. When I finally risked a peek, Remo's arms were crossed, and with an unreadable expression he leaned against the piano. I swallowed. This is for you, Savio. It was an easygoing melody, playful, only occasionally underplayed by darker tones. Savio nodded his approval when the last note rang out.
That sound fun and sexy. You nailed it, Kiara.
Adamo rolled his eyes. Now you, Adamo. This one had been the hardest. Recently, Adamo had been quiet and thoughtful, but I didn't want his melody to be haunting, so I chose to base it on the feelings he evoked in others. It was a smooth melody, one that made you want to relax in front of a fire with a glass of wine.
It's so cool that you can create something like that,
Adamo said. I felt my cheeks heat and shrugged, then cleared my throat before I looked at Fabiano and Leona. For the two of you, I created one melody. Surprise crossed their faces. You created something for us as well? Leona asked. You belong to this family, I said, then played the last melody. Leona bit her lip when I was done, came over and hugged me tightly. Savio pointed at Nino.
What about Nino? Doesn't he get a song?
He's had his song for a while now.
Why don't you play it?
Fabiano asked. I gave Nino a questioning look. Not saying a word, he came over to me and I made room for him on the bench so we could sit down. I could feel everyone's eyes on us as we began playing, our fingers working together without ever getting in each other's way, our thighs touching. Nino's warmth and his mere presence gave me new confidence playing this personal song. Nothing mattered in that moment but the two of us. The last note rang out, and our eyes met. I smiled, wondering how this melody would sound if I added a third string to it, one for our future child. When I finally turned to the rest of our family and caught a dark gleam in Ramo's eyes, a hint of worry flickered in my belly. I gave him a smile, which caused him to give me his own twisted version in return.
Chapter 11. Nino. We were sitting on the sofas having pizza for dinner when I noticed the way Adamo began to fidget. His expression made me assume he'd say something to set Ramo off again. For the last few weeks since Christmas, my older brother had been surprisingly restrained, maybe as a favor to Kiara, but it was bound to end. He was bottling up whatever was bothering him, probably Serafina. Adamo finally sat up and stared at Ramo. "Why won't you tell me where our mother is kept?" Kiara stiffened beside me, her hand with the pizza piece hovering in front of her parted lips. She, like the rest of us, turned to Ramo. His expression was worrying, his mouth twisting cruelly, his eyes flashing with the unbridled rage that had consumed him almost daily in the past. Savio jabbed his elbow into Adamo's side. "Shut up." "No," Adamo said. "I want to know." "It doesn't matter where she is. She might as well be in hell for all it concerns us," Ramo gritted out. Adamo chose to ignore the warning undertone of my brother. This kid had tested our patience all our lives, but this time he really should know when to stop. "Why can't we visit her? I have a right to meet her. She's my mother, too. I want to get to know her." Ramo pushed to his feet, his body shaking. "She's the woman who tried to kill you and the rest of us. That's someone you want to get to know? Maybe she changed. Maybe they could heal whatever was wrong with her. The only thing wrong with her is that she's a psychotic, murderous bitch. She doesn't deserve to take another fucking breath," Ramo snarled. "That was a long time ago," Adamo said quietly. "Maybe she changed. She's a crazy bitch who wants to see us all dead because we are our father's fucking sons. For her, we are evil incarnate, Adamo. When will you get it into your fucking head?" Savio didn't say anything, only staring with a dark look down at his phone. I grabbed Ramo's forearm and squeezed hard. When he glowered at me, I told him, "Sit down, Ramo." Kiara was watching everything with wide, concerned eyes. Ramo shook me off and stalked toward the punching bag. Sighing, I turned to my youngest brother. "Adamo, she's not the mother you're hoping for. Whatever you're hoping to find in her, you won't. Trust me." The words felt heavy on my tongue. Talking about our mother never came easy to me. Most of the time, I tried to forget she'd ever existed. still existed now because of Ramos and my weakness. Ramo began kicking and punching the bag, hard, angry hits that filled every silent moment. "She was a victim too, wasn't she?" Adamo said quietly. "She had to marry our father and bear his cruelty." Adamo didn't know anything about our father's cruelty or our mother's twisted mind games. There was a reason why Ramo was so good at psychological warfare. Adamo had been too young to experience either of them, and when he'd been old enough to potentially remember, Ramo could already keep our parents at bay. Both of them had feared my brother like the devil. Ramo said, "She didn't have to. She chose to marry our father. He was initially promised to someone else, but our mother had set her sights on him, and so she got him." "They broke the engagement?" Savio asked, curiously. "The girl he was originally promised to supposedly ran off. Ramo and I suspect she had an unfortunate accident. Our mother has quite a ruthless streak." Adamo frowned down at his folded hands on his lap. "People can change," he said stubbornly. "Bullshit," Savio said with a glare. "Why can't you just accept that she's not going to be a nice mommy who'll hug you and tell you she wished she could turn back time? That's a fucking ridiculous cliche that's never happening." Adamo jerked to his feet. "Then you can let me see her so I can find out what kind of heartless bitch she is. What does it matter?" Savio stood and pocketed his phone. "Maybe Nino and Ramo don't want you to see her fucking face before they smash her skull in." Adamo looked shocked. "You're going to kill her?" Ramo stopped pummeling the sack and glanced over his shoulder at us with a look that had Kiara suck in a sharp breath. I took a deep breath myself, trying to control the twisting of my insides, a feeling as if acid was eating at them. "One day, yes," I said emotionlessly. "You can't," Adamo whispered. Savio shook his head. "I'm off. Maybe there's a piece of ass somewhere that can distract me from this bullshit." Adamo looked at Kiara for help, but she didn't say anything. I touched her thigh gently, knowing she'd agree with Adamo given her kind nature. "This discussion is over," Ramo said. "But, Adamo," I said sharply. Ramo was in no state of mind for that kind of argument. Adamo scoffed, then whirled around and stalked away. "Even from miles away, the bitch still ruins everything," Ramo muttered. "Not always. We'll kill her." Kiara's compassionate gaze flitted between my brother and me. "We will," I agreed. Ramo and I stared into each other's eyes. It was something we'd been saying for years and still hadn't been able to go through with it.
Kiara. We went to bed early after Adamo bringing up the subject of visiting his mother. Ramo remained downstairs to destroy the boxing sack while Nino took a long shower, as if he could wash away the memories of their mother. I knew it didn't work. I'd tried to wash away Durant so often my skin had been red and sore from scrubbing. When Nino finally emerged from the bathroom, completely naked, hair still damp, I sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting for him. My plan to talk to him went up in smoke when Nino prowled toward me, already growing hard as he bent over me and pushed me back. His lips crashed down on mine, harsher than expected, harsher than ever before, as his fingers slipped between my legs, pushing under my panties and starting to stroke me. I stiffened with surprise at this less restrained side of him in bed, and Nino grew rigid at once, eyes searching mine in concern. I tangled my fingers in his hair and kissed him back to show I was only startled. Nino kissed me hard, then pushed 2 fingers into me. His eyes never left mine as he claimed me. This wasn't lovemaking. It was fueled by his erratic emotions, hard and fast. Nino's body caged me in as he pressed down, and I surrendered to him gladly, even as he grabbed my wrists in one of his hands and pushed them above my head. Not a flicker of discomfort entered my mind. Looking into Nino's eyes always assured him I wasn't distressed and I could trust him absolutely. I allowed him to control me because I could tell he felt like he was losing control of his emotions, maybe even himself. After we both came, I lay sprawled out on my back, my arms still above my head, even though Nino had already released them and rolled off me. Ever since I'd stopped taking the pill, every time Nino came inside of me felt monumentally different, important, which was ridiculous but wonderful at the same time. Nino's chest was heaving as he frowned at the ceiling. Slowly, he turned to me, stroking wrists and forearms until I put them back down. His eyes filled with one unmistakable question. "I'm fine." Nino didn't stop frowning.
Did it bother you that I restrained you?
No, I knew you'd never do anything I was uncomfortable with. I propped myself up on his strong chest, then gripped his arm and kissed the spot where my name was tattooed on his wrist. "Do you prefer this kind of sex?" Nino tilted his head, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully.
No, not in general. At least not with you. I enjoy the gentle, slower sex with you just as much as I did this.
So do I. I didn't think I'd like it, but I guess with you, I enjoy everything we do. Nino gave a small smile.
We've got a lot to discover.
I laughed. Is there anything you haven't done?
No, I've explored every sexual act I was remotely interested in.
For a second, I felt the urge to ask for details, but then I decided it was better if I didn't know everything.
Does that bother you?
Nino asked. I thought about it. When CJ told me she'd slept with Nino, it had briefly bothered me, but that faded quickly. Nino had probably slept with every whore in the sex clubs of the Camorra, not that I had asked. No, it doesn't really. I know you're mine now, and that's all that matters.
I've never been anyone else's, Kiara. The women of my past, I didn't see them. They were there, but they might as well have not been. There's only you. All I've ever felt is only for you.
I put my chin down on his chest, closing my eyes. This is too perfect. I'm always waiting for something bad to happen and take it away. It seems too good. Nino touched the back of my head.
Nobody's going to take it away. I won't allow it. I'll kill everyone who dares to destroy what we have.
We were silent for a while. I still wanted to talk to Nino about Adamo, even though it would mean breaking the moment. Can I say something regarding your mother? Nino stiffened.
Of course, you can always say what's on your mind.
I lifted my head, needing to see his expression. It was perfectly emotionless, the beautiful, cold mask he wore so often. Maybe you and Remo should reconsider how you handle Adamo's wish to see your mother. Nino's eyes flashed, and I quickly went on. I know you worry how he'll handle it, but if you allow him to live with a fantasy of how she might be, that could cause more damage than letting him see the truth. You can't keep this from him. He's been a made man for almost 6 months now, and he's been trying to do what you and Remo expect of him. He isn't a kid anymore. If he wants to see your mother, you should give him the chance. It isn't Remo's and your decision alone. Nino's face locked down, his eyes the cold mercury I remembered from the beginning of our relationship.
Remo won't ever allow it. He wants to protect Adamo and Savio from our mother.
Has Savio ever visited her?
No, he never wanted to. He prefers to live in the present and not dwell in the past.
I wondered if it was true. If Savio could really move on that easily from something that disturbing. He had been very young then, but he lived in the same mansion with his mother until they all moved to England. Nino, I said imploringly, if you don't give him the chance, he'll always wonder what she's like. It'll haunt him. Nino withdrew from me.
If he sees her, if he meets her, It'll haunt him just as much. She's twisted and manipulative and...
He shook his head.
Don't get involved in this, Kiara. It's none of your business.
My chest constricted at his clipped tone, at his words. I rolled away from him, quickly sat up and stood. I needed to wash my face with cold water to hold back the emotion, even though I knew it was futile. Tears sprang into my eyes, and I blinked them back as I hurried toward the bathroom. Not my business. He made it sound as if I wasn't part of the family, as if I had no right to be. I didn't make it far before Nino caught up with me. He grabbed me around the waist and held onto me, his chest pressed against my back.
Don't run from me,
he murmured.
I didn't mean it like that.
How did you mean it, then? I asked in a raw voice. Nino embraced me tightly and released a low breath.
You are part of this family, of the family we are now. What happened in the past, I don't want it to taint what we have. I don't want my mother to be on your mind, for her to occupy a single of your worries. She's my burden, not yours.
But I love you, and we are family, so we carry our burdens together. You carry mine. You still do, every day.
You aren't a burden, never.
He was silent for a moment.
I'll talk to Ramo, but it'll take a lot of convincing to get him to agree to it.
It shouldn't be his decision. Ramo, Adamo, Savio, and you should decide as brothers and discuss the matter. This isn't a capo matter. It's more than that. Nino rested his forehead against my hair.
This will always be Ramo's matter, because he feels responsible. That's his burden.
Nino. Ramo didn't sit down. He paced the gaming room back and forth, like a caged animal. The primal anger in his eyes only emphasized the impression. Savio said, "Let him see her. It's his decision. He needs to grow up, and you always coddling him isn't helping." For once he'd put away his phone and turned it off so we could talk this through, even if I had done most of the talking so far. Ramo hadn't uttered a single word. Adamo sent Savio a scowl, but didn't say anything. "Kiara thinks so too," I said. "I knew Kiara was the reason you suggested this meeting," Ramo said. "She's meddlesome. She needs to learn to stay out of other people's business." "We are her family. She wants to help," I said simply. Kiara gave me a small smile. I'd insisted she be here for the meeting because her presence usually led to more civilized discussions. Ramo waved me off, not in the mood to be reasoned with. "Please," Adamo said. Ramo became rigid. He hated the word. If you heard it thousands of times over the years and ignored it all the time, it eventually became tainted, a sign of surrender and weakness. Savio shrugged. "For fuck's sake, let him see her. He needs to understand." I nodded. "Ramo?" My brother looked at me for a long time, and in his eyes I saw every shared pain and regret, every moment of our twisted childhood we wanted to forget, our stolen innocence and broken trust. I forced my insides to become steel, didn't allow the tumultuous feelings stirring deep inside to bubble up. Ramo gave a sharp nod. "It's a mistake, but I won't stop you." Adamo's lips parted, and he glanced between my brother and me, as if he couldn't believe Ramo had actually agreed. I was surprised as well. "You won't go alone," Ramo said. "You don't know her like we do. I don't want her to get a chance to twist your mind." Adamo huffed. "I'm not stupid." He wasn't, but unfortunately Adamo wanted people to like him for who he was, still desperate for their approval. The ordeal with Harper and Mason had proven that, and that he kept seeing CJ did too. Adamo had grown these past months, but not nearly enough. "I'm out. I don't want to see her. Not ever again," Savio said, getting up. For all I care, she can rot in that asylum until the end of days. I don't care either way. Is this done now? I want to go out with Diego." I nodded, because Ramo was glaring off into the garden. Savio hesitated, then shook his head and stalked away. Kiara watched him leave. Ramo turned around to me, his expression harsh. "One of us should go with him." He flexed his hand. "I'll go." "No," I said immediately. "I should do it. I can handle it." The last time Ramo and I had seen her was when we'd taken over Las Vegas. Our mother had managed to talk Cosimo, who'd played capo at the time, into letting her live in the mansion like a dethroned queen. That had been a brief encounter, and yet something that had haunted us for a long time. "I could go," Kiara said. Ramo and I both said no at once. "Why not?" Kiara asked, coming closer. "She's in a hospital, heavily guarded. We're not going to be alone with her. I can support Adamo because I'm not as emotionally involved as you are. Do you really think it's a good idea if either of you is there?" I didn't want Kiara to be near our mother, but she had a point. Ramo would lose his shit around our mother. He and I had been discussing how to kill her for years now, but never had the necessary courage. I moved toward Kiara and touched her hip. "You are always compassionate and forgiving. I'm worried how you'll handle it." Kiara tilted her head up, resolute. "I know what she did to you all. I won't feel sorry for her." I shook my head. "I don't want you in a room with her." Kiara sighed. "Then what about Fabiano? He won't feel pity for her no matter what she says or does, and he's capable of doing what's necessary in case she tries anything." "That's a good idea. I'll ask him." "It's a fucking huge mistake. That's all I'm going to say," Ramos said. "One day, you'll see it too."
Chapter 12. Kiara.
"I'm telling you, it's a fucking mistake."
Ramo's words still rang in my head, clear and loud, as we pulled up in front of the mental institution. Adamo and Fabiano got out. Nino and I remained in the car. "Will you come in with us?" I asked Nino. Originally, Fabiano and Adamo were meant to do the visit alone, and then Adamo asked me if I'd join them, and so Nino, of course, insisted to come as well. A muscle in Nino's jaw flexed, and for a long time he only stared ahead before he gave a terse nod.
"I don't want you anywhere near her."
"Fabiano and Adamo are going to talk to her. I'll stay back. She can't hurt me." Nino pushed open the car door, and I followed. A man with a short gray beard, gray hair, and a white coat waited for us on the steps. From the outside, it looked like a normal mansion, but upon a closer look, I discovered bars in front of many windows, and the garden behind the building was separated from the driveway by a tall fence. The doctor walked toward Nino and shook his hand.
"I don't think we've met. I'm the new head psychiatrist, Dr. Mitchell."
Nino barely reacted.
"Where is the meeting taking place?" "I thought the gardens would be a good option. The weather is nice, and the other inhabitants are in the cafeteria for lunch, so you'll have privacy." "Lead the way,"
Nino said. Dr. Mitchell glanced from Nino to us, hesitating. Then he turned and led us inside the mansion. I wasn't sure what I'd expected. Something more prison-like, perhaps, and I was pleasantly surprised. Inside, the floor was sterile stone, and the walls were painted in a subdued yellow, probably for its calming qualities.
"She's already waiting outside,"
Dr. Mitchell said.
"Alone?"
Nino asked sharply.
"With her caregiver."
Fabiano's eyebrows rose. He was tense, cautious. Nino and he were armed with guns and knives. Adamo hadn't been allowed to carry any because Nino worried their mother might get her hands on them. We arrived in a vast garden, and the doctor pointed toward a bench. A woman with short, dark hair sat with a big man in scrubs. Nino's demeanor changed immediately, a shift in his muscles and expression. something dark and primal awakening that had me worried. Fabiano noticed too and briefly touched Nino's forearm, causing him to meet his gaze.
Nino, shall Adamo and I go ahead and you wait here?
Nino nodded and turned to the doctor.
You can leave, and so can the caregiver.
Dr. Mitchell looked like he would disagree, then thought better of it, and waved for the caregiver to come over. Adamo and Fabiano slowly headed for the bench. Eventually, only Nino and I remained at the beginning of the path, staring down toward the bench. Fabiano stopped right in front of it. Adamo spoke to his mother, and then sat down beside her. Nino walked a few steps closer, his body brimming with tension. We stopped still a good distance away, out of earshot, but close enough to see the burn scars on the woman's arms. Scars from when she'd tried to kill her boys by cutting their wrists and burning them alive. She turned around, glancing over her shoulder at us, and my breath lodged itself in my throat. Her eyes were gray like Nino's. Nino reached for his gun, but I touched his hand. His gaze flew to mine, foreign and hateful, but more than that, haunted. "Not today," I whispered. "Let Adamo have this moment." Nino nodded and lowered his hand. I linked our fingers, squeezing to show him my support. Mrs. Falcone was still staring toward us, though mainly at me. Her unfaltering attention made me nervous. Something about it was too intense. Adamo followed her gaze and said something, which made her nod and turn back to him. I released a shuddery breath. Nino watched everything closely, his eyes burning with hatred I usually only saw in Ramo's face. Fabiano eventually gave a sign, and Nino waved at the caregiver who waited in the door. Mrs. Falcone stared at us again as Adamo and Fabiano made their way back. I was glad when we were in the car, and so was Nino. He started the car at once and drove us away. "And?" I asked softly.
She was nice, a bit confused. She called me Ramo a few times,
Adamo said. Nino jerked, and the car briefly swerved.
"Hey,"
Fabiano said, leaning forward.
"Do you want me to drive?"
Nino ignored him, his fingers around the steering wheel tightening. "What did you think, Fabiano?" I asked. He shrugged, his gaze still on the back of Nino's head.
"Something about her was off, and I don't just mean her being insane."
Adamo was staring out of the side window with a lost expression. "Do you want to visit her again?" I asked him. Nino made a small sound, but didn't comment.
"I don't think so. It was strange, seeing her. I thought I'd feel something, but she is a stranger. The word mother is empty for me."
Despite his words, I could hear the underlying longing in his voice, the wish for more, for a connection that might never be. I could tell that the encounter still occupied Nino's thoughts a day later as we lay in bed. He wasn't his usual calm self, and he hadn't slept at all last night. There was an underlying restlessness that had me worried. Ramo had gone off to work in the sugar trap when we'd headed out for the visit, and he hadn't returned to the mansion yet. He, too, had my stomach turning itself with concern. First the thing with Serafina, now this. Ramo was always towing the edge of a dangerous abyss. I had a feeling a small nudge could send him over the edge. I studied Nino's colorful tattoos, lingering on the shadowy figure amidst raging flames on his upper arm and Ramo's name making up the glowing embers. This will give Adamo peace of mind. Now you can all move on. Nino turned toward me, his eyes emotionless. Now that I knew how different they looked when he showed emotions, seeing them like this always cut me deeply.
"Neither of us will have peace as long as she's there."
Pretend she isn't there. She can't get out of the hospital, so you don't have to worry about her. She's the past, Nino.
"She's there. always at the back of our minds.
I sighed. I know, but it's because you and Ramo keep her lodged there. Because you treat her like unfinished business. Make peace with the fact that she's alive, that you won't kill her, and then you can move on. Nino frowned as if what I suggested was impossible. I kissed his bearded chin. Move on from the past so we can move forward into our future. We want a baby. We want a family of our own. Don't allow your mother to ruin that. Nino cupped my head and pulled me in for a harsh kiss. Gradually it grew softer until he pulled away.
Aren't you going to have an ovulation soon?
I stifled a laugh. Trust Nino to know my cycle better than myself. I think so. Nino kissed me again, and his fingers ghosted over my body, alighting it with desire, and when we finally made love, it felt different, even if that didn't make sense. But looking at Nino's face, I could tell he felt the same way, because it felt like finally Nino wanted a baby as much as I did. Nino twisted and turned in his sleep, waking me. He was having a bad dream. I turned on the bedside lamp. The sounds of distress were familiar, and when I touched his shoulder, I expected the worst, another episode like the one he'd had before. I braced myself when Nino jerked awake. He stared at me for several moments, his eyes confused and agonized, before slowly realization set in, and the tension slipped away.
Sometimes I think I've come to accept my emotions. And then this happens and I just want the quiet back,
he murmured. I know, I said softly, but you'll be glad for your emotions when you hold your child for the first time.
I'm glad for my emotions when I look at you.
Love flared in my heart, and I snuggled up against Nino once more, resting my hand over the tattoo of my name on his forearm. I began to sing quietly, and gradually Nino's pulse slowed under my fingertips. His lips pressed against the top of my head, and he extinguished the lights. My voice grew quieter as tiredness dragged me down, and eventually I fell asleep with Nino's calm pulse beating under my touch.
Nino. As the year passed, things quieted down for us. Adamo's interest for our mother decreased slowly. He had visited her a couple more times. However, his last visit had been more than 2 months ago, and his mood had improved considerably overall, which was good for him, but also good for Ramo. My older brother finally seemed to have conquered his obsession with Serafina, even if he definitely hadn't forgotten her. Part of him probably still hoped she'd return to him. The problem with my brother was that if he allowed someone into his heart, he was a loyal fucker and never let them out again. Kiara was decorating the entire home for our second Christmas together and baking almost all day. Our freezers were already stacked with Christmas cookies. I regarded her as I worked on my computer on the sofa in the gaming room, finishing up last details for the upcoming grand race. She was rearranging the baubles on the tree for the 3rd time, her forehead puckered. This was a distraction strategy. We'd been sleeping with each other without protection for 11 months now, and she still wasn't pregnant. In the beginning, she'd done a pregnancy test every month, but these last 3 months she'd stopped, or at least not told me about it. I wasn't sure how to lessen her sadness. Putting the laptop to the side, I stood and headed over to her. I took a bauble from her and returned it to its previous spot on the tree. It looked good there. Kiara sighed and gave me a small smile. I know. I touched her cheek. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. That's why it's not working so far. Try to relax, to forget that you're not using contraception. I'm trying. I know it takes longer with some people, especially if they're feeling stress. And I want this so much that I got obsessed. It was ridiculous how disappointed I was when I got my period after we'd been only trying to get pregnant for a few weeks. We've got time, I said. Steps thundered through the house, and Ramo stormed inside, looking completely deranged. Savio was a few steps behind him, and his dark expression set off my inner alarm bells. "What's the matter?" Ramo kicked the punching bag so hard the hook groaned and a bit of plaster fell to the floor. "Cavallaro sent a fucking assassin to Kansas. He killed Russo," Savio said. Kiara was confused. "Our underboss in Kansas," I explained, trying to understand the sensations taking hold of me, until I finally realized it was anger. "Does Stefano know?" I asked Savio. Ramo didn't appear like he was in the mood to speak. Savio shook his head, glancing toward Ramo cautiously. "No, we just found out ourselves, and Stefano's off looking for new prey." He moved toward me. "Should I talk to him?" "No," Ramo growled. "You and him hate each other's guts. I couldn't give any less fucks about Stefano. He's the one who can't bear that someone's prettier, not to mention more successful with the ladies than him," Savio said with a smirk. "I'll talk to him," I said. "You both aren't fit to tell someone they lost their brother." Ramo nodded. "I'll fly over to Kansas City right away to show presence. You come with me, Savio." "When will you be back?" I asked. "Tomorrow. I don't want to leave Las Vegas for long at the moment, not when Cavallaro's discovered his fucking balls." I turned to Kiara. "I'll have Fabiano come over to watch you." Adamo wouldn't come home from school for another 3 hours, and Kiara needed protection. I sent Fabiano a quick text, and as usual he arrived 5 minutes later. "I'm starting to like these new living arrangements," Fabiano said, with a grin as he walked in, but sobered upon seeing our expressions. "What?" "Cavallaro killed our Kansas underboss." "Fuck," Fabiano snarled. "That asshole! You want to strike back?" His eyes found Ramo's, because if anyone went on a crazy revenge mission, then it would be my brother. Ramo bared his teeth. "Not yet, but we will. Trust me, we will strike back." "Can you guard Kiara while I search for Stefano?" Fabiano nodded. "How about you come over to my house? I want to catch a workout in my gym." Kiara nodded. "Of course. When will Leona be home?" "In about 2 hours. She doesn't have many courses today." Kiara and Leona had grown even closer since Fabiano had bought the villa beside ours and was our new neighbor. The previous owners had sold the house after some convincing from Ramo. I kissed Kiara briefly, then headed out to find Stefano. It wouldn't be good if he found out from someone else. Word about what happened would already be spreading like wildfire among our men, and it was only a matter of time before the captains from Kansas called Stefano to give him their condolences and get in his good graces. I took my new Tesla sports car and drove over to Stefano's apartment at the Strip. I rarely headed this way. The tourists and advertisements for cheap buffets and booze weren't to my taste. I got out of my car and dropped my key off with the bellboy, then headed inside and past the concierge. Sir, you can't come in here without registering with me first." I stopped in front of the elevator and pressed the button, then turned toward the overweight concierge, stumbling toward me, his face turning red and the alarm button in his hand. I'd been here only once before, and there had been another concierge. "I need to ask you to follow me to my desk and register with me," he said, trying to sound authoritarian and failing miserably. His other hand moved to the pepper spray attached to his belt. "If you pull that, I'll break every single one of your fingers and empty that entire bottle in your face," I said calmly. "My name is Nino Falcone. Now return to your desk and get back to work." The man took a step back. I stepped inside the elevator and rode up to the top floor. Arriving at Stefano's door, I hammered my fist against the frame. Steps rang out, then stopped. He opened the door, dressed in only boxer shorts and holding a Glock. Surprise crossed his face. "Nino? What are you doing here?" "Can I come in?" Stefano shoved his gun into his waistband and opened the door fully. I walked into his open living area. A girl scurried out of the room, clutching her clothes to her body. Looks young. Is she of age? Stefano frowned. Of course. I always make sure they are. It's rule number 1. He studied me with suspicious dark eyes. Usually a visit at home from one of you means nothing good. I didn't break any rules, so I hope my Persian rugs stay clean. I nodded. Cavallaro attacked Kansas City and killed your brother. Stefano stared at me as if he wasn't sure he'd heard me right, then walked over to the sofa and sank down. Slowly his hands curled into fists. I gave him a moment and found the girl in the bedroom. She had dressed. Leave and don't come back. She blinked. What? Leave. He only fucked you for his job, I said. She grabbed her purse and ran past me without a word. Stefano didn't even look up. Remo and Savio are heading over there now, dealing with the aftermath, but she'll have to join them. Stefano looked around. I guess I'll have to move to Kansas City now. Yes, I said. You are the next in line. Kansas City needs a new underboss. Dante will try to have me killed as well now that he's tasted blood. Dante will try, yes. Stefano chuckled and stood. My father's men won't accept me easily. There's a reason why I worked for you as romancer. It's what I'm good at. Your father's men accepted your brother. Barely. I'm younger and not very popular over there for what I've done. It doesn't matter. The Camorra isn't a democracy. If Remo declares you underboss, his captains and soldiers will accept it, and if they don't, they'll pay the consequences. You only need to worry about making one man happy, and that is Remo. And so far, you have done a good job. Doing a good job of fucking girls and making them fall in love with you is a different thing than leading men. It is. And you'll excel at the latter because you don't want to disappoint us. Stefano grimaced. I'll fly over to Kansas today. I gave a nod and left. This assassination would cause trouble. My brothers and I would have to keep it contained, show our underbosses that this was a one-time thing. Most of them were loyal to the bone, to Remo at least. But our territory was vast, and it was impossible to control everything absolutely, even if Remo wanted to. There were people amongst our men who might join a mutiny, men that had lain low when Remo had conquered our territory without mercy, who were scared to speak up back then. Maybe they'd get more daring now. It would give me the chance to weed them out. Anyone who thought he could take our territory from us would be met with the full cruelty of our natures. The Camorra was ours. We were the Camorra. We were Las Vegas. We were even the West. And it would always remain that way. Chapter 13. Nino. Savio, Remo, and I were in our airplane on our way to save Adamo, who'd been captured by the outfit. Maybe we should have expected another hit, like Stefano had said. Dante had tasted blood. The successful killing of one of our underbosses had made him daring. Ending the grand race in Kansas City despite the recent attack had been risky, but also a necessary sign. One that might cost us Adamo. He should have never taken part in that race. We had forbidden him, but Adamo was a kid in many regards. We should have made sure he didn't get the chance to get anywhere near Kansas. We shouldn't have trusted he was with CJ in the sugar trap. It was as much our fault as it was his. We were meant to protect him. Ramos sat hunched in his seat. We'd just boarded the plane, but we're already up in the air. We didn't have any time to waste. Savio peered up at me. Do you think we can get him out? We didn't know where the outfit kept Adamo, and even if we found out, Dante would have the place heavily guarded. We'd try an ambush anyway, and it would probably cost all of our lives. My chest constricted thinking of Kiara's tears when I'd left, her shaking voice when she'd asked me to be careful and return to her. I wanted nothing more, but if I didn't try to save Adamo, I wouldn't be able to live with myself, nor would my brothers. We'd save him or die trying. There really was no other option. The noise of the plane faded into the background until I only heard the screaming. Pity was a foreign concept to me. When I caused other people pain, it gave me satisfaction, figuring out the most effective ways to reach whatever goal I had set myself. Screams didn't faze me, never had. But seeing Adamo getting tortured on our laptop screen, hearing his screams from the speakers, my insides seemed to shrivel. I remembered holding him as a baby, remembered patching him up whenever, as a small kid, he fell and hurt himself. Ramo was shaking, his face a mixture of anguish and fury. I felt nothing except for a ringing hollowness that spread further and further until there was only cold. No emotions, no pain, nothing. The reassuring calm of the past. Ramo was right, we needed to watch Adamo's suffering, so we knew what was at stake. We'd seen and done worse, and not just witnessed it on a screen from afar. But this cut deeply. A blonde woman stumbled into view, stopping the torture, protecting Adamo. Serafina Mione. Ramo tensed, and his expression became still in a way it never had, as if this was the revelation he'd been waiting for. Savio darted a concerned look at me. Fuck. Ramo? I asked, when he kept staring at the screen. He ignored me and lifted his phone. I had a feeling I knew whom he was calling, and more than that, what he was going to do. I shook my head, but he didn't see me, his eyes only for Serafina. Dante, I'll give you what you really want. Tomorrow morning I'll be in Minneapolis and exchange myself for Adamo. Savio took a step closer, mouthing, "What the hell?" "It's me you want to see burn, not my brother, and you will get your chance." Relief showed on Ramo's face, and I knew Dante had agreed to the deal. The outfit capo wanted Ramo, not Adamo. Understood. With a strange smile, Ramo lowered the phone. "They will kill you, Ramo," Savio said. Ramo nodded and met my gaze. "They will cut me, skin me, burn me, cut off my dick, and then maybe they'll kill me." "This is madness, Ramo." "Maybe, but it's what's going to happen, Nino. My decision is final." Ramo sank down on the seat, and Savio leaned close to me. "We can't allow this. Ramo needs to stop sacrificing himself. We need him." I swallowed. I'd never been separated from Ramo for more than a few days. We'd survived only because we had each other. I sank down across from him, hoping to talk sense into him, even if it had never worked in the past. Ramo shook his head. "Don't waste your time." I stood, too restless to sit. Savio was hunched in his seat, and I walked over to him. He raised his head with a dark laugh. "Fuck. The little shit always grated on my nerves, but seeing those assholes cut him and burn him, I want to smash their fucking heads in." "One day, we will." "Yeah, but first they're going to shred Ramo into pieces," Savio said. He ran a hand through his hair, staring up at me. "You're a fucking genius. Don't you have an idea how to sort out this mess?" Ramo was staring out of the plane window, brows drawn together and fierce determination on his face. "I don't think Ramo will allow it." Ramo was the strongest capo there was. Without him, the Camorra would still be a collection of idiots struggling for power. Without him, Las Vegas would still be in the hands of unworthy men. Ramo was Las Vegas. Ramo was the Camorra. Ramo was a born leader. I was not. I'd never wanted to be. The Camorrista would follow me because they feared me, because of their unfailing loyalty to our family, but not because of me. They'd have no other choice if I didn't figure out a way to get my brother out of the clutches of the outfit, though. Ramo had said I needed to accept his decision, but as I watched Ramo being dragged away toward an outfit car, I realized it was something I could never do. I wouldn't rest until I'd killed every outfit soldier in the cruelest way possible for taking Ramo. I'd kill Dante last so he could witness one man after the other suffer for his mistake, so he'd live with the regret and guilt until I finally killed him. It would be an act of mercy after what he'd have to endure beforehand. Adamo groaned in pain when Savio and I carried him over to our car. Don't let them take Remo away. The cars behind me were already pulling away, taking my brother with them. We'll save him, I said automatically, because I couldn't imagine it being any other way. Savio sent me a questioning look, but I ignored him. We needed to get Adamo away from here as soon as possible so I could take a look at his injuries. His burnt skin was an angry red and would quickly get infected if not treated properly. Is it a clean break? I asked him as we hoisted him into the back seat. Adamo blinked at me, dazed. Never mind, I said. I carefully felt his arm, not feeling any protruding bones at least. Savio and I got into the front of the car and we sped away. Savio was driving as fast as the traffic allowed to get us to our plane quickly. We're staying close by, right? Savio asked, slanting me an anxious look. So we can figure out a way to help Remo? I nodded slowly, although I wasn't sure what we could do. When we reached the plane and were safely up in the air, I called Fabiano. He picked up after the first ring. Is Kiara okay? I asked immediately. Every Camorrista was on high alert. Still, I needed to make sure she was fine. Yes, but she's worried. We both are. Do you have Adamo? I glanced toward my little brother who lay on his back on the lowered seat, face pale and sweaty. We got him. He needs medical treatment, which is why I have to make this short. What about Remo? Fabiano rasped, and my throat became tight. He handed himself over, as he'd intended. Fuck! Fabiano exhaled. Fuck. We're going back and staying in Kansas for the time being, trying to figure something out. Let me join you. Let me help. We need to save Remo. You need to protect Kiara. Savio and I'll try to figure something out with the underboss of Kansas. All right. I'll take her back to the mansion, Fabiano said quietly. Kiara just wants a quick word. Give her to me. Nino, Kiara whispered desperately. Please be safe. All of you just be safe. You are my family. We will be safe. My throat got tighter and I hung up, needing to keep a clear head. I headed over to Adamo and Savio. Savio was talking to him quietly and looked up when I stopped beside them. We need to clean your wound and treat your broken arm. It's going to be painful. Adamo let out a choked laugh, eyes bloodshot. I can deal with the pain. I nodded, taking in his bloody face, the cut on his arm, the burn. His body spoke a clear language of the torture he'd had to endure. His eyes, they showed me that it had left more than physical injuries.
Kiara. I lowered the phone, my heart racing in my chest. They had Remo. I clamped a hand over my mouth and handed Fabiano his phone back. For once, his face wasn't controlled. I could see his worry, his pain, and it was just too much. I bent forward and cried out, "They need to save him! Nino can't be without Remo! They belong together!" Fabiano put a gentle hand on my back.
We all need Remo.
I nodded. The man who had scared me more than anything else. He was what kept this family together.
Nino will figure something out.
Fuck, Fabiano sighed.
I should be there with them. This all started because Remo wanted to give me my father.
That's not true. Remo would have gone through with the kidnapping anyway, but of course he also wanted to give you the chance to do what he could never do.
Kill my father.
Leona came in with a tray loaded with food she must have found in the fridge. The safe house was always kept stocked with food and water in case an emergency arose. It was a small, unsuspecting house in a middle-class neighborhood. She asked Fabiano, "What happened?"
Remo exchanged himself for Adamo. The outfit got him.
He stared down at his Camorra tattoo. His Adam's apple bobbed. Leona sent me a shocked look, then slowly came over to the dining table and set the tray down. She touched Fabiano's shoulder. She didn't say anything. No words of reassurance, because what could be said? The outfit had Remo, their enemy, the man who kidnapped and dishonored another man's fiancée, Dante's niece. I wanted to stay hopeful, but for once, I only felt dread. Nino and Savio are going to attack outfit territory. Fabiano nodded.
They won't rest until they've saved Remo or they know he's dead. And even then, they won't stop.
Nino. When we arrived at the Russo mansion in Kansas City, Stefano waited for us, looking like he hadn't slept since his brother had been killed by Dante Cavallaro's men. Savio and I supported Adamo, who was too exhausted to walk on his own. I prepared a room, and one of my doctors is around in case you need help, Stefano said with a curt nod. He'd officially taken over as underboss only 2 days ago, and his territory was already in uproar. It was his battle to fight. If he wanted his men's respect, he'd have to gain it by himself. We put Adamo into one of the guest rooms, then moved into the liquor lounge with Stefano, where we settled on the leather seats. One of my captains has been stretching out his feelers, trying to get intel on who organized the attack on the race. Savio's mouth curled. Do you really think that's something we give a fuck about right now? We need to save our brother. Stefano took a sip from the brandy and gave us a tight-lipped smile. If you'll let me finish, you'll see that it's relevant. My man told me that you didn't manage to crush all rats when you and Remo claimed power, Nino. Some rats left the sinking ship before you could get them, and apparently they found a new home in the outfit. My eyes narrowed. Remo and I had tried to kill all of our father's loyal men, and those that weren't loyal to anyone but themselves. But chaos had reigned in the first months of our time in Vegas. We'd wasted resources on capturing our mother, and let more important men slip through our fingers. Yet we'd hunted most of them down in the months that followed. Who is it? It's a group of men who followed the Anaidi brothers. Carmine, I muttered. Remo had cut Cosimo's throat for parading around as a capo for a while, but Carmine had taken his leave quickly. He led the attack? He was part of the attack? They don't have any say in the outfit. They're tolerated, but nobody trusts turncoats. Most of the information they have must be outdated, right? We changed so much since we claimed power, Savio said. I nodded slowly. They didn't pose a threat to our power, but they could prove to be a thorn in our sides. Eventually we'd have to rip them out. If you're planning a hit on Cavallaro, I want to be in on it. My men are riled up because of my brother's death, and to be honest, some because I'm their boss now. They want blood, and I want to give it to them, and preferably not my own. You don't want to avenge your brother? Savio asked, downing the brandy. I want revenge, trust me, Stefano said with a grim smile. For my brother, and for being stuck in this hellhole, I did my best to escape. Savio scoffed. You'd rather stay our romancer than rule over Kansas? What? I'd rather fuck women who worship me in the city of sin than order around old-fashioned men twice my age who think they know everything better in this boring hick town. What do you think? I think you need to focus on the task at hand, I said firmly. I want information on every possible place they could take my brother. I want intel on every MC chapter in Cavallaro's territory. Stefano took a sip of his whiskey, pulled out his phone and called his captains. Savio and I studied the map of Dante's territory that Fabiano had prepared for us. We couldn't rest until a plan was in place to save our brother. Savio and I had been trying to come up with a viable option to save Remo all night, but with our limited information about his whereabouts, we didn't have much to work with. Adamo had been sent off with our plane to Las Vegas, where he'd be safer than being so close to outfit territory. He needed to heal, physically and emotionally, before he should get involved in any fights. My phone rang, and the number from the sugar trap flashed on the screen. It was unusual for them to call me when they could talk to Fabiano, who was closer, so I picked up. "What's up? We're busy here." "I know. I'm sorry, boss. A woman claiming she was Serafina called and wanted to talk to you specifically. Said it was urgent." It took my brain a moment to process his words. "Did she give you her number?" "Yeah." "Then give it to me." I ended the call and took a moment to straighten my thoughts. "What's going on?" Savio asked. "Serafina tried to reach me. She wants me to call her back." Savio sank down slowly. "Do you think she wants to tell us he's dead?" I stared down at my cell. "I don't know. Maybe they'll make us listen when they end it." I curled one of my hands into a fist, trying to focus on the muscles in my fingers, on their flexing, instead of the throbbing in my chest, the tightness of my throat. My gaze lingered on my scars, and I sucked in a sharp breath through my nose. Savio closed his eyes, pressing his mouth together. "I'll hunt them all down, every fucker." After another deep breath, I dialed Serafina's number, trying to find my calm, but my insides seemed to twist and turn. The moment she picked up, I asked, "Is he dead?" Savio pressed his palms against his temples, his eyes reflecting the same fear I thought myself incapable of. "Not yet," she said tightly. Savio and I landed with the helicopter where we were supposed to meet Serafina. I gave the pilot the sign to keep everything prepared for immediate takeoff in case this was a trap. "I don't trust her," Savio said, scanning our surroundings, gun in hand. "Neither do I." Savio nodded. "It's a trap I'm willing to step into if there's a tiny chance we get Ramo back." A car pulled up, a Mercedes limousine with tinted windows. I climbed out of the helicopter, and so did Savio, pointing our guns at the car. The driver's door opened and Serafina got out, a gun in her hand. I motioned for Savio to stay near the aircraft while I headed for the car. Her barrel was directed at me, but I was the better shot. She watched me, then glanced over to Savio before she sighed, lowered her gun, and walked around to the passenger side. I stayed a few steps back, still wary of her intentions. Savio came up behind me, as usual bad at following orders. "Will you help me, or do you want Ramo to die?" Serafina hissed, glaring at us. I took a step closer and peered inside the car, spotting my brother covered in blood. I sheathed my gun. He was unconscious, cut and bruised and beaten, but breathing. I wedged my hands under his arms and Savio gripped his legs. We needed to get him to a hospital quickly. A high-pitched wail rang out. Tension shot through my body at the unexpected sound, and my head shot up toward the source of the noise. An infant, a girl judging from her pink clothes and longer, slightly curled hair. Beside her, a second baby woke up in his seat, a little boy with dark eyes, almost black. Ramo's eyes. My gaze darted between the boy and the girl. Twins. Both Ramo's children, no doubt. Savio inhaled sharply beside me. Holy fuck. They are Ramo's. Ramo was a father. I was an uncle. 2 new Falcones. Kiara would be ecstatic to have them in the mansion. I looked toward Serafina, who seemed frozen. Something had shifted in her posture. She was tense, protective, ready to pounce if we dared to do something to her children. She needn't worry. Never again. Ramo began to tremble in my hold. "Quick," I said, and Savio sprang into motion, helping me carry our brother over to the helicopter. We put him down on the floor of the chopper, and I crouched beside him, touching his throat. "I'll ask Serafina if she needs help with the babies," Savio said, stunned. "Do that." "They're coming home with us, right?" I glanced up at Savio. It's where they belong. Savio turned and headed toward Serafina while I checked Ramo's chest for broken ribs, finding 2, then felt his arms. Cuts littered his skin, some of them opening old wounds, others creating fresh ones. I sighed. This was the first time Ramo was this helpless. I quickly attached him to a drip to make up for the blood loss he'd suffered. I'd checked every inch of his body for injuries when Savio and Serafina appeared in front of the helicopter, each of them carrying a baby. Savio held up the little boy to me and I took him. His dark eyes peered at me, bringing back memories of raising Adamo. Serafina and Savio got in with the little girl, then settled on the opposite bench with the babies. I hadn't been sure how I'd feel for a baby. I'd always cared for my brothers, and I cared about Kiara, but I didn't know if I'd feel the same way for a baby. Yet seeing those babies who looked like Remo, like Adamo when he was a baby, I felt an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. Remo never considered having kids, but he'd protect them with all he had, from this day on until his death. I knelt down beside him again, feeling his pulse, needing the reassurance that his heart was still beating. I wouldn't let him die.
Chapter 14. Kiara. I had to stifle a gasp when I saw Adamo. A few soldiers brought him to the mansion, and Fabiano supported him as he limped into the gaming room. His shoulder was in a cast, and his forearm covered in bandages. His face was swollen and bruised, and the sight sent a stab of worry through me. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for the look in his eyes. They'd always been warm, soft, but now they were haunted, dark, harsh, and again I couldn't help but notice how much like Remo that Adamo looked in that moment.
I don't need your help,
Adamo muttered, and freed himself from Fabiano's hold.
Don't be stupid. You're fucking messed up.
Fabiano tried to reach for Adamo again, but he lashed out with his uninjured arm. "No!" he roared, stumbling and falling to his knees, wheezing. I took a step toward Adamo, but Fabiano held up his hand, palm outward, shaking his head. Leona leaned in the doorway, and the look of shock on her face could have been mine. This wasn't the Adamo we knew. "Adamo," I whispered. Slowly he looked up, and for a moment I thought he was crying, but his eyes were almost feverish with anguish.
You want to know what's really messed up? That I'm here, and Remo is in their fucking hands. He should have never exchanged himself for me. You should have stopped him.
Remo can't be stopped. He would do anything for you and your brothers. Absolutely everything. He'll gladly put his life down if it means you get to live. Adamo laughed darkly, still kneeling in front of us.
They aren't only going to kill him. They're going to tear him apart.
He started ripping at his bandages, shoving Fabiano back, who tried to stop him, and finally his forearm came into view. Half of the Camorra tattoo was burnt away.
They're going to send him through hell, and we're just waiting for it to happen.
Fabiano's chest heaved as he stared down at Adamo.
Nino and Savio are going to figure something out. It'll be too late then. It'll be too fucking late,
Adamo rasped.
If they kill Remo, I'll go back and kill them.
I wrapped my arms around my middle, realizing I'd just witnessed Adamo losing his innocence. Maybe it was bound to happen. He didn't sound like an angry teen speaking empty threats. He sounded like a man with a mission, and that, more than anything, scared me. Fabiano touched Adamo's shoulder.
If they kill Remo,
he swallowed, his mouth setting in a harsh line.
If they kill Remo, which they won't, we'll walk into outfit territory together and kill every last man responsible for this.
Adamo smiled grimly.
We could shatter the outfit, and you could become underboss of Chicago under the Camorra's rule.
Fabiano stared as if Adamo had completely lost it. He gripped his good arm and hoisted him to his feet.
Come on. We'll get you into bed. You're exhausted.
Adamo didn't resist, and I watched them making their way to Adamo's wing. Swallowing hard, I closed my eyes. A soft touch made me open them again. "My God," Leona whispered. "Whatever happened with the outfit? It broke him." I shook my head. "It won't break him. It'll make him stronger like it did his brothers. Dante and the outfit created another enemy. Leona looked doubtful. You really think it won't haunt Adamo? It'll haunt him for a long time, maybe always, but eventually he'll get through it. I was convinced of it, but I was scared of the time it would take for him to reach that point. But he won't be the same, Leona said. He already isn't the same. I took a deep breath, needing to distract myself, not just from my worry over Adamo's mental state, but also for Nino and Savio, and most of all, Remo. If the outfit killed him, it would crack Nino. He'd lead the Camorra into war, logical or not. He'd avenge his brother in the cruelest way possible. I wasn't sure if the man that Nino became afterwards would still be the man I'd come to love. I'm going to cook Adamo's favorite spaghetti. Will you help me? Leona nodded, and together we headed into the kitchen and began to work in tense silence. I knocked at Adamo's door, the spicy scent of garlic swirling in my nose. My stomach was knotted too tightly to consider eating anything.
Come in.
Pushing open the door, I stepped inside, carrying a tray with a bowl of spaghetti aglio e olio. I made your favorite pasta? Adamo lay on top of the covers, in sweatpants, revealing a bruised upper body. His forearm with the burnt tattoo lay on display as if he'd been staring at it before I'd knocked. Adamo awkwardly pushed into a sitting position.
Thanks.
I made my way through the narrow corridor of dirty clothes and positioned the tray across his legs. Can I stay?
Sure,
Adamo said. He picked up the fork and began eating.
It's good.
I'm glad you like it. I looked at the bluish marks over his ribs, his swollen cheekbone, the burnt eye of his Camorra tattoo. I'm sure Nino can fix it somehow. Adamo glanced up, then followed my gaze.
No, it'll serve as a reminder.
I nodded, even though I doubted he needed the additional reminder of what had happened. He'd see it in his dream for a long time. The past was a difficult enemy to beat.
I never got what it meant to feel helpless,
he said when he was done eating, looking at me with angry eyes.
I was in their hands and they could do to me whatever they wanted. I was at their mercy.
Bile traveled up my throat when I remembered that feeling, being at the mercy of another.
Sorry,
Adamo mumbled. No, I said firmly. I'm done running from the past. I'm strong enough to bear it. Adamo nodded.
I never want to feel helpless again. I never will let it come that far again.
Adamo glared down at his tattoo.
I always thought my brothers were full of shit for insisting I work out and fight as much as possible. I thought they were trying to be annoying to show me who was boss. Even after the outfit attacked Rogers Arena and tried to kill us all, I didn't get it. Not really, because my brothers were there to protect me. They always were. All my life, they protected me. They had to, because I was weak, because I didn't want to own up to what I was.
You were a child.
But I'm not anymore,
Adamo said harshly.
And even back then, I could have been stronger if I tried. Remo and Nino had already fought for their lives when they were kids, and even Savio understood what it took to survive. He got what it took to make sure we all survived. But I didn't, because I didn't want to. And because of that, because of my selfishness, Remo is going to die, and I won't ever forgive myself for that. Neither will Nino, Savio, and Fabiano.
I touched Adamo's hand. Of course they will.
They shouldn't,
he roared, startling me so much I got to my feet, away from his fury. Adamo stared at me with wide, anguished eyes. Then he dropped his head and began to laugh softly, shaking his head.
Just go, Kiara. Go.
Try to get some sleep, Adamo. Your body and mind have been through a lot. You need time to heal. Give yourself the time. Adamo didn't react, and I couldn't see his face because his hair hid it from my view. Before I walked out, I turned to him once more. Remo won't die. He just won't. I closed the door, then leaned against it and closed my eyes, allowing tears to fall. I cleaned the entire house and cooked several batches of cookies and muffins, everyone's favorite dish, then put everything in the 2 new freezers in the basement. Picking up a dish towel, I began drying the baking sheets I'd cleaned. The door to the kitchen swung open and Fabiano walked in, his expression caught between shock and relief. "What is it?"
"Nino sent me a message."
I dropped everything and walked toward Fabiano, shaking with fear.
"Serafina contacted him. She claims she got Remo out."
"He's alive?" Fabiano nodded slowly, looking almost hypnotized.
"It seems so. I don't know the details. I don't know anything, really. Nino's message was short, to the point as usual, and he didn't reply when I asked for more info."
Could it really be? Had Serafina helped Remo? But how? Should we tell Adamo? Fabiano shook his head.
"He's unstable. If Serafina lied and this turns out to be some sort of twisted trap, I don't want to get his hopes up only to crush them later."
He was right, but Adamo needed to see the light at the end of the tunnel, needed it more than anyone else. Still, I nodded. I had my cell on the kitchen table, in case Nino tried to contact me. He would be focused on a mission and only contacted Fabiano to give us the details we needed. That was just who Nino was. He'd never waste time for messaging or phone calls if there was an important task ahead. Fabiano, Leona, and I sat on the sofa in the gaming room, not talking, waiting, always waiting. "You knew Serafina better than all of us. Do you really think she saved Remo?" Leona asked Fabiano. She'd been trying to read a book for her classes, but I could tell that she was too distracted, like the rest of us. I'd been counting the seconds since Fabiano had told me about Serafina and Remo. The more attention I paid to the time, the slower it passed. Fabiano pinched the bridge of his nose, looking exhausted.
"Fuck if I know. I knew her as a kid. She was good at getting her will and she was loyal. But getting Remo out of Cavallaro's torture chamber and into safety?"
I shuddered at the thought of what they'd done to Remo. Adamo was hurt bad enough, and he wasn't the one who'd kidnapped Serafina. Fabiano's phone beeped, and we all tensed. He took it from the table, his blue eyes quickly scanning the message. His expression lit up with relief.
"They have him. They're bringing him to Vegas."
I cupped my mouth, letting out a stunned laugh. "What about Serafina?"
"Nino didn't mention her, but if she helped Remo escape, she can't return to the outfit."
Fabiano hugged Leona and released a harsh breath. I smiled and stood, giving them time. Fabiano loved Remo like a brother. He'd tried to be strong, but he had been as scared for Remo as I. I hurried upstairs toward Adamo's part of the mansion, feeling like I could fly. Remo would live. I could only imagine what Nino must feel now. I hammered my fist against the door, and Adamo opened it, looking scared.
"Is he—"
Tears sprang into my eyes, and I smiled. "Nino and Savio got him."
"Alive?"
Adamo whispered, taking a step back, beginning to shake. "Yes, Serafina saved him. He'll be here soon." Adamo and I stared at each other, and then I just threw my arms around him. He winced, but before I could pull back, he hugged me even tighter. So tightly, it must have hurt him. It took several hours before a car finally arrived. Fabiano hurried toward the door while I rushed upstairs to get Adamo. He was in the shower. "They're here," I called.
"I'll be down."
I stormed back downstairs, taking a detour past the library where Leona had holed up to read in peace. I ripped the door open. "They're here." Not waiting for her reply, I hurried toward the main part of the house, hearing Savio's voice. "How is he?" I asked, then froze completely, unable to believe what I was seeing.
"Nino took him to the hospital,"
Savio said, but I wasn't looking at him. Serafina stood in the gaming room with 2 babies on her arms. Twins, and without a doubt, Ramo's kids. They had his eyes and hair, and the boy even his facial features. For a moment I was sure I was imagining things. Leona appeared behind me and her mouth dropped open. Definitely not my imagination. Ramo was a father. They were the cutest little babies I'd ever seen. Those dark, expressive eyes drew you in like a moth to the flame. The little girl began to wail, her face turning red, and her twin began to squirm in Serafina's arm at the sound. "I need to feed them and change their diapers. Then they need a place to sleep," Serafina said, glancing between us uncertainly. I tried to imagine how she felt, returning to the place where she'd been held captive, to the people who had ripped her from her family and treated her like the enemy. Savio and Fabiano didn't seem to know what to do either. I gave Serafina a smile, hoping to reassure her. "Would it be okay if I took you to the bedroom you were in last time? I don't want to open the other rooms in Ramo's wing. Or would you prefer to stay in my and Nino's wing?" Serafina gave me an ironic smile. "I'll stay in Ramo's wing." I helped Serafina settle into the bedroom and prepared the formula she'd brought. As I held the boy, Nevio, in my arms and fed him, my longing for a child of my own returned with a vengeance that caught me off guard. Hopefully, things would fall into place now. I left Serafina and the children, even if I would have loved to watch the babies sleep, and headed downstairs. Savio, Adamo, Fabiano, and Leona were still in the gaming room on the sofas, still in shock over the newest addition to the Falcone clan. I sank down beside Leona. Savio had his head thrown back and looked like he was moments from passing out. Adamo gave me a curious look.
"How's she?"
"She seems to be doing fine. Tired, as are the babies. They're sleeping now."
"Babies,"
Adamo repeated with a shake of his head.
"I can't believe Ramo's got kids. I'll have to see them with my own eyes to wrap my brain around it."
Savio nodded, then yawned.
"I'm still not over it, and I've been staring at Dollface and little Ramo for hours."
"Dollface?" I said with a smile.
"Did you take a look at that face? If you put that kid up on a shelf, nobody would realize she wasn't a puppet."
Fabiano laughed.
"Fuck. This is the weirdest day of my life. And I've had plenty of weird living with you assholes. You were responsible for at least a quarter of the weird shit, so don't play saint,"
Savio said with a grin. Fabiano gave Savio the finger, which he returned. Adamo chuckled, then held his side with a wince.
"Next ass-kicking is on me,"
Savio said, nudging Adamo lightly.
"If anyone gets his ass kicked, then it's going to be you,"
Adamo returned, some of the darkness disappearing from his eyes. I blinked rapidly, trying to stop the tears, but I felt like a 10-ton weight had been lifted off my shoulders.
"Oh, come on, no crying,"
Savio said with a grimace. Leona rolled her eyes at him, then took my hand. "You okay?" "I'm just happy."
"When I'm happy, I don't bawl. I really hope you don't shed a tear every time Nino gives you a happy end."
I snorted.
"You're full of bullshit,"
Fabiano said to Savio.
"Well, if all the girls started crying whenever I make them happy, Las Vegas would have its own Salt Lake."
"Oh, shut up," Leona said with a giggle. "Faked orgasms don't make anyone happy." Her eyes widened after the words were out, and I burst out laughing. Usually Leona was pretty restrained around the Falcones. Fabiano gave her a surprised look, then nodded appreciatively. He'd been spending every free moment with the Falcones before he'd met Leona, but because she wasn't as comfortable around the family, his visits had become less frequent. Maybe this would change now that Leona seemed to be getting used to them and they were living beside us. Especially Ramo scared her, still. Maybe babies would make him more approachable.
"Usually I'd make you eat your words, but I think Fabiano won't like it if I show you what an orgasm feels like,"
Savio said.
Did that bull tattoo make you even cockier, or did my fuckery tolerance sink?
Fabiano muttered. Savio shrugged.
The ladies like it.
What? I asked. The tattoo or your arrogance?
Both,
Savio drawled, then pushed to his feet.
It's time to celebrate. Let's have a drink. Remo's still in the hospital,
Adamo reminded him. Savio glared.
Remo's fucking fine.
He stalked toward the bar and grabbed a bottle of brandy and several glasses. After 2 drinks, I dragged myself upstairs, too tired to stay up, even if I'd promised myself to wait for Nino. He hadn't said more than a few words to Fabiano's questions, so I assumed he'd have to stay in hospital with Remo for a while. I kept twisting and turning, unable to fall asleep despite feeling utterly exhausted. Eventually, I lay on my side, staring at the door, as if that would make Nino return quicker. When the door finally opened, I sat up so fast my head spun. I turned on the light and blinked against the brightness until finally Nino took shape. I'd never considered that he wouldn't return, because I couldn't bear the thought. Seeing him before me, I realized how worried I'd been. Nino closed the door and walked toward me. I couldn't wait. I swung out of bed and flew into his arms, clutching him against me almost desperately. "Are you okay?" Nino brushed a few strands from my forehead, then gave me a tight smile.
Remo's alive and he'll heal completely. So yes, I'm okay.
"I was so relieved when I heard you got him out." Nino nodded. I searched his face. He looked exhausted, and in his eyes I discovered a look reminiscent of the one he'd had when he'd had his episode. He'd been through a lot. "Why don't you come to bed? You need to sleep. Or do you need to return to the hospital?"
Remo's here. He wouldn't have wanted to stay in a hospital. He's stable and will heal better surrounded by people he trusts. Otherwise, he'll always be vigilant and won't relax.
Nino kissed me slow and sweet.
Are you okay with the kids being in the mansion?
Confusion filled me. Nino knew how much I loved children. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? I love children. Nino tilted his head, his fingertips moving to my throat, over my pulse point.
I wasn't sure if it would unsettle you because you weren't pregnant yet.
I shook my head, ignoring the way my stomach tightened. I think it's wonderful that we have children in this house now. It'll be good for Remo, for all of you. How could I resent someone else for having children only because I don't have them yet? It wouldn't make my situation any better. I can't wait to see them grow. I paused. They'll stay here, right? Serafina and Remo had a lot to figure out. I wasn't sure what Serafina felt for him, but Remo had never gotten over her.
Remo won't ever let them leave. He gave Serafina a choice, and now she's made it. There's no going back. He won't allow it.
Nino glanced at his watch.
I think I should return to Remo. Someone needs to watch him.
You look exhausted. Let me watch him.
I have to,
Nino murmured, and I got it. He'd almost lost his brother.
There's a sofa in the room. If you want, you could sleep there.
That sounds like a good plan. I want to be close to you. Nino pressed a kiss to my forehead.
And I need you close. The problem with having emotions is that you realize how much you can lose.
You won't lose me or Remo or anyone else. Nino linked our fingers and led me into the room where Remo lay. Anger coursed through me when I saw Remo in the bed. Most of his body was covered in bandages, and the parts that weren't were bruised. His hair was matted to his head with blood. His chest was rising and falling. Nino and Remo had done worse to their enemies, but I didn't care about any of them, only for my family.
He's strong, and this will only make him stronger.
I didn't doubt it, especially now that he had children to protect. Remo would rise, like he and Nino had risen after their mother had tried to kill them. As long as the brothers had each other, they would prevail. Chapter 15. Kiara. Nino and I both fell asleep on the sofa in Ramo's room, and as usual, Nino woke around sunrise. While Nino did a checkup on his brother, I took a quick shower before I headed downstairs to prepare breakfast for our new, bigger family. Things with Serafina were still strange, not so much between her and me, but definitely with the Falcone men. It would take time for her to grow used to this new life. After breakfast, I helped Serafina keep the twins entertained. We'd spread a blanket on the floor of the gaming room and had created toys from ordinary things like jars filled with dried chickpeas, which worked as a rattle, pans and wooden spoons so Navio could make noise. "We'll have to go shopping soon. You and the kids need so many things." Serafina sighed. "I left everything behind." I had a feeling she wasn't only referring to material things. Since she'd arrived, I'd been wondering how she'd managed to save Ramo, but I had a feeling she wasn't ready to discuss the events yet. Nevio began fumbling with one of the picture books, and I reached for him, then looked at Serafina for permission. She nodded with a smile before she turned the page in the book she was showing to Greta. The little girl had ignored me mostly, except for a few shy glances. Nevio was the total opposite. He giggled when I lifted him on my lap and reached for my hair.
Careful, he likes to tug.
I pushed my hair away, then pressed him to my body so he sat upright before I held out the picture book in front of his face. Nino stepped into the room. He'd been taking care of Ramo all morning. Nevio was blabbering happily, and I couldn't help but smile at his adorable antics.
Ramo just woke up.
Serafina quickly left to see Ramo, while Nino and I kept watch over her babies. I began to sing a song my mother had sung to me when I was a little girl, and to my relief it calmed Greta. She still eyed me critically, but she was definitely mesmerized by the singing. Nevio had only eyes for Nino's tattoos, though, and patted at Nino's forearm excitedly. I kept singing and rocking Greta as I watched Nino with Nevio. It was beautiful, seeing how patient and calm Nino was with Nevio, who was bouncing and grasping at his skin as if he could tear the tattoos off. He let out a delighted screech, causing Greta to lean forward towards him, wearing a hesitant grin. My heart was close to exploding from the cuteness. Savio sauntered in and shook his head, seeing us.
"Don't tell me you want a few of them as well."
Nino glanced at me, then glared at his brother, who seemed to realize something was up. A brief flicker of realization on his face smoothed into his usual pretty boy mask. Savio bent over Greta.
"Hey, dollface."
Before I could warn him, Greta's face scrunched up and she began to cry, those chubby cheeks turning red. Savio jerked upright, raising his hands.
"Come on, dollface. Girls never cry when they see me."
I gave him a reproachful look. Next time, don't lean over her.
"I think Nevio needs a new diaper,"
Nino said. Savio's mouth curled.
"All right, poo and crying girls, that's my cue to leave."
"I can change his nappies," I said, carefully getting up with Greta on my arm. She'd calmed down now that Savio was out of sight. Nino gave me an ironic smile.
"I've changed more nappies than you, I think."
"Adamo," I guessed. Nodding, Nino rose with Nevio, and together we walked into the guest bathroom that held a few nappies, then put a towel down on the floor. "We need to buy everything for the babies and prepare a nursery."
"That's what Ramo said,"
Nino murmured. I smiled down at Greta, stroking her arm. She peered at Nino, who was trying to undress a squirming Nevio. "You don't have to worry about your brother, Greta. Nino's going to be very careful with him." Nino glanced over his shoulder at me.
"It's good that you talk to her and don't use baby babbling like some people do."
"I knew you'd approve," I said with a laugh. Nino nodded before he turned his attention back to Nevio, whose legs he was holding in one hand to stop the kicking.
"You'll be the best mother,"
Nino murmured. I bit my lip, watching as Nino finally removed Nevio's diaper and threw it into the trash.
You will have a child, or as many as you want, Kiara. You will.
Nino looked up, and the determination in his eyes calmed my anxious mind as it always did. I know. I was trying not to be nosy, but I was bursting with curiosity over how Ramo's first encounter with his children had gone. Since I was eager to see him anyway, I grabbed a plate with a sandwich and headed up to his bedroom around lunchtime. After knocking, I stepped inside without waiting for a reply. Ramo sat on the edge of the bed, perspiration glistening on his forehead and his expression strained. I hurried over to his bedside and put the plate down. "What are you doing? You're supposed to rest," I said, trying to push Ramo back. Even injured, he was too strong.
I'm not bedridden.
"You're being unreasonable, that's what you are," I scolded. "Now lie back or I'll get Nino. Maybe he'll tie you to the bed or knock you out with painkillers." Ramo's mouth twisted.
Are you worried about me?
"Ramo, lie down, please."
Because you said please.
He said, and slowly lay down, his legs still halfway out of the bed. "Do you need help?"
No.
He said firmly, then slowly dragged himself further onto his bed despite the obvious pain he was in.
Happy?
"Yes," I said softly. "Very." I held his gaze, not saying more because really I didn't have to. Ramo was perceptive. Swallowing, I reached for the plate and handed it to him. "I got you pastrami because it's your favorite on a sandwich."
You must have been really worried if you put meat on my sandwich,
he said, then took a bite and nodded appreciatively.
Nino would have been fine without me, eventually. You know? He's got you. He wouldn't have broken down.
I shook my head and sank down on the edge of the bed. That's not the only reason why I was worried. Like I said, we are family, and I would have missed you. Ramo took another bite.
I hope you're not getting more emotional once you're pregnant.
I tensed briefly, then relaxed. Ramo sighed.
This emotional talk isn't my thing, Kiara.
I know. I'll deal with your abrasiveness, and you'll have to deal with my emotionality. That's just the way it is. I looked at Ramo. I can't believe you've got 2 children.
Is this your way to ask me how meeting them went?
My cheeks heated. Am I that obvious?
You're not the best at mind games.
I don't want to be. I shrugged. I'm happy for you. Nevio and Greta are the cutest babies I've ever seen. I can't wait to see them grow up in this house. Realization settled in Ramo's eyes.
It's a fucking miracle, isn't it? And kind of ironic.
Then he let out a dark laugh.
The woman who hates me gives me 2 children.
Serafina doesn't hate you, Ramo. She didn't even when she was still a captive in these walls, and she doesn't now.